Introduction to Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. Introduction. Before the reader turns to the first page of this history, let a clear understanding be arrived at between him and the writer. In penning the story of the Sewing Girl, the author's purpose was not to get up a thrilling tale, but to present simple truths in a way thought likely to gain for them attention. Let no reader, then, believe there is here shown one picture which can justly be styled highly colored. On the contrary, many facts which have come to the knowledge of the writer, in connection with the sewing girl's experiences, and which might be gathered by any who took the trouble to look for them, have been denied a place in this volume, through fear of their appearing, to the ordinary observer, improbable. It is difficult to believe these everyday tales of wrong and oppression, so almost impossible to realize that, in our very midst, under the eye of an enlightened and sympathizing community, there are systematized persecutions of the struggling needy and the unprotected. Yet these things are. The path of the self-dependent woman is thorny at best. That of the sewing woman, in a very large majority of cases, most particularly so. But with inadequate pay for her labor spring up a long train of attending woes and difficulties, which render it the next thing to unendurable. Indeed, to those who look on, apart from the atmosphere of necessity which envelops the actress in the homely life drama, too often a tragedy, the wonder is that human hearts and human frames can bear so much, and bear that much so long. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cousin Algin.
I have been talking with the doctor, Mabel.
Mabel had just entered the room, the still, dark sick room, when met at the door with these whispered words. She made no reply, only turned on the speaker her sad, anxious eyes, while her pale face grew yet paler.
You understand, Mabel, you know my way, that I think it so much better to know the worst at once.
The worst, Cousin Algin?
The worst, my poor girl.
Mabel, almost fainting, let her head fall upon the shoulder of her cousin, who silently put her arms about her. Gently, she drew her from the room and led her to a settee in the hall, where, seating herself, she drew the young girl down beside her.
It is well, Mabel, that we should know it, she whispered. Well, that while she has yet strength to make such arrangements as are needful, the effort should be made. It is better for her, better for all.
Tears had now come to the partial relief of Mabel, and her sobs were the sole reply to this remark.
I have told your mother, my dear. She knows that, unless a miracle be worked in her favor, 48 hours are the longest time.
Cousin Algin, I must go to her, and Mabel made an effort to throw off the arms entwined about her.
Not so, my dear,
and the arms enclosed her more closely.
Your mother is just now under effect of some drops given her by the doctor, and it is better so. She will be refreshed and strengthened by the rest for the duty before her, while you will have time to compose yourself as she wishes. She told me to speak to you, to prepare you.
Prepare me? Sobbed poor Mabel. Oh, Cousin Algin, there is no preparing for a thing like this.
Not to bear it stoically, my dear. You are too young, too affectionate for that, but to reconcile yourself in a measure to this worst, which there is no avoiding, and to hear, with something like composure, the last words of your mother. My dear cousin talked with me before she slept. She said she was neither startled nor alarmed at the communication I made her, that, though she would not say so to us, she had long felt there was nothing to do but to prepare for this parting. It seems, indeed, that she has, quietly to herself, already arranged everything as seems to her best, under the circumstances, and it only remains for us to promise faithful compliance with her wishes. Of course, as far as you are concerned, Mabel, there will be perfect willingness.
Can you doubt it, cousin? Dear, dear mother, I must go sit beside her. I have not been in the room, you know, since the doctor's coming, when you told me to take Lily away.
You will be perfectly quiet, Mabel. You will not attempt to speak to her.
Oh, no, I only want to be near her when, in so little while.
You may go, my dear. Lily, I suppose, is asleep?
Yes, cousin. Poor little thing. She wouldn't have disturbed mother. She's been so quiet. Released from the detaining arms of Mrs. Kingsley, Mabel made her way to her mother's bedside, to smother her grief in quiet, and to gaze through blinding tears upon the loved features soon to be still in death. She sat there alone, none in the chamber but the dying woman and herself, Mrs. Kingsley having retired as soon as the brief conversation in the hall was ended. Mabel Ross was but 18, and 6 months before might have been regarded as the child, in feelings and ways, which she was at 10. But the woman, the patient and self-sacrificing woman, had been developing within her during these 6 months. The sudden death of a loved father, less than a year before, had left her and her mother and sisters in what appeared to be the easy circumstances they had long enjoyed. But through failure of a business friend, for whom Mr. Ross had endorsed to a large amount, they were, a few months later, stripped of nearly all their means. The few $100 saved from this wreck of fortune were nearly consumed during the 6 months' illness of Mrs. Ross, whose condition was such as left her children no thought but for her. Something like 15 minutes after Mabel commenced her weeping watch beside her mother, Mrs. Kingsley re-entered the room.
"It is time for the girls to come in from school," she whispered to Mabel, "and I would like you to see them below and tell them what I have told you."
Mabel cast a wistful look at the pale face on the pillow, which said how regretfully she would leave her mother just then. "Mightn't they come to you here, cousin?" she asked. "You can take them from the room, as you did me."
"Yes, my dear, if it was only Minnie. But Hilda's such a thoughtless girl, she'll be sure to make an outbreak. It's best for you to await their coming in the sitting-room, while I take your place here."
Mabel seemed on the point of putting in another plea to remain. Then, rising, she bent a look of grief on the sleeping form of her mother and left the room. Her heart craved to stay, but Cousin Algin had directed her to go below, and Cousin Algin had had all things her own way in the house from the hour the now dying woman was taken ill. Mrs. Kingsley followed the young girl to the door to whisper one more direction, which was that she should remain below with her sisters until summoned by the bell to the sick-room. A few minutes later, the expected girls entered the house, and having drawn them into the sitting-room, Mabel, with all the composure she could summon, made to them the sad communication recently made to herself. It was received by each in a way characteristic of the girl, by Hilda with a passionate burst of weeping, by Minnie with a paling of the cheeks and lips and a look of anguish which could find no immediate relief in tears, Both the girls were Mabel's juniors, Hilda being 14 and Minnie 11. Putting an arm about each, and clasped in their returning embrace, Mabel sought to bring them to that composure she was herself struggling to attain. "I'm going this moment to dear mother," presently cried Hilda, starting up from the sofa where Mabel had drawn them beside her. "What are we doing here, Mabel, when, in a little time, she'll be gone from us?" And she burst into another spell of noisy weeping. "Dear Hilda, only stay till you can be more quiet. Mother is sleeping. She needs to sleep all she can just now." "I'll be quiet as can be," rejoined Hilda, almost choking in her efforts to check her sobs. "Only I'm going to see Mother this minute. Cousin Algin's been keeping us too much away. It's a shame, and I always thought so." "She has meant it for the best," said Mabel. "Dear Mother has been so nervous and feeble, so easily disturbed." "She's a busybody that wants to manage everyone's affairs, Cousin Algin is," said Hilda with some temper. "She's put you aside, Mabel, when you begged to be let do things, and when Mother'd rather have had you too." "It was a hard thing for me," Mabel replied through her tears. "But then, Cousin Algin knew best, and besides, I had to see to Lily." "But when will Cousin Algin let us go to Mother, Mabel?" asked the pale, timid Minnie, putting her trembling hand in her sister's. "Yes, I'd like to know that," cried Hilda, her indignation for the moment getting the better of her distress. "When will she consent to 3 poor girls seeing their—" This time the indignation gave way, and the weeping reasserted itself. Before Mabel could reply, the bell from the sick chamber sounded. The 3 girls in silence left the room together, Hilda hurrying in advance, and her sisters following, hand in hand. And thus they entered the chamber, the impetuous Hilda rushing to her mother's bedside, where she threw herself weeping on her knees beside the pillow, and Mabel and Minnie pressing up quietly to the bed, suppressing their sorrow, in thought of the suffering woman. Mrs. Ross was now awake. She reclined, with her head somewhat raised, while Mrs. Kingsley sat beside the bed, her arm about little Lily. Lily was not yet 3 years old, and could not be expected fully to comprehend the scene before her, but she knew her mother was very sick, and that Cousin Algin had directed herself to be very quiet and still, and she did her best to obey her. The sight of Hilda's abandonment of grief was, however, too much for her, and she presently began to cry quite loudly, requiring some trouble on the part of the cousin to pacify her. "Do not grieve, my dear children," said Mrs. Ross, soon as something like quiet was restored. "God calls me from you, but our parting is but for a time. Stand by the love to Him I have taught you, and we will one day meet where parting is no more." She extended a shadowy hand to Mabel, and laid the other on the head of Hilda, whose face was now buried in the bedclothes. "I may not have strength after this morning to say what I would wish to you, my children," she continued after a pause. "Mabel, my darling?" "Yes, dearest mother," and Mabel bent close over the pillows, restraining her rising sobs as she best could. "I leave you, Mabel, head of my little family, the older sister of Hilda and Minnie, who I trust will always look up to you, the mother of my little Lily. My poor baby is too young to be left to any other than a sister's care. I give her to you, Mabel. You will make her worthy that home to which we all are speeding." "Dear mother, I will do my duty to her as God gives me strength," sobbed the suffering girl. "I will pray for strength to do it well." "I know it, Mabel. You are my hope for all I leave behind. God be thanked for the blessing given me in you. A hard struggle is before you, my child. The path of the toiling woman is a weary one."
Don't think of it, Mother. I am young and strong, and will take the burden for all. We will be together. We will do well."
A silence of some minutes followed. Mrs. Ross was gathering strength to speak further.
"Hilda, my dear Hilda, will go to her cousin Algin," she then said.
Hilda raised her head with a startled look into her mother's face.
"Oh, no, no, no!" she cried. "I'll stay with Mabel, dear mother, always with Mabel."
Mrs. Ross glanced uneasily at her cousin and feebly put out her hand to Hilda.
"Your mother has arranged all for the best, Hilda, my dear," said Mrs. Kingsley. "Don't disturb her with objections at an awful moment like this." "Oh, Mother," cried the young girl, "change your mind in this one thing. Oh, do! I can go with no one but Mabel. Be happy with no one else."
The dying woman's hand was laid tenderly on that of the impetuous girl.
"My poor, poor Hilda," she whispered. "God temper you to the lot before you."
"Need Hilda leave us, Mother?" Mabel ventured to say. "Why may we not all be together?"
"If I thought it for the best, my darlings,"
Mrs. Ross replied, with another glance at the cousin.
"Yes, girls, if your mother thought it for the best," echoed the latter, "but she has reflected on the matter and sees it would not be. So it remains for you, like good, obedient children, to agree to her wishes. Your mother's last wishes, remember."
The words, "your mother's last wishes," caused a sudden sob to choke down what Mabel was about to say, but she struggled with the agony, feeling that she must make an effort to keep her sister to her side in that sad time coming to them.
"Mother, dear mother, leave us together," she said. "Let there be no more parting than God orders. No more." "How do you expect to live, Mabel Ross?" abruptly asked the cousin. "Something like $200 is all I believe which remains of your father's estate. What, then, do you propose to do?"
"To work," was the ready response. "I'm not at all afraid to work, cousin. Not at all, dear mother."
"That you can do for yourself and Lilly, and help along Minnie, I believe," replied Mrs. Kingsley in a different tone. "But when it comes to Hilda, it is a little too much."
"Not if Hilda does her share," said the young person in question, "and she can and will."
"She will," mildly returned her cousin, "but not by the side of Mabel. If you love your sister, Hilda, you should wish for her own sake to leave her."
"She thinks I'll be a stone about your neck, Mabel," said Hilda, with a resentful glance at her cousin. "She'll make you think so, too, and you'll give me up."
"Not if dear mother will let me have you," was the reply. "I want you, my sister. I want you all." "Beulah," whispered Mrs. Ross, and her cousin bent over her.
What the dying woman said did not reach the ears of the young people, neither did the reply made by the cousin.
"Your mother is wasting her strength in speaking," then said the latter to them, "and she wishes me to explain her arrangements to you. Hilda is to come to me. Little Lilly is to stay with Mabel, and Minnie is to go to Mrs. Lemming, who was to see your mother yesterday and sent a message to her through me today."
Before the words were finished, a wail came from the lips of the third sister, a wail that went to the heart of the mother. Minnie had been resting on the arm of Mabel. She clung with all her strength to it now. Mabel had faintly echoed the plaint, but seeing the look of distress on the face of her mother, she checked her feelings and also whispered a word of caution to poor Minnie.
"Dear mother means all for the best," she then said to her sisters, "and we will do as she wishes. Dearest mother, be easy about us. It shall be as you say, and we will do well."
The assurance came none too soon. Mrs. Ross's features were paling to the hue of death. A look of death was settling upon her countenance. All saw the change, and the three girls fixed their tear-dimmed eyes upon her in an agony that admitted no words. Little Lily, too, made a cry, and threw herself forward on the pillow beside her mother, positively refusing to be drawn away by the arm of Cousin Algin. "God be with you, my poor, penniless girls," faintly breathed the dying woman. They were the last words she spoke. A state of exhaustion followed, from which there was no rally, and toward the dawn of the next morning, the mother breathed her last. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Sewing Machine.
Click, click, click. It's pretty, Mabel. Lily loves to hear it, and to see the wheels run round so fast, so fast.
And little Lily would clap her hands in delight as the bright new sewing machine whirred its busy music, while, guided by Mabel's fingers, the snowy linen received its neat rows of fairy stitches. The lively talk and pretty ways of her little sister were the recreation which enlivened Mabel's monotonous labors. She could almost, for a time, forget in them their sad orphanage and their poverty. But was it poverty? This was the question the young girl often asked herself, often through the busy hours of the day, oftener still in the silent ones of the night. Was it poverty she was knowing now, when, by her sewing machine, purchased with the last of the money which came into her hands at the time of her mother's death, only reserving enough to pay 1 month's advance rent for the couple of neat rooms she occupied with her little sister, she could make enough, nay, more than enough, to meet their daily necessities? It is true that by night she was wearied through her 12 hours' ceaseless labors, but her sleep rested her, and she was contented, happy but for her recent loss. And when, after prayer, she pillowed the curly head of her young sister on her breast, it was with no feeling of repining that God had taken the two loved ones to himself, but of thankfulness that he had still left them so much. 6 days of the 7 were so passed. Then came a bright change, one sweet, soul and body reviving day, delightful in anticipation, soothing in reality, contenting in retrospect, the Sabbath, the beautiful God-given Sabbath, the crowning light to that world which its glorious Maker had said was good. To Mabel, it was very much more than a day of rest. It was one of revivifying enjoyment and of encouragement to well-doing. On that day, more than any other, seemed to come to her sweetly her mother's words, "I leave you, Mabel, the mother of my little Lily. Make her worthy that home to which we all are speeding." Make her worthy that home. Oh, if she failed in this, she failed indeed in her earthly duties. She was given life and strength in vain, clearly saw her path marked out in vain. And that she should not fail, she kept her heart fixed on the sacred trust, and watched from day to day the passage of the infant feet entrusted to her care. She taught the child to love the Sabbath, and the bountiful Sabbath giver. She made the day not one of restraint and weariness, but of cheerful, heart-lifting thankfulness and prayer. With the little girl, she attended morning service in the church their mother had first taken them to, and there strove to fix the attention and understanding of her young companion. Then, after their simple dinner, came a long walk, if weather permitted, to invigorate each after the homestaying of the week. During these walks, it was Mabel's custom to talk with the little girl on those sacred themes she wished to impress on the mind of the child, bringing her language, so nearly as she could, to the comprehension of her companion. And that readiness, that mysterious readiness, to comprehend divine truths so frequently seen in the very young, showed itself, to Mabel's delight, in her infant sister. Startling were the questions she would put, beautiful the ideas which, simply conceived, she as simply confided to her guide. An endless theme between the orphan sisters was the departed mother, the angel in heaven, as Mabel taught the child to conceive her, watching with unwearying interest the well-doing of her children on earth. The first agony of her grief exhausted, it became a sad pleasure to Mabel to yield to the more tranquil weeping which such conversations as these would cause. And when the weather was such as confined them to the house, the pleasant talks would take place in the snug little room, which, in the limited economy of Mabel's housekeeping, answered every purpose but that of a sleeping apartment. Lily was not a robust child, and Mabel was careful to try her as little as possible. With 6 o'clock, the latter's weekday evening was over, and after the supper which followed, if other household duties or weather did not interfere, she would stroll out for a time with little Lily. Sometimes it was but a few moments so spent, sometimes half an hour. But little or more, it all did its service in giving health and strength to the child and the young sower. These were the times when were made Mabel's and Lily's occasional visits to their sisters. Occasional only, as both Mrs. Lemming and Mrs. Kingsley lived too far from Mabel's humble abode to permit the walk to be taken so frequently as she and the little Lily would have wished. Whenever opportunity offered, however, Hilda and Minnie would come to their sister's home, and these were the most frequent seasons of reunion in the little family. With regard to neither of the older of her sisters was Mabel's mind quite at ease, though her concern was principally aroused for Hilda. The violence of the latter's grief for her mother's loss with time subsided, but she gave no promise of content under her new circumstances. Her unequal temper showed itself in spells of alternate petulance and gloom upon such occasions as she and Mabel met, but no spark of her old liveliness was yet to be seen. It is true that she confessed candidly to her sister that she had no cause of complaint against her cousin since coming under her roof. She was exacting in her work, to be sure, keeping her, for the chief hours of the day, busily employed with her needle. But Hilda knew this fell far short of the time Mabel herself labored, and had the grace to offer no complaint concerning it. She had good clothes and a comfortable home, yet asserted herself to be miserably unhappy. The why may be understood, if not explained, by a conversation between herself and Mabel some 5 months after the death of their mother. Upon this occasion, Hilda had come to visit her sister toward the close of the afternoon, and as they busily talked, the click-click, as little Lily called it, of the sewing machine under Mabel's busy fingers kept up a lively accompaniment, and one that prevented their words too distinctly reaching the ear of the child. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Hilda. It's something more than a roof over one's head, food to eat, and clothes on one's back one needs to make life bearable, Mabel, said the visitor shortly after her entrance. One needs to feel there's something to those about them, to the folks who give them these things, not to be looked upon as a stock or a stone. Cousin Algin and Cousin Hugh don't look upon you that way, Hilda. I think they show real friendship and kindness. The less you say about their friendship, the better, petulantly rejoined Hilda. I never believed in it, and never will. With real proofs of it, that is unkind, Hilda. Hilda was silent for a while, then said, I'm only seeing things as they really are, Mabel, and that's a thing I can't, for my life, help doing. I never liked Cousin Algin, and from the time poor dear mother was sick and she came about us so much, I've liked her less than ever. Dear Hilda,
just at the time she most deserved our love? She doesn't deserve a bit of it, Mabel. She's self all over. So, when I think of all she's done in past months and how she's taken me, I see just as plainly as though she'd told me, yes, and a good deal plainer. It's because, in some way or other, it serves herself. Oh, don't look that way, Mabel. Don't make your miserable, crushed down sister Hilda more miserable and crushed down by knowing she can't, even once in a while, tell the sister she loves with all her heart what fancies are in her brain and what things she's getting at with the sharp inside eyes God has given her. I wish I didn't see so much, she added in a yet more petulant tone. But I can't help it. So must. God made me so, and surely He don't make mistakes. Maybe, just maybe, now, He means it for something.
Startled by the tone in which the strange words were spoken, Mabel looked up wonderingly to the changing features of her sister. Hilda had always been a mystery to her own more simple nature, and was now yet more of one. Just at the time, too, when Mabel had the good of each sister so pressingly at heart, and it saddened her. "You look as if I'd said something dreadful," resumed Hilda, "and maybe I have. Maybe I'm wicked, and maybe I'm going to be wickeder still, but I can't help it. I'm pushed to it, so no one else is to blame than me." "Do not talk so, dear Hilda. We have so many blessings to be thankful for, that it seems to be particularly wrong for us to be repining or ugly-tempered. It almost looks like a tempting of Providence, you mean?" put in Hilda, as her sister paused. "Now don't for your life, Mabel, say what you were going to say that time." "You mistake, Hilda. What did you think I was going to say? That if I talked in this ugly way, you'd not let me come to you. Mabel, if you say that, you drive me to desperation." Mabel's cheek paled as she took her sister's restless hand in her own. "I had no thought of such words, my darling," she said. "Nothing could drive me from you, nothing make me love you less. It is for your own good I speak of your unhappy way. It would be so much happier for you to see things in a cheerful light, as you used to." Hilda abruptly covered her face and burst into tears. For something like half a minute she so remained. Then, as suddenly checking her crying, she looked up to Mabel, who had twined her arms about her. "You're as good a sister as ever lived, Mabel," she said. "And if it had only been settled I could live with you, everything would have gone well. But she put dear mother up to parting us all. So you're here, and I'm a mile off. Well, Mabel, I can't live with people I don't love, so some day it'll come to my running away. To you, if you'll have me. To myself, if you turn your back on me." "My darling Hilda, how you frighten me." "When it comes to the leaving, Mabel, which of the two shall it be?" "I hope it won't come to it, Hilda. I can't think you mean all those strange things. But if you do leave, with or without cousin's consent, there's but one place for you, and that is your sister's home." "Thank you, Mabel. I'll be with you before a great while, make sure." "But I don't wish to encourage your discontent, Hilda. I say all along, it is right we obey dear mother's last directions. If I could find Cousin Algin's tolerable, Mabel, but when I see there's so much seeming in all her services to us, that it's so evident she has some reason, I don't care, Hilda, to look for other reason than the good one that appears, the wish to serve 4 poor fatherless and motherless girls who are nearly related to her. It's just like you, Mabel, to look on the outside and see nothing under it. It always was your way, and I suppose always will be. And I think it's strange, too, for you're as smart a girl as lives. But I'm different. It's my way to worry through things to what's under, to poke through the upper crust, as it were, and see what's in the pie. There always is an upper crust, a something that's put on to make a show of what isn't, while what really is lies covered safe below, safe enough for the trouble most folks take to poke after it. It seems to me it's all the time covering up and make-believe the whole world through. Dear Hilda, what nonsense you talk. It seems so to you, Mabel. Your way of thinking and talking is so different from mine. But God made me as I am, just as He made you as you are. So He means us for different sorts of work, to bring about different things. You'll do your part well, there's no doubt about that. You'll go on, good and steady to the last, and bring up Lily to be good and steady like yourself. While for me, well, I'll do my part too. I'll worry and ferret out this something, and by it may be a service to us all. I'd rather, Hilda, have you use the good sense I know you have, and put from you those odd fancies. Neither have you this matter of how God has made us and our particular responsibilities quite right. We have all our faults and weak points. We are all, by nature, sinful in His eyes, who is in Himself perfect. But then He has given us sure means by which our faults may be lessened, and it pleases Him well to see us striving against them. Can there be a more miserable mistake than to believe that, with assurance of all this, we are simply to make as excuse for our shortcomings that God has made us with such or such failings? Do not think it, Hilda. We are to struggle bravely with temptation, and the better we come off in the battle, the surer He will love and bless us. It is easy for you to talk so, Mabel, when you're made with a nature all goodness. Where is the battling for you to do? Here, in my heart, Hilda, now, at this moment and always. The battle comes to us all, and none can deny it with honor to God. Hilda looked at her sister in surprise. You've grown to be a real woman, Mabel, she said. You're no more the girl you were last year than if a dozen years had passed between. Mother knew you when she left you Lily. But then, what a mistake to leave you only Lily. None of us should have been parted from you, Mabel. Our place was by your side, and it's the place we'll come to yet. Don't look frightened again. I'd not come to you today if you'd ask me. I've something to do first where I am, and after that, who knows? But now, about Minnie. Have you seen her this week? Yes, last Monday. She wasn't very well when she stopped on Sunday morning, so I went to ask after her. I don't believe she is well. Poor Minnie. I'm not sure but she has a harder time than me. Mrs. Lemming is kind to her, Hilda. She makes no difference between her and her own niece. When Minnie gets a little more over her sorrow for poor mother, I expect to see her a happy girl. I don't a bit. Mrs. Lemming herself is well enough. But there is the niece. That's anything but pleased to have another girl come in to share the good things she's been getting to herself. She leads Minnie a miserable life. She's a perfect tyrant, that Clara Dean. Minnie doesn't say so, Hilda. She makes no complaint. No, because it's not her way. Besides, she's afraid. Then you see things only on the outside, so you know nothing. But I keep my eyes and ears about me. I poke through the upper crust, so I know the whole story. That Clara's a sly, artful snake in the grass, and Mrs. Lemming is deceived by her. I'm sure she'd never have such things if she knew. Such things as what? Anxiously inquired Mabel. Why, the way Clara puts on with Minnie and calls her a charity child of her aunt's. She knows Minnie won't tell, so she goes it strong. She makes the poor child ill at ease with the teachers and with the servants, saying her aunt has undertaken to make
one lady out of the Ross family, but that she'll never succeed. Dear knows, our Minnie has more of a lady in her little finger than Clara Dean has in her whole body." "How did you learn all this, Hilda?" Mabel very gravely asked. "Through my inside eyes and inside ears," replied the strange girl. "I've worried it out, little by little, and now it's a plain story to me. It's jealousy on the part of Clara, because another girl is brought to the house to be made much of, and almost get beyond her with the teachers. Minnie has done wonders with her French, and Clara can't stand it. If she was a mean, stupid girl, it would be another thing. If she was that sort of girl, too, she'd stand Clara's ill-treating better than she does. As it is, it comes near breaking her heart." "Oh, no, Hilda! Does she make complaint to you?" "She does and she doesn't. She'd say nothing if I let her alone, but that I can't do. So I find out everything my own way. I put things right home to her and, though she fights shy, puts on a crust, you know. She's learning that, like the rest. She ends by crying in her quiet way, and then I know just how the matter stands." "Dear Minnie is so sensitive, so timid," said Mabel, "that these trials must be much to her. But there is one great good that she must gain, in spite of all her suffering, and that is a finished education, which will enable her to make a living by teaching. You don't think, then, that Mrs. Lemming means to make a lady of her?" "Mrs. Lemming, nor no one, can make anything else of Minnie. She is like our dear mother, gentle and ladylike every bit of her. But it is not my notions of a lady to live in idleness or independence when we can work for ourselves. I don't know what are Mrs. Lemming's plans for Minnie, but I know that by giving her a good education, she confers a great kindness on her and on us all, and I look to it making our sister dependent on her own efforts in years to come. If Father hadn't endorsed for that Barrett, he'd have left us money to live on, Mabel. Then none of us would have to work, or, what's worse, be beholden to strangers." Mabel made no reply. She was adjusting a new needle to her sewing machine. "I think that Barrett was a rascal," very warmly pursued Hilda. "Poor Father's clerk, too, for years, that had already received so many favors from him. The loss of the money is made worse by thought of its having gone to pay another man's debts." "It was all right in law and business, Hilda," replied Mabel, who was again busily working. "And you can't justly call Mr. Barrett a rascal. It was unlooked-for changes in business that caused all the trouble, and he couldn't help it any more than we could." "But he could do something for us now we're left alone," said Hilda, still petulantly. "Everybody knows he's going on with business again." "He is building it up again, Hilda. That is what I've heard. Give him time. He may yet do something for us." "Don't you believe he'll ever give us a cent. It seems to me money won't stay by us. Look at that old uncle of Father's, Godfrey Farnham, that died 10 years ago, and who, after making believe for an age that he meant to leave something to Father, makes a will giving his whole fortune to— Who was it he gave it to, Mabel? To Cousin Hugh, who was Uncle Godfrey's nephew on one side of the family, as Father was on the other. Oh, yes, I had forgotten it was to Cousin Hugh. Well, that's another proof, Mabel, as I was going to say, of our being the most unlucky of creatures. If it had been anyone else but poor dear Father, he'd have got something from Uncle Godfrey. But as it was him, why, he lost it." Mabel made no remark. She knew Hilda's way, as the latter called it, of running on, aggravating herself, and piling up an accumulation of trouble, and knew also that it was needless to make effort to stem the torrent of her humor. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4.
Bertha Giles. Within a year after the death of her mother, a variation took place in Mabel's duties. This was from homework for private customers to a place in the store of one of the principal agents for sewing machines. It was at Mrs. Lemming's suggestion the change was made, as the summer months, it was now July, were losing Mabel most of her customers. Through this lady's efforts only, the excellent place Mabel found herself in possession of was attained, such positions being too much in demand for the young girl to have come into it by any exertions of her own. In the large cloakroom of this store, Mabel had prospect of making, through the coming autumn and winter months, yet more than she had made on her homework. Yet, even at the present unfavorable season, it afforded her a living, which her customer work had latterly failed to do. Indeed, had she not previously laid by every dollar she could possibly spare, her position would have become a distressing one. But opposed to these advantages of her new position was the being necessitated to leave little Lily through the waking hours of the weekdays. This was a trial to Mabel herself, and both a trial and inconvenience to the child. To the kindness of a couple of neighbors only, Mabel was at all enabled to get over the difficulty. These neighbors, one of whom occupied a room in the house where Mabel lodged, and the other a portion of an adjacent one, consenting to take the child on alternate days under charge. Poor little Lily missed her sister very much, and though, for so young a child, particularly patient and uncomplaining, she was, for a time, irreconcilable to the change. By and by, however, she found consolation in looking forward to the evening hour, which was to reunite her and her loved Mabel, and beyond this, to the one day out of 7, which was to see no parting between them. For Mabel herself, the change was a great one, in more respects than those already mentioned. It brought her in contact with other girls of her age and vocation, and companions of this sort were new to her. The reserve and quiet of her manner caused her, for a time, to feel lost among her new associates. But these were qualities approved by her employers, and she soon won their confidence through them. Among the very few of the girls employed in Mabel's department who were rather drawn toward her than repulsed by the peculiarities of her demeanor, was one known as Bertha Giles. Of all the girls in the employ of Mr. Blank, Bertha was the one Mabel would have chosen to be well regarded by. There was a quiet, subdued manner about her, which both harmonized with her own feelings and interested her. And she was not sorry when she found Bertha, evening after evening, taking advantage of their homeward walk, lying for some distance in the same direction, to claim her as a companion. One evening, as they thus walked together, Mabel remarked on the similarity of her own and her companion's position, so far as they were both doubly orphaned and employed in the same way for a livelihood. Bertha sighed, and for a moment was silent. "There is not the similarity you think," she then said. "Just now, our positions are a good deal alike, but it is only now. You have had an education which fits you for something better than sewing, if the charge of your little sister, as you say, permitted it, while I have but recently had opportunity to improve the little instruction I received as a child. Your fate is a happy, happy one to mine, Mabel. You are beginning where I leave off. Or, I may say, you are at the top of the ladder at the offset, while I have reached it, step by step, through, what shall I say? Through things it is likely you have neither heard nor dreamed of, and that, beginning where you do, you may thank God it is not likely you ever will know of." "I have heard something of the hardships of a sewing girl's life," rejoined Mabel, "though I have known nothing of it." "Let me tell you something of mine," said her companion. "I was only 11 when I first began working for a living. I am now 22. My mother was a noble, good woman, and she spared no pains to teach me her own good principles. She taught me what has been all to me since,
though she died when I was only turned of 10. My father brought me with him to Chicago, where there was a good opening for him to work. He was a bricklayer. He got a large job and was well paid, and everything seemed to be looking promising for us. We had taken rooms with a family on Clark Street, and one evening, about 8 weeks after our coming to Chicago, I was looking for him to come home to supper, as I often did. It got to be late, and I thought it strange there was no sign of him, for he was very steady in his habits, and never stayed away after working hours. I went to the front step to look about, and while I was there, I saw quite a number of people coming along, and in their midst 2 men carrying a settee, with something looking like a man covered up on it. I hadn't the smallest thought what it was. Oh, no, I only looked on like the rest, because it was something out of the way to stare at. Presently, just as the crowd had got a few doors from where I stood, a little boy of the neighborhood ran up to me and called out, "Oh, Berthy, Berthy, they're bringing home your dead father. They didn't know where he lived till Mr. Burns told them, and now they're bringing him home to be buried." I felt as though it was some terrible dream I was in. I couldn't move or speak. The settee was brought to the curb of the sidewalk, and I tried to go forward to it. I don't know what happened after that, for I fell down, and they had to carry me out of the way to bring the settee with the body of my poor father into the house. He had fallen from a high scaffolding at the building where he worked, and was instantly killed by the fall. The woman of the house was a good sort of woman, and she treated me well, better, as I've found out since, than most would have done, though I didn't think so then. In a little while, when I was able to work, she gave me such things to do as, she said, paid for my living, and she fixed up 1 or 2 old black dresses of her own to be my mourning for my father, exchanging them for the good calicoes I had been wearing, which she gave to her children. She was the only living creature I had to care for me in Chicago, or indeed anywhere, and I was willing to stay with her as long as I could. She soon found I was handier at my needle than at housework, and gave me sewing to do instead of rough jobs, and as I always liked sewing, I was well satisfied. So all did very well till my old black clothes began to wear out, and she told me, as my work didn't pay for more than my board and lodging, she couldn't give me anything new, but only old ones again to patch up. I'd have stood this satisfied enough, but for some of the neighbors who had seen my work, telling me that if I got regularly paid for it, I'd get more than enough to buy new clothes, besides food and lodging. I believed them, for they offered me a right good price themselves. So I told her about it, and she said I might do as I liked. I worked first for one, then for another, and in this way got to be a regular sewing girl before I was 12 years old. I learned to work on the sewing machine, too, and that was a great thing for me. I wouldn't have asked anything better than to get along as I was doing now, if I could all the time have got work as I began with. But this didn't last. Many times, for a whole week, I couldn't get more than 1 or 2 days sewing to do, and this put me back so that I was often wanting not only shoes and clothes, but even enough to eat. Seeing it wouldn't do to depend on families for work, I got the woman I now lodged with to introduce and recommend me to a clothing store to do machine sewing. But though I could work as fast and a good deal better than many of the grown girls employed, the man would give me little more than half pay, though his best pay was so small that it was only with the closest pinching a girl could continue to live by it at all. Disappointed again, I determined to work for this man only at such times as I was entirely without customer work, and by managing this way, I believed I should get along. A woman, who had sometimes given me work, chanced to come to me after I had been working in the store a few weeks, and offered me 3 days' sewing in her house. Of course, I gladly took it. With her, I got 60 cents a day and my meals beside. In the store, I got 25 cents a day and had to find myself. Such opportunities as she gave me, occurring once in a while, I saw would enable me to come a good deal nearer to what might be called living than the way I'd been getting along for the past weeks. Ignorant child that I was, I didn't know yet one half the hardness of my employer. When, at the end of the 3 days, I returned to him for work, he asked if it was sickness had kept me away. I had been taught by my mother to tell the truth, and though I suspected from the look and tone of the man that it might be against me now, I honestly explained what had kept me from the store, saying that to live, I must take customer work when I could get it. Then I learned how entirely hard and soulless was this man, how less than nothing it was to him that I was a poor orphan child, with no one to look to but myself, only my 2 feeble hands between me and starvation from cold and hunger. I was to work for him the 6 days out of the 7, so long as he should want me, and for his own niggardly prices, at the same time liable to be dismissed at any moment, or I should not work for him at all. Had he been willing to pay me at the same rate as girls a few years older, I would willingly have bound myself to him. But I could not live on the short pay he gave me, and saying so, I left him. I spent that day trying to get a place somewhere else, and by evening succeeded. With my new employer, I was obliged to bind myself as the first insisted, but then he was willing to make a slight advance on my former wages, bringing them nearer to that he paid the full-grown girls. I got 35 cents a day. I was now all the time sewing, and striving to live by the sewing, busy at the store on the machine, or at basting and buttonhole making from 7 to 6, and after my return home, engaged until a late hour of the night with hand sewing on such customer work as I could get. At other times it was my own sewing I was busy with, or the washing of my clothes, for I couldn't, of course, pay for the doing of it. And so, night after night, I was employed for hours after I should have been in bed. There were no more cheerful little talks with people who employed me, no more cutting out and fitting and change of one sort or another to enliven my toil. It was the ceaseless, hard task work, with small wages, done in forced silence and under the eye of a hard taskmaster, or the solitary homework, dragged through weary night hours, with feeble light and crushed spirit. To be sure, there were plenty of others doing just as myself, but that didn't in the least mend the matter. And as we sat at our store work, each of us only read in the faces around her the same dreary, day in and day out story she was going over in her own heart. After struggling along for a while, I found that to keep the snug little room I had been occupying, and to board with the nice family I was with, were comforts I could not afford, so I looked about for a cheaper way of living. There were 3 girls working for my employer, who lodged together in a house where there were both lodgers and boarders, and they told me I could find accommodation there, and I applied for it and got it. Here my expenses were a good deal lessened, but very soon I learned to look back on the time spent in the quiet place I had left as a time of happiness to what I now knew. This crowded boarding house was noisy and disorderly, and filled with so many strange people that I was at first quite frightened. I told you that my mother was a good woman, and that she had striven to give me good morals and good habits. I was only 11 when I lost her, but Providence, I will not call it chance, Mabel, has ever since placed me with persons who lived decently. They seemed to respect the good training I had had, and to be unwilling to place anything in my way likely to change me for the worse. How different it all was now! A good many of the lodgers were sewing girls, striving, like myself, to eke out a living from their poorly paid work. Some of them had, from the first, impressed me unfavorably, and upon a nearer acquaintance, I liked them still less. But I could make little, if any, choice between them and others, associated as we were together, especially as I had to share a room with several. I at times look back with a feeling of terror to the 4 years I spent in that house, and in others that left me no more choice in my companions. I saw so much, I heard so much. I was so mixed up with wrongdoing, with temptations, misery, and despair. God only knows how I came out of it unhurt. Yes, He knows, for He kept always before me the thought of my mother, my good, pure mother, whose lessons I couldn't forget. Oh, Mabel, I saw in those times every turn and move of a poor sewing girl's life. I saw their trials and temptations, their weakness, their remorse, and their suffering. I saw, too, how many a one whose place it was to pity, guide, and encourage them to good, their very employers even, plotted to lead them to evil. Oh, surely there were temptations enough in their pinching poverty, the actual starvation often staring them in the face. Without this, there were girls I knew who had much good in them, and that wanted to live virtuously and honestly, and had struggled long to do so. Yet I knew of more than one of these dropping off from among us, and being seen no more in the busy places they had filled. I heard of them. I heard how they had been driven into wrong by want and trouble, or enticed into it by artful workers. I heard things, Mabel Ross, that would make your heart ache and your blood boil to know, but I will not tell them to you. I would be happier and easier at this moment if I could forget them all myself, if I could forget all the world's injustice and oppression I learned in those 4 years. Though I did no wrong myself, I often feel almost as remorseful as though I had. Those things have left such ugly places in my memory. They have taken so much of the happy, young feeling out of me. It will only be a few months now before I am married, and it is a real good young man will make me his wife. Since I have known this young carpenter, I've felt worse than ever about those miserable 4 years, and I think I'd be willing to give any 4 of those coming to forget them. I'd be so much happier as the simple girl I was before. I'd feel myself so much worthier the love of this good young man. How did you get a place at Mr. Blank's? Mabel inquired. Through the young carpenter. A friend of his boarded in the house where I lodged. He knew, well as I did, the trials we poor sewing girls were put to, and became a true friend of mine because he saw I could not be led to wrong. He spoke kindly of me to George Hallett, and in that way brought us together. George had influence to get me on trial at Mr. Blank's, and I did my best to give satisfaction, so got fixed in the place I have now. At Mr. Blank's, I'm easy and happy to what I was before, and believe I needn't fear knowing again such dark days as I have come through. The 2 girls had now arrived at the corner where they generally parted, and Bertha Giles turned in the direction of her home, leaving Mabel to pursue the way to hers, not only graver, but sadder for the story she had just heard. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Hilda and Her Mystery. On her return home one evening, Mabel found Hilda awaiting her.
The look and manner of the latter showed considerable excitement, and Mabel felt satisfied that something had gone wrong at Cousin Algin's. She was not left long in doubt concerning what was the something wrong. "I told you long ago, Mabel," Hilda said, turning abruptly from the caresses of little Lily, whom she had brought home. "I told you that I saw the time was coming when I couldn't stand being at Cousin Algin's. It's come at last, though not so soon as I looked for. I've left her for good." "I'm sorry, Hilda," her sister very gravely replied. "I mean, sorry that you couldn't be as well pleased with Cousin Algin as she was with you." "She wasn't pleased with me at all," Hilda quickly replied. "It was only make-believe." "She asked for you herself, Hilda, and seemed to want to do well by you," said Mabel. "But I have nothing to say now about that," she added, seeing the cloud gathering on her sister's brow. "Since you were not content to stay, you were right to come directly to me." "You don't look over pleased to see me, for all," remarked Hilda gloomily. "If I am not, it is on your own account, Hilda," Mabel sadly rejoined. "Oh, my sister, if you knew, as I do, the trials and sufferings of poor sewing women, you would value the home you have left. How I have thought of you, Hilda, as I have learned more of these things, and how anxiously I have watched you, hoping to see you more content at Cousin Algin's." "There's no need to try frightening me, Mabel. I can't go back again. Cousin Algin and I are quits." "You have not quarreled, Hilda?" "No, for there was no need of it. I just told her I was going to leave her and try and get along some other way. She said I could go." "How did she say it, Hilda? Tell me all, my sister. You know our dear mother left you to Cousin Algin." "Always reminding me of that, Mabel, to make me feel badly." "No, Hilda, only to keep you from doing what you may sometime be sorry for." "Well, she wasn't a bit surprised, and it would have been funny if she were, when she's been seeing, for long, how things were working. She knows pretty much what I think of her. She knows, too, that I've got my suspicions about something. She's too smart and too conscious not to know that." "You talk mysteries, Hilda. I wish you would be plainer." "I will, Mabel. I stayed at Cousin Algin's this over a year just for one thing, and when that thing was done, there was nothing more to keep me there. Not, I mean, that I succeeded about that one thing, or at least that I got any real satisfaction about it. But I made a good, bold trial for it, and, though it ended in a failure, I'm proud at this minute that I made it." "My dear sister, do you call this being plain?" Hilda laughed, a rare thing with her now, but when she did laugh, it was with a merry, ringing tone, pleasant to hear. The sound of her own voice seemed to cheer her spirits, for she went on in a different tone than before. "It must seem a funny mystery to you, to be sure," she said, "and it's nonsense in me to say, I'll be plain about it, for that's a thing I've made up my mind is not for the best. The truth is, Mabel, if you were a different girl from what you are, a little bit on the harum-scarum, like me, I'd let you into the whole secret. But being the staid, close-thinking, and afraid of doing something the least bit out of the way sort of girl you are, I prudently say to myself, Hilda, you keep that thing to yourself if you want anything to come of it." Mabel smiled, yet still it was in a grave tone she remarked, "It does not seem to me there can safely be mysteries between us, Hilda. I should like to know just what is on your mind." "To be made worried and anxious for nothing," lightly rejoined her sister. "Now, if you'd known what's been on my mind these months, Mabel, you'd have been talking to me about it, and discouraging me, and putting all sorts of objections in the way of my working it out, and maybe even letting Cousin Algin herself get an inkling of it. As it is—" "Well, Hilda, as it is?"
As it is, Mabel, you've had no worry about it, and you know nothing. So I'm left free to try some other plan of working. I've done all I can in the house. Now, I'll try and see what can be done out of it. There's more than one way of working at everything, and as my first plan has failed me, I'll find another.
My dear sister, you will presently find there is but one way to work at what is before you now, the making of a living, and that is from 7 till 6, for 6 days of the week. It is not likely you will find time to busy yourself about these fancies that have been bewildering you.
I'm not afraid of the work, Mabel. You're thinking of Cousin Algin that day by dear mother's bedside, the stone around your neck. You're afraid I'll be a drag on you.
No, Hilda, I am not afraid.
Nor need you be. Just you wait and see. In leaving Cousin Algin, I've thrown myself on myself, Mabel, not on you.
On that account, I have neither fear nor regret, Hilda. My only concern is your acting contrary to the solemn injunctions of our mother.
Get that idea out of your head, Mabel. Mother never would have thought of parting us. It was Cousin Algin's planning altogether.
Mabel made no rejoinder. She was sitting on the little settee with Lilly between Hilda and herself, her hand and that of the latter joined in that of the little girl. Lilly had listened with attention to the conversation between her sisters, and at this pause, looking earnestly into the face of the last speaker, said,
"Mother's all the time watching us, Hilda, and she thinks as much about our being happy and good now as she did when she was with us. I wouldn't, oh, not for the world, do anything to worry dear mother."
Hilda stared at the child, glanced at Mabel, then, catching Lilly in her arms, burst into tears.
"Neither would I, dear Lilly," she cried. "Don't you think, child, that I'd do anything that would distress dear mother, if she were indeed like a spirit among us?"
"She is among us," said the child solemnly.
"She hears us, and she sees us. Mabel says it's so, and I know it. I feel it all the time."
Tears were in Mabel's eyes, as well as Hilda's. She pressed a kiss upon the cheek of the little girl, and silence, for a time, fell upon them all. But Hilda's feelings were particularly changeable, especially were her periods of subdued feeling of short duration. A moment more, and she had resumed the subject of her stay at her cousin Algin's.
"You would have had me take you into my confidence, Mabel," she said,
in a sort of half-vaunting, half-jesting way.
"But how would you have felt to know what I was sometimes doing? Fancy, for instance, one night not long since, a stormy, rainy night it was, and me creeping out of my bed between 1 and 2 before morning, creeping downstairs, passing Cousin Algin's room like a ghost, my heart fairly standing still at the slightest suspicion of a sound, all in the dark, but with matches in my pocket to strike a light when I got to the end of my journey. I tell you, Mabel, what I went through that night was enough to frighten any dozen girls of my age out of their senses. But it didn't frighten me, or at least if it did, I didn't feel a bit like turning back, or being sorry I had undertaken it. Then the failure came. But I won't tell you about that, Mabel. It would make you feel badly for nothing. You may be sure, though, that I managed to turn myself, yes, and as cleverly as though I'd gone over it all before. And so I had, in my own mind, for I'd thought again and again of all the things that might turn up and how it would be best for me to act through each and every one of them. The best of it all is no one suspected me. They thought of burglars, the servants, anyone but me."
Mabel had offered no interruption to this relation. She sat gazing on the speaker, her features pale, and a look of apprehension upon them. "No one suspected you, Hilda? My sister, what is it you have attempted?" Nothing to make such a long face about, Mabel." And Hilda tried to force a laugh. "Besides, it's over now, and will never come that way again. As I said before, I'm going to work out of the house now." When Mabel came to speak with Mrs. Kingsley about Hilda's leaving her, she found that lady perfectly good-tempered upon the subject. "Hilda's a strange girl," she smilingly said, "and somehow I like her for her very oddity. She has a dash and sprightliness about her which enlivens a dull couple like your cousin Hugh and myself. But she wasn't content, and I didn't think it right to put constraint upon her. We will leave her alone, and probably she will, after a time, be content to return to us. There is one thing, Mabel, I wish you both to understand. Our house is always open to her, when she feels disposed to make it her home." Mabel thanked her cousin warmly. She was much impressed with her kindness of manner, and scarcely thought Hilda deserved so much forbearance at her hands. When she reported to Hilda the result of their peace conference, the latter looked queerly at her. "All for effect," she said. "Cousin Algin understands that admirably. She invites me to come back, does she? Well, maybe I will, sometime, but it'll be a visit of a sort she doesn't look for." End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Hilda, a Sewing Girl. Mabel would have been pleased could she have procured sufficient work from her old customers to keep Hilda employed at home, as the latter could then have taken charge of little Lily. But failing in this, and seeing it would be necessary for her sister to find employment in some of the stores, she lost no time in having her taught the operation of the sewing machine. A fee of $3 procured the necessary instruction, and in a few weeks' time Hilda was competent to machine work, and after some trouble and further delay, Mabel succeeded in procuring her a place in one of the clothing stores. Here, the young girl applied herself to her labors with such industry as surprised, while it delighted, her sister. Her humors were so changeable, and her temper so uncertain, that Mabel had entertained great fears for her under these new circumstances. Mabel had heard enough of the character of Hilda's employer, though he was probably but little worse than the generality of his class, to know there was neither consideration nor ordinary feeling to be looked for at his hands. And in thought of her sister's impatience and odd independence of character, she looked for an abrupt termination of her duties, almost as soon as entered upon. Not so, however. Hilda either found her present trials more tolerable than her sister had apprehended, or brought to her aid a philosophy for which Mabel had not given her credit. Hilda's sole concern appeared to be that, with all her efforts, she could not make sufficient to defray the actual addition of expense she was and had been to Mabel. The latter endeavored to reassure her on this point. The rent of her rooms, she reminded her, was not increased by their occupation by a third comer, while Hilda's addition to their little treasury, trifling though it was, covered what additional expense was incurred by her presence. Still, Hilda was not satisfied. "If I could only work as you do, Mabel," she one evening said to her, "I'd somehow contrive to get a better price for my work. I wonder why I was made so good for nothing, while you're good for everything." "I am pretty good at sewing, and am thankful for it," replied Mabel, who perceived that her sister was in one of her more desponding moods. "But remember, I have had a good deal more practice than you. If you persevere, as you are doing now, you will, by and by, find yourself an excellent sewer." "What I want is to get a place like you have at Mr. Blank's," rejoined Hilda. "A place where the wages are a decent return for one's 10 hours' hard work. But I don't expect to get it," she added. "I don't believe it's in me to be up to it. And even if it was, I might never get the chance to do my best and be properly paid for it.
There's Etta Burgess, who's as good a workwoman as you'd wish to see, and yet she's glad to get her $2 and $3 a week with Lellerman. And Mattie Rivers, too. I'd give a good deal to sew like Mattie. She could take any place in Chicago, yet she has to drag along on her 40 or 50 cents a day like the rest of them. If I were alone, Mabel, I'd make no headway at all on the mean 35 or 40 cents I get. But you are not alone, Hilda. Still, I can't forget the near 3 weeks I lived on you, Mabel, while I learnt to sew on the machine," Hilda added after a pause. "And worse than that, the money you had to pay to have me taught. I haven't said much about it, but it's never out of my thoughts." "That is wrong," Mabel returned. "You shouldn't trouble yourself about it, Hilda. Which is Mattie Rivers?" she then abruptly asked. "The one that walked home with you Saturday evening?" "Yes, she lives on LaSalle Street, but she comes this way to keep me company. I like her ever so much." Mabel looked grave. She was preparing little Lilly for bed, and glanced up from her employment to the face of Hilda, as she said, "Why encourage her to put herself out of her way, Hilda? It would be better for you to be alone than to have company not suited to you." "And why isn't Mattie Rivers suited to me?" And Hilda fired up a little. "She's a poor sewing girl, and so am I. Surely you're not getting proud, Mabel. It's not for us to be that." "I have one sort of pride, Hilda, and would like you to have the same. It is a pride to keep strictly to the path of right and decency. We are but poor sewing girls, to be sure, and for that very reason should regard appearance closely. We have nothing but our good characters, my sister, and cannot value them too highly." "And hasn't Mattie a good character too, Mabel? And what right have you to think that she doesn't value it?" Mabel didn't immediately reply. Before her mind's eye was the picture of Mattie Rivers, and she turned from it with a feeling of disapproval which she did not altogether care to explain. Neither the dress nor the manner and general appearance of her sister's new companion quite answered her ideas of a modest young woman. "I trust she has a good character, Hilda, and that she values it," she presently said. "Poor girl! I trust so indeed. But it is not every one, my sister, who has been blessed with so good a mother as ours, to give the altogether right view of things, and it can be no advantage to you to be much with girls who have been less carefully brought up." "And how do you know what sort of bringing up Mattie has had? Perhaps, Mabel, it has been good as our own." "Is her mother living, Hilda?" "I don't know. I never heard her say a word about her mother. But I suppose she has one, or has had one anyway. Most people have had mothers. But what has that got to do with the matter?" "Everything to do with her bringing up, Hilda, as you know." "Oh, yes, of course, I forgot. Well, most likely Mattie, one time or another, had a mother, and so a bringing up, too." "The poor girl is probably an orphan, like ourselves." Mabel spoke very gravely, for there was still before her the picture of the disapproved Mattie. "And for that reason we ought to have some feeling for her," said Hilda warmly. "I have, anyhow. I like her." "Like her, Hilda, have every kind feeling for her, and do her such service, too, as you can. But don't be intimate with her. I am so anxious concerning the associates you form, Hilda. Everything in a young girl's start in life depends on her companions." "For the matter of that, Mabel, beggars mustn't be choosers. Maybe Mattie Rivers, nor Etta Burgess neither, ain't quite the sort of girl I'd choose if we were living as we once were. They don't dress well, and they're a little rude and free in their manners. Besides which, they can scarcely read and write. But then they're kind and obliging to me, and they're sociable and offhand in their ways, and I like them. Birds of a feather, you know, flock together, and sewing girls will mostly be found with sewing girls."
Mabel saw the force of the reasoning and looked troubled. Since her sister had not the discrimination she desired, how was she to give it to her? Lily, being now ready for bed, knelt at her sister's feet to repeat her nightly prayer. Hilda, who saw the advantage she had gained in the argument with Mabel, and perhaps overestimated it, was about to add something she believed would settle it yet more completely in her favor, when the voice of the child broke the silence which had followed her own last words. Delaying the remark for a future occasion, Hilda fixed her eyes upon the little supplicant. The child's prayer followed, concluding, as usual, with, "God bless my dear sisters and all my friends." "Amen, my darling," added Mabel, finding Lily pause. Lily pressed the hand which held her own, and raised her eyes from her sister's lap to give her a glance. "Something more, Mabel," she whispered. Then, raising her voice again, added, her head once more bowed on Mabel's knee, "God, please to take great care of dear sister Hilda, and put in her heart to go the way Mabel wants her to go. For Christ's sake, amen." Mabel's eyes and Hilda's met. A cloud had gathered on the brow of the latter. "Mabel!" she exclaimed, glancing quite angrily from her to the little girl. In reply, Mabel put her fingers to her lips with a deprecatory glance, then, lifting Lily to her feet, pressed a kiss upon her lips. "Good night, my darling, and God bless you," she said. "Good night, dear Mabel. Hilda, dear, good night." "Good night, child." But Hilda did not kiss the little face held up to her. A look of grieved surprise came over the features of the child, and Lily drew a step back, but did not move away. "Hilda," said Mabel, in a tone of gentle reproof, then added to the child, "Kiss Hilda's hand for good night, Lily. She loves you dearly." Lily kissed the hand, looked timidly into Hilda's face, then, having softly repeated her "good night," passed round to her bed. For some time no word was exchanged between the older sisters, Mabel busying herself in putting away little Lily's clothes, while Hilda sat on the sofa, absently regarding her. Then Mabel began to prepare her sewing machine to work. This was the time she generally devoted to her own and Lily's sewing, and she had quite a little pile of garments on hand now. It was a delightful thing to Mabel so to employ herself, pleasant to her to know that the sound of her sewing machine was a soothing lullaby of which her young sister never wearied. The little instrument clicked busily now for some time, no other sound breaking the silence of the room. Mabel, meanwhile, was thinking gravely over the occurrences of the past half-hour. Hilda, to all appearance, thinking very busily of something too. "I don't know what to make of that child, Mabel," then abruptly said the latter, quite a sharp tone in her voice. "Am I to understand she's put up to this sort of thing?" "Certainly not, Hilda. It is all her own thought, poor darling." "So strange," muttered Hilda. "Strange, maybe, but perfectly natural, Hilda. I am sorry you were so unkind to her." "I couldn't help it, and I think I was right. I'm not going to encourage her in disrespect. I mean, what looks like disrespect. And it's all over now, and there's nothing more to be said about it." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Little Lily. On the following morning, Hilda still showed coldness in her manner to the little Lily, which proved that the impression of the previous evening had remained longer than impressions generally did with her. Lily was quick to perceive this, and endeavored in her gentle way to conciliate her sister, though it is not likely she knew, poor child, exactly how she had offended. Vainly she sought to have it all made right by a kiss when Hilda should leave to go to her work. The latter slipped off without giving her an opportunity to offer it. It was about noon when, in the room where she worked at Mr. Blank's, Mabel received notice that someone was desiring to see her. With a feeling of undefinable apprehension, she hastened to present herself to the applicant. It was the person with whom she had some hours before left the little Lily. The coming of this woman, her pale countenance and alarmed expression, told Mabel, before a word had been spoken, that something had befallen the child. "It's not much, I expect," said the woman, in reply to her hurried inquiry, but in a tone that to poor Mabel's ear contradicted the words. "Only a fall, poor little dear, but as she was set on seeing you, I thought it best to come round." Mabel hurriedly made application for permission to leave, and this being given, lost no time in getting home. "Your sister has come, Lily," said a neighbor of Mabel's, as the latter appeared in the room. On the bed over which the speaker bent lay little Lily, her face pale as death, and a look of agony on every feature. She checked the sharp cry about to escape her, and tried to smile reassuringly on her sister. "It is not very bad, Mabel," she whispered. "Maybe I'm more frightened than hurt." These were the words Mabel was in the habit of saying upon occasions of trifling accidents to the child, and as she heard them now, in faint and broken accents, and with appearances of suffering which the little one vainly strove to hide, they went with a pang of agony to her heart. Someone had thoughtfully sent for a doctor, and very soon after Mabel's coming he appeared. After a careful examination, he informed Mabel that he found no bones broken, but that, as it was evident the little girl was in much suffering, it was likely some internal injury had been received, though he could not yet determine its nature. It would have been strange indeed if no other injury than the few bruises apparent were the result of the fall down an entire flight of steep steps, which little Lily had suffered, and poor Mabel hung upon the words, "some internal hurt," in an agony of apprehension. A tranquilizing medicine was, under the physician's direction, given the little sufferer, and before very long she became quieted and finally slept. Yet even in sleep, how pale and pinched appeared the little features. Her last words had been that her pains had ceased, but as Mabel tearfully regarded her, lying thus, she could not but fancy they still were racking the little frame. The doctor and the neighbors retired, and the sister remained alone beside the sleeping child, alternately lifting her heart in prayer that God would bring speedy relief to the little sufferer, and weeping at sight of the sad change on the infant face. A while after 6, Hilda returned home. Mabel heard her quick step approaching the room, and hurried out to prevent her too precipitate entrance, for the condition of Lily was one that rendered strict quiet necessary. A very few words explained what had happened, and Hilda followed her sister into the room, as quietly as she could have desired. The pale face on the pillow was scarcely paler than that of the newcomer, as she bent it over the still little form. There was a look of remorseful sorrow also on the countenance of Hilda, which awakened the pity of Mabel, for she well understood it. Could either of them forget the little occurrence of the last evening, or Hilda's parting with the child that morning? And had little Lily forgotten it? Oh, no. It spoke in the look of sweet, forgiving love, which, upon waking, she bent on Hilda, and in the affectionate twining of her arms about her neck, as the latter hung weeping over her. "I'd like to keep my arms hugging you, dear Hilda," she said, as she let them fall by her side again. "Only I can't. It hurts me so. But don't cry, Hilda. Don't cry, Mabel. Tomorrow, Lily will be all right again." Hilda withdrew her eyes from the child's face to that of Mabel. It was a look of apprehension the sisters exchanged, and each turned from the look with greater grief at heart. Tomorrow, little Lily would be all right again? Ah, no one who looked upon her now could think it possible. Yesterday, this very morning, The little form was full of health and strength, but many a morrow might dawn without finding it the same. "Some internal hurt, the doctor thinks it may be," whispered Mabel. "He told you nothing more than that?" "No. Perhaps he didn't wish to say just what he thought for fear of discouraging me, but I fear myself it is some hurt to the back, some inward hurt. Mabel, do you remember poor Cora Fielding?" "Yes, Hilda." Hilda covered her face and turned abruptly away. Then, catching to her breast the little hand which lay motionless beside Lilly, she bent her head on the bed and burst into passionate weeping. "Don't cry, Hilda. Oh, don't cry so," said the child. "I must, Lilly," sobbed Hilda. "My heart is breaking for my naughtiness to you. Don't you care whether Hilda cries or not. Don't trouble your dear, precious little heart about her. She was naughty last night, and she was naughty this morning. She deserves to suffer." Poor Hilda!" And evidently, with an effort that caused no slight pain, the other little hand was laid caressingly upon her sister's head. "Hilda is never naughty. Lilly loves her dearly." "And will Lilly pray for her again, like she did last night? Will she ask God to give her a good, kind heart, like Lilly's own?" A smile lighted, for a moment, the pale features of the child, as a ready assent was given. "Pray for me always, darling. God will surely hear you when you speak so kindly for your sister." Mabel did not go to Mr. Blank's on the following morning, nor did she see prospect of going for a long while to come. She could not leave the little sufferer, who took such solace from her presence, and whose helpless condition required her constant attention. It was with a heavy heart that Hilda that morning went to her labors. The shadow which had fallen on their humble home had fallen on the spirits of the strange girl with a gloom she believed she should never throw off. In the evening, before returning home, she went to Mrs. Lemming's to acquaint Minnie with the accident which had befallen their little Lilly. Mrs. Lemming showed considerable concern upon hearing it, and gave consent to Minnie going immediately with Hilda to visit her sister. Minnie's visits home, as she called those made to her sisters, had never been so frequent as she or they desired, and they had latterly become yet less so. Indeed, owing to various obstacles, for some unexplained reason placed in the way by Mrs. Lemming, her appearance in Mabel's rooms had come to be quite an event for her sisters and herself. Very sad was the visit she now made, and many and sorrowful the tears she shed over the stricken Lilly. Her grief was not of the turbulent, convulsive sort of Hilda's, but more like Mabel's, in its quiet, subdued expression. "I wish I could stay, Mabel, if it was but a morning or a day," said Minnie, "that I might do something for poor little Lilly. I've never felt so badly about being from home as I do now. No, not from the first." "You'd soon find things so different here from what you're used to," remarked Hilda, not giving Mabel time to reply, "that you'd tire of it. And as to doing something for Lilly, what sort of a nurse would you make with that delicate barège dress on?" The last words were added in a little bitterness of tone as she glanced from the visitor's thin dress to her own homely one of cotton. "It's not my fault, Hilda," replied Minnie with a hurt look. "Don't you believe I'd be glad to come with a dress better suited and make myself useful, helping Mabel? Don't you believe it, Mabel?" "I do, Minnie, and so does Hilda," was the reply. "We all know you would be one of us, if you could, Minnie." Without designing it, Mabel's words added a point to those of Hilda. She would be one of them if she could. They all felt, then, that she was not one of them. Knowing that her sister meant no unkindness by the remark, Minnie turned her eyes away from her, that she might not see that they had pained her.
I think I'll ask Mrs. Lemming to let me come and spend a day with you, Lily dear, she said when taking leave. Would you like me to come, Lily? I would fan you to sleep like Mabel does. It would be nice, replied the child, and Mabel could work on her sewing machine without running to me all the time.
Mrs. Lemming will never let you do it, observed Hilda. It would be too altogether out of the prim way she's marked out for you. You're the lady of the family, Minnie, and have got to keep up the lady's part. Beside, what would Clara Dean say to your playing nurse?
I wouldn't care what she said if Mrs. Lemming would let me do it, replied Minnie.
The earnestness of her tone was not lost upon the observant little Lily, who raised her arms to invite her to an embrace, and Minnie pressed kiss after kiss upon the lips and brow of the little sufferer. "You'd better hurry and put on your bonnet, Minnie," observed Hilda. "I promised Mrs. Lemming to see that you were at home by supper time." Minnie kissed her little sister again, and turned to put on her bonnet as directed. "Some of the disadvantages of being a lady," said Hilda, a little maliciously. "A lady mustn't be seen alone in the street after dark, not even a little lady of only 12 years old. I don't know, but I'd rather be only a common sewing girl that can come and go as I like." "How can you, Hilda?" said Mabel, in a gently reproachful tone. "Come, kiss me, Minnie," she added, "and kiss Lily again, too. You're a good, kind girl, and we all love to have you home with us. I will speak to Mrs. Lemming myself and ask her to let you come oftener to see us, now poor little Lily is hurt." End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. A Search for Work. It was well Mabel had laid by every little amount of money she could spare, for now came the time she needed it. There were daily comforts required for Lily, which it would have grieved her sister to see her go without. Not only were the medicines necessary for the little sufferer expensive, but her appetite having become particularly delicate, she must have suffered for want of nourishment had there not been procured her such wholesome delicacies as tempted her. It was about the 5th day after little Lily's accident that Mabel began to look about her for homework to do. She had heard too much of the niggardly prices paid for labor at the clothing stores to make application at any of them until other opportunities failed her, and she made her first efforts among her old customers, stating the condition of little Lily, which prevented her remaining at Mr. Blank's. But those who had formerly employed her had now found someone else to attend to their regular sewing, and were not disposed to make a change in her favor. One or two of them said, indeed, that were she able to come to their house to work, they could employ her, but as they wished to superintend their work, it was quite impossible to give it out. Several hours of several days were spent by Mabel in these fruitless efforts. Then, resolved to leave little Lily no more, as she had done for this purpose, to strangers, she made application at one of the large clothing stores. Determined to go from one to another of these till she should procure work to take home with her, she was not so much disappointed to find this first application unsuccessful. Unfortunately, however, for the applicant, the busier part of the season had not yet fairly set in, and she soon saw that to procure work at all, she must take it at inferior prices. She had been refused at 2 or 3 places when she entered a store on Lake Street. She bore with her a written recommendation from her former employer, and she tendered this to the man who presented himself, as she had done at previous places. He glanced his eye over it. "Your work may be good for some, yet not suit me," he bluntly said. "I choose to judge for myself of work done on my goods." "Have you work to give me?" asked Mabel. "If so, you can judge if my sewing suits you." A little more talk like this, interspersed with remarks from the man regarding the dullness of the season for work, resulted in his offering a dozen flannel shirts as a test of Mabel's abilities. "How much do you pay for these?" Mabel asked.
"I give $1 a dozen, you finding the thread."
Mabel was aghast. Her mind readily summed up the number of hours it would take her to complete the dozen, and perceived she would be paid but something like 35 or 40 cents for her day's work. Yet what was she to do? She thought of the little sufferer at home, looking anxiously, painfully for her return. She thought of the absolute necessity there was for some money to be made, with such a trifle remaining of the little she had stored away, and came to the conclusion that 40, or even 35 cents a day was better than nothing. "I will take the shirts," she said, "and perhaps, when you find them well done, you will be willing to pay me better for others?" There was no response to this perhaps.
"I'm particular about my work," said the man, "and let me have that dozen shirts just as soon as possible."
Mabel left the store with the flannel and hurried home to her expectant little Lily.
"Poor Mabel's so tired," said the child, as her sister bent down to kiss her. "Her cheeks are as white as anything."
Mabel's cheeks were indeed white. Her heart was heavy, her hopes seeming to fade out, for all misfortunes appeared coming upon her at once. One fact was staring her in the face, one prognostic tearing at her heartstrings. She was entering upon the downward path of the sewing girl. She was leaving behind her cheering work and cheering prices. She was entering upon that dreary, dark path of wearisome work and niggardly pay, which she had heard pictured by many who had trod it. She was beginning the battle for life, life for herself and her little Lily, to be snatched from the hands of the ruthless and unfeeling, the grasping taskmaster, the heartless employer of the poor sewing women. That evening, when little Lily lay soothed by the medicine which alone brought her entire ease, Mabel commenced her labors upon the dozen shirts. Hilda sat reading to her, till wearied by the employment, when she stretched herself on the sofa, half musing, half dozing. "How long do you intend to work at these shirts, Mabel?" she asked, after some time had thus been passed. "Until 12. I want to get them finished by Saturday evening." "I'm sure it must be near 12 now," said Hilda. "Only 15 minutes after 11, returned her sister, having consulted her watch. The precious watch which had come to her through the hands of both parents. "What a long, long evening! I mean night, Mabel." "Why have it so long? Undress and go to bed, Hilda. You're trying yourself to no purpose by remaining up." "Go to bed and leave you working all by yourself, Mabel? I couldn't do it. It's bad enough for you to be so pushed without being left alone at your work." "I shall not feel alone, Hilda, with you and dear Lily in sight. I'm in better spirits than I've been all day, for I've calculated time and see that by sitting up tonight and tomorrow, the shirts will be done by Saturday evening, and I can't believe but that this man will pay me better when he sees how well they are done. Now's the time my work would tell, Mabel, if I was able to take such a place as you had to give up at Mr. Blank's. Mabel, after all my talk and boast, I'm pretty much the stone about your neck, and have been from the day I came to you." "Don't talk so, Hilda. You're doing your best, and that is all anyone can do." "You used to satisfy me that I was no great additional expense, Mabel, but that was when you were at Mr. Blank's. But how different all is getting to be now. If dear little Lily only could get well again." "Not so loud, Hilda. You know she sleeps very lightly, and it would make her unhappy to know what a grave change her accident has made for us." "I never felt as if we were to go on as we were doing," said Hilda, after a pause. "Not that it was anything to the comfort we had known in times past, but because it was so much better than many another." "It is indeed, Hilda, and we have still many blessings to be thankful for. No want, my sister. no seeing of our darling Lily needing what we can't give her." "Not yet, Mabel." And Hilda looked off into the obscurity of the adjoining room, as though piercing through the present to the darkness of a coming day. "Do you believe, Mabel," she, after a while, added, "that we are to be brought to such troubles as we hear of?" "I trust not, my sister. But whatever trial God sees fit to bring us, be assured He will also give us strength to bear. That is, if we humbly look to Him for it." As she ceased speaking, Mabel paused in her work, and, like her sister, looked off into the shadowy distance. "If it were only thought of privation and struggle," she presently said, "it would hold no terror for me. But alas, the hour of trouble is often the hour of temptation too. The weak must go down before it. The strong only, the strong in a Christian faith, can bear up against the press of evils. You fear for me, Mabel?" The question was so faintly put that but for the temporary stillness about them, Mabel had not heard it. "Dear Hilda, can I help it? I know you for a good, pure-minded girl, but in the changed path which may be before us, others have stumbled who perhaps have started as fairly. And Mabel, if you'd heard much as I have of the cruel temptations put in their way, you would only wonder how so many have gone on steadily and honestly. But if excuses can be made for some, could any be made for me? No, Mabel. With such a mother as ours, and with such a sister as you, if there's any good in me at all, and you say there is, you should have no cause for uneasiness. If I could only see you stronger, my sister, in that trust which is the safeguard against all." "You will see me stronger in it, Mabel. Look at yourself. Look at our poor Lily. Can I be with you and learn nothing of the goodness you are both made up of? There is Minnie. Do you think her sweet patience is thrown away upon me because I don't seem to make much of it? If I'm the last to catch the goodness of our dear mother, the last to profit by the lesson she taught us, I'll still come into it yet. Oh, Mabel, can I forget dear mother? Can I forget you?" "I am glad to have had this talk with you, Hilda," Mabel said, taking within her own the hand her sister, in her earnestness, had placed on her arm. "It has relieved my mind of a mountain load. Let me know you always as I know you now, my dear sister, and I shall have a mind at ease, whatever trial awaits us. You know that proverb of Solomon, 'The rich man's wealth is his strong city. The destruction of the poor is their poverty.' Let us resolve that poverty brings to us no destruction, and it will hold for us few terrors." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Mabel's New Employer. By 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, Mabel was round at the Lake Street store with her dozen shirts neatly finished. Her employer scanned her work with a critical eye. Had his real thought been known, it must have shown him not only satisfied, but much surprised at the neatness and finish of the sewing, for he was one of the meanest of the class to which he belonged, and could not look for such work as was now presented him for the pay which he gave. He was careful, however, that no token of satisfaction displayed itself upon his countenance. "I suppose you are content with my work?" said Mabel, her eyes fixed earnestly on the lowered features of the man. "It will do," was the reply, apparently reluctantly given. "I never look for very good work." He opened the drawer of his counter and handed her out a 50-cent note. "You have made a mistake," said Mabel. "You told me you paid $1 a dozen for these shirts." $1 to my regularly employed hands, but 50 cents only to one I don't know." 50 cents won't do for me," said poor Mabel, emboldened by the necessity of her case. "The price you named was $1, and I must have it."
50 cents is all you will get," said the hard man. "You will take it or none."
There rushed over poor Mabel thoughts of her weary hours spent on those dozen shirts, and of her poor Lilly needing what the withheld amount would procure her. In a sort of desperation, she made a bold move to right herself. Summoning all the appearance of composure she could, she lifted the dozen shirts, which still lay on the counter. "You cannot have the shirts," she said, "till you pay me the promised price."
"What are you doing?" exclaimed the proprietor, coming quickly from behind the counter. "Put down my property, or I'll have you arrested."
Mabel had retired to the doorway, the shirts still on her arm. "They are my property, until you pay the promised price of my work," she replied, in so sharp a tone as quite startled herself. "My necessities do not permit me to be imposed upon. Pay me the $1, or you will have more trouble than the sum is worth to you."
"It's you will have the trouble," rejoined the man. "Give up my property, or you will get it."
But the clear young eyes, with a temporary gleam of fierceness in them, were looking bravely and steadily into his own, and the craven quailed before them.
"Put down the shirts, and you will get the $1, he said, in a changed tone.
"I have no trust in you. Hand me the money first." He hastily produced a $1 note from his pocketbook, and with one hand extended it to Mabel, while with the other he caught the shirts from her arm. Mabel let them go and took the money.
"Mind you never come here again for work," he cried, as she hurried off. "There are plenty of girls in Chicago who will work for $1, or for 50 cents, plenty of them."
Mabel trembled so she could scarcely walk. She was terrified at thought of what she had done, terrified because 1/2 minute before she entered the store just quitted, she would not have believed it possible she could be driven so to act and speak. The incident recalled her conversation of a night or two back with Hilda, and recalled it with grave concern. How was it possible to mark out a line of conduct, even for herself to follow, unknowing what moment some unlooked-for emergency might necessitate a contrary course? And if she could not mark such out for herself, how much less could it be done for her sister, whose impetuosity of character left her particularly open to sudden impressions? Mabel would gladly have returned directly home after the painful occurrence just mentioned, but necessity did not permit this. There was no work awaiting her at home, and work must be procured. Her little store of money was melting away with a rapidity which made her painfully anxious for coming days. For, despite her cheerful hopefulness of temper, there was too much depending on her individual efforts for the burden not to press sorely upon her. She gave as little expression to such anxieties as possible, wishing to uphold the hopes of others, even at the moment of her own greatest inquietude. But the picture of the little sister, confided to her care by a dying mother, was ever before her. That child now, by accident, brought to a condition of helplessness and suffering pitiable to see. This patient child, to be deprived of the few comforts life yet held for her? There was distraction in the thought for Mabel. It was this desire to give all the solace in her power to Lilly which kept her firm in the resolve to remain at home with her, for her very presence was a comfort to the little sufferer. It was not only that the child clung to her with an affection and reliance she felt toward no other, but that the various attentions needed for the little girl's well-doing could not efficiently be rendered by the only substitute presented for Mabel herself. Hilda had no intuitive capacity for nursing, and was too hasty and impatient to acquire the ability. A profound wonder to her were those easy and efficient movements of Mabel's, by which the latter contrived to procure her little patient some change of position that, while it effectually relieved present weariness, brought no after-distress. For Hilda herself could scarcely touch the child without causing her serious inconvenience, and her consciousness of this inability rendered her yet more incompetent. Mabel visited several clothing establishments seeking for work, and finally succeeded in procuring 24 shirts of the sort she had recently done, and on somewhat better terms, that is, $1 a dozen, but with the thread furnished her. Considering herself, after her recent difficulties, fortunate to procure even these, she hastened home to relieve the neighbors who had obligingly remained with Lily during her absence.
"What did the new man say to your work, Mabel dear?" inquired the little girl soon as they were alone together.
"He said it would do, my darling." Mabel was preparing to sit down to her sewing machine with her new invoice of flannels, and answered the question with a cheerfulness which conveyed no impression of the distress she had suffered since leaving home.
"Is that all?" rejoined Lily in a disappointed tone. "Didn't he say it was neat and pretty?"
"No, dear Lily, but no doubt he thought so, for I took pains to do it well."
"And did he pay you a bigger price? I heard you tell Hilda you thought he would."
"No, darling, he only paid me what he promised, but I have these others from a better man, and shall go to him no more."
"I'm glad you found a better man, Mabel. And now, just please move the pillows a little bit, so I can see you better as you sew. I'm so glad you're home again, and with plenty of work."
"Ah," with a sigh of relief as the change of position was made,
"I'm in for a nice time now, Mabel dear, with you home, and the sewing machine going click, click, the way I love."
Hilda was not so easily put off with replies as little Lily had been when, upon returning home, she plied Mabel with questions concerning her success with her Lake Street employer. "I can see that you have had just the sort of time with that old sharper that I expected," she said. "I had heard plenty of him, but wouldn't tell you, because you'd already got his work. I wouldn't say anything about your putting such fine work on his old flannels neither, because I saw you were giving him such a fair chance to act decently, if he had it in him. But he hasn't. He's a mean, contemptible, soulless creature. To make a difficulty about giving you the pay he had promised, when such work as yours had never seen the inside of his store before. For I can tell you, girls don't kill themselves taking pains for such prices as he pays. But what does he care? The things hold together till they're sold, and he has his profit off of them, and that is all he looks to." Mabel went on steadily at her shirts for a week, working into the night hours, as she had done on the first. When Saturday came round again, she was engaged on a new supply, having a day or two before taken home the first 24. Mrs. Lemming had permitted Minnie to come to her sister's a little more frequently since the illness of Lily, and upon each Saturday afternoon she made her appearance, to remain until the supper hour. A sad pleasure it was to the kind-hearted girl to devote these hours to the entertainment of her suffering little sister, and she never failed to bring with her some trifle calculated to amuse the child. Very grateful was Lily for these attentions, not only for the temporary relief they afforded her weariness, but from the proof they gave her that Minnie had thought of her when away. Upon the Saturday just mentioned above, she sat by Lily's bed, amusing her with some newly brought toy, while Mabel plied her sewing machine near at hand. By and by Hilda returned home, and soon got into conversation with Mabel. "I have something to propose to you, Hilda," Mabel said. "Something I have been thinking over in my own mind for this week past. I can barely make 4 shillings a day at shirts, and but little more at pantaloons. Now, if I understood vest-making, I could get so much more than this, that, in consideration of increasing expenses through the coming winter, and the little I had laid by being almost gone, it seems to me it would be well for me to learn. What do you think of it?" "It would take you weeks to learn, Mabel. And what would you do for a living in the meanwhile?" "It would take me 3 weeks only," replied Mabel. "I have known more than one who learned in that time.
The 3 weeks would be a loss, to be sure, and more than that, as I shall have to pay something to learn. But I am then insured a business that, while I have health to make long days at it, will keep us from want at least. Still, Mabel, where is the money to live on for those 3 weeks, and to pay for learning? I will sell something, Hilda, or pawn something. Hilda opened her eyes very wide. What is there we can spare? She said, looking around the scantily furnished rooms. There are 1 or 2 things we could do without, replied Mabel. The bureau and settee, for example. And if they will not bring enough, I mean the sale of them, there is something I could pawn. I should be sorry to do it. I hope not to be forced to it, but we may hereafter be obliged to make greater sacrifices if we don't make this now. Hilda looked hard at Mabel again. What had they, the mere pawning of which would bring so much money as was needed for that more than loss of 3 weeks of Mabel's sewing? 1 thing only, and Hilda's eyes turned uneasily from her sister's face to a point just above the head of Lily's bed, where hung the gold watch which had belonged to both their parents. The look was enough, the look and the meeting of the eyes that followed it. No word needed to be spoken. Hilda sank into silence, while Mabel plied yet more busily her sewing machine. I wish I had a grain of sense to help you, said Hilda at length, under depression of that humble estimate of herself which at times beset her. But I haven't. I'm a mere child where any judgment is concerned. I think differently, returned Mabel, and that is the reason I consult you. 2 heads are better than 1, Hilda, even if one does happen sometimes to think a little too fast. You're putting the best face on my failings, as you always do, Mabel. It's provoking that the only wits I have are just the sort that can be turned to no account in the time of need. Those inside eyes of yours, Hilda, can they not be put to outside work for this emergency? Mabel spoke in something of forced playfulness, but Hilda's reply was given in all gravity. No, they're for different sort of work. They're to see close into things meant to be hid, while what you want is a pair of experienced sharp peepers that can look a long way ahead and take count of all the probables and improbables that may turn up. Still, Hilda, do your best to aid me in the difficulty. If your opinion agrees with my own, I shall be better satisfied as to the course I take. Hilda was silent for something like a minute. She appeared to be gravely reflecting, and from time to time stole hasty glances in the direction of the watch. If you leave it to me, she then said, I decide in favor of the vest-making, cost us what sacrifice it may. Expenses now are above what we both together can make, and when constant fires have to be kept, as they soon will be, we shall be getting into debt, which I've heard you say hundreds of times is the worst thing we could do. When you have once learned the vest-making, you will be able to make enough to keep us out of that, at least. Your conclusion is a good one, replied Mabel, and agrees entirely with my own. By Wednesday evening, I shall have this last dozen shirts finished, and I will then bring home no more. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Minnie. On Monday afternoon, Minnie unexpectedly presented herself before Mabel. There was a brighter look than customary in her eye as she kissed the latter and little Lily, and a tint of color, too, on her usually pale cheek. "You'll get your shirts finished on Wednesday, Mabel," she said, leaning over the back of her sister's chair, as the latter sat at her sewing machine. "I hope to, dearest. Lily has been so much better the last few days that I get a good deal more time for sewing. And after that, You'll work no more at shirts, will you, but learn the vest-making, that pays so much better?" "Yes, dear Minnie, I shall learn vest-making." "I know all about it," whispered Minnie. "I heard you and Hilda talking Saturday evening, and maybe, Mabel, what I have here will save your having to pawn the watch. Oh, I wish it might. I've scarcely thought of anything else since I heard about it, Mabel, and I laid awake that night thinking of it, and making up my mind what I'd try to do. Take it, Mabel, and tell me if it will help you much." With her arms passed over Mabel's shoulders, she put a small porte-monnaie on the sewing machine. "It is just $10, she added, as her sister took it up. "I've been saving 5 of it a long while for you, and Mrs. Lemming added the other 5 this morning." $10? My dear little sister! And Mabel caught the hands that lay on her shoulders and pressed them to her lips. "Will it help you much, Mabel? Will it save the watch?" "With a few things I can sell, it will, darling. Tell me how Mrs. Lemming happened to give you the $5. "I asked her for it, Mabel. She often gives me a little money when she gives to Clara, and I'd been laying it all by for you. I had $5, all but 15 cents, and meant, when I got that much more, to bring it to you. But after I heard your talk with Hilda Saturday evening, I saw $5 wouldn't do much, so I made up my mind I'd ask some more of Mrs. Lemming. She told me, or almost told me, when I first went to her, that I was never to expect her to help any at home, but I thought, for all that, I'd try. She wasn't angry a bit, she never is, only that other 5 and the 15 cents was all she'd give, and she said she gave it to me." Mabel folded Minnie to her breast, and for a little while both were silent. "You are a good, kind girl," then said Mabel, "and have done a service to us all. But never, my darling, ask Mrs. Lemming for money again. She is kind to you, she does much for you, and you should strictly obey her wishes. Now, go to Lilly, my dear. She is wanting to kiss you for your kind gift." Not for long had Minnie felt so happy as when, bending over her little sister, she received her kiss and her thanks. "Good, good Minnie," whispered the little girl. "I'm so glad you've helped along Mabel. Mabel's getting so poor, Minnie, and I guess it's a dreadful, dreadful thing to be poor." "It's to be hoped Clara won't take up this business of Minnie's saving her money for you, Mabel," said Hilda, when she came to learn what had occurred. "She'd make such a fuss if she undertakes it that Minnie'll never get another cent of pocket money." "Minnie seemed to be under no such apprehension," replied Mabel. "She'd not hint it to you if she was," rejoined Hilda. "But it would be just like Clara to do it, and it's nothing more than I expect." By Wednesday the shirts were completed, and having taken them home and received the pay for them, Mabel went immediately to the learning of that vest-making which was to enable her better to meet the expenses of her little family. It was a sore trial to poor Lilly to be left from early morning until evening by her loved sister, but she was sensible of the necessity for it and submitted without a murmur. Hilda almost came out of herself in her anxiety to fill credibly the place vacated by Mabel, showing a thoughtfulness and tenderness for the little girl which quite surprised her older sister. Beside these attentions, she was able to take Mabel's place at the sewing machine, employing herself on such work as the latter had recently been engaged on. Little Lilly was now not unfrequently to be seen seated by the window in the big armchair, finding an inexhaustible fund of entertainment in watching the passers-by and in talking to Hilda of the varying scene before her. Through September, the mid-hours of the day were so warm that the window could sometimes be left open, the little girl delighting in the sunshine that streamed in upon her.
Quite near to the house, within the little enclosure which Lily called the garden, stood a fine mountain ash, which was the child's especial admiration. Resting forward upon the window-sill, a position which appeared to bring her ease, she could almost touch with her hand the great clusters of red berries on the tree. And when, swayed by a passing breeze, the boughs leant toward the house, the little fingers could actually pick a berry or two from the rich bunches. Hopeful grew Mabel's heart as she marked the improvement in her little patient, and hopeful, too, grew that of Lily herself. It was her delight to talk of the time which she believed was coming, a time of renewed health and happiness. Surely she was going to get well. Surely those ugly pains, which had troubled her so much less than they had done, would, after a while, leave her entirely. "I'll be having a beautiful Maying with you, like last year, after all, Mabel," she one evening said, "and plenty of nice walks into the country before that time comes, too." "I trust you will, my darling. May Day is a good way off. But whenever Lily is well enough, she shall have one of her old walks with her sister." "And when will I be well enough, Mabel dear? Next Sunday, do you think?" "Scarcely so soon, my darling. Sunday is only 4 days off, you know." "Well, then, the Sunday after. Mabel, say you think the Sunday after." "I say I hope so, my precious Lily. It is all in God's hands, darling, and as He wills it, so it will be." "I know it, Mabel, and I'm going to pray to Him every night to make me strong and well again. I did think maybe I was never going to be well again, Mabel, but now I feel so much better, and able to be up sometimes. It's put all those sad thoughts out of my head. Now, I think all the while of our dear old times coming back to us." She caught her sister's eye resting sadly upon her as she said this. Sadly because, though Lily was certainly looking brighter than she had done for a long time, there was that in the little wasted features which contradicted the hopes the child so confidently expressed. Mabel turned hastily away, with a word or two of encouragement to her little charge, but Lily had not only caught the look, but read the misgivings it expressed. "I've not forgotten, Mabel," she said in a fainter tone, "that I'm to bear patiently what God chooses to bring me, and that I'm to pray for this patience, if the thing's hard to bear. Maybe," she added with a sigh, "He won't think it for the best to make me well again. Maybe He won't let the dear old times come back. But hope is good for us. Didn't you say so the other day, Mabel? So I'm going to hope all I can." End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Unwelcome News. One evening, Mabel was met on her return home with unlooked-for and unwelcome news. From Minnie, who was awaiting her, and Hilda together, she learned what neither alone appeared in condition to relate, namely, that Mrs. Lemming, whose health had for some time been failing, was, in obedience to the directions of her physician, about to leave for a visit to Europe, and was planning to put her niece and Minnie at a school in New York during her absence. "Mrs. Lemming has been thinking of it for some time," added Minnie to the hurried statement furnished by Hilda, "but she never told me about it till today. She said I might come round and tell you and Hilda. She will leave here for New York next week, and means to take Clara and me along with her, that she may see us comfortably entered at the school before she sails." Mabel was taken too completely by surprise to be prepared with a reply. She could only look her grieved astonishment, as poor Minnie, out of breath through agitation and hurry together, brought her story to a conclusion.
"Oh, tell me one thing, Mabel," then said Minnie. "Must I go? Is there no way to get off of this being sent from you and dear little Lily and Hilda? It doesn't seem to me I'm to go, Mabel. To think there will be no chance for me to see any of you again till Mrs. Lemming comes back, and that mayn't be for months, for a year even. She's entering me and Clara for a whole year, for she read it so out of the letter she wrote today to the principal of the school. To think, Mabel, a whole year. Oh, how can I bear it? Tell me, Mabel, must I go?"
She had knelt at Mabel's feet and put her arms about her. Mabel gently returned the embrace. She was looking very pale, but was now quite composed. "You must go, my darling Minnie," she said. "There is nothing for you to do, nothing for us all to do, but to bend to the will which is ordering these things. God's providence is arranging for us, and it is not for us to rebel. Were there a proper way for you to be spared this going, and for us to be spared the parting with you, I would turn to it. But there is none. Our dear mother left you to Mrs. Lemming, and Mrs. Lemming has acted kindly to you. She is acting kindly to you still in providing for you a home during her absence, where the education she promised our dear mother for you will still be going on."
"She could leave me with you, Mabel,"
sobbed Minnie, for tears had overtaken her now.
"She could do that, as Hilda's been saying, and not let me be a burden to you neither."
"Yes, she's rich and could do it," put in Hilda warmly. "It's what she ought to do. She could pay Minnie's board to you, Mabel, and leave money for her clothes, and then we'd all be together for a while, without loss to any one."
"Yes, but there would be a loss, Hilda, a loss to Minnie of many months, perhaps, of schooling, and improvement in her studies is an important thing to her. No one can justly find fault with what Mrs. Lemming is planning, my dear girls. It is the best to be done under the circumstances, and we must strive to be content."
"The studies have nothing to do with Mrs. Lemming's calculations, I'll answer for it," said Hilda. "What she's concerned about is leaving Minnie with her poor sewing-girl sisters. She's afraid all her trouble to make her a lady will be knocked over by vulgar examples set by her vulgar relations. Look how she's kept away from us herself, and how, but for poor Lily's accident, she'd have been keeping Minnie from us all this time. I tell you, Mabel, Mrs. Lemming's just of a piece with Cousin Algin, and the Barretts, and the rest of them, and yet you can't see it. Haven't you been saying all along that Mrs. Barrett would do us some kindness, if we'd only give her time? And here, it's 2 years, nearly, since we've been poor through her husband's means, and she's not so much as come to visit us. You're all the time thinking too well of people, Mabel, and I think it's a shame. If I were you, I'd fly right in the face of Mrs. Lemming and take poor Minnie away from her. Let her go to Europe if she likes, and send her precious mischief-making Clara to the New York boarding school. But Minnie belongs to us, and she has no right to be dragging her hundreds of miles from Chicago." It is probable Hilda would have found a good deal of the same sort to say, only that, talking very fast, she was here, for want of breath, brought to a standstill. "It is not kind, Hilda, to talk in this way and make Minnie more unhappy," said Mabel, finding she could now put in a word. "Let us rather do what we can to content her with a change which is unavoidable. Get up, Minnie, dear, and sit beside me in your old way. Let us believe all these things are for the best, and meet them in the spirit our dear mother taught us was the right one, a reliance on Him who directs all our ways." In this way, Mabel sought to reconcile her sisters to the separation which was before them, losing sight of her own distress in consideration of theirs. Meanwhile, little Lily was quite overlooked. When, at length,
Mabel went up to her. She found she had been silently weeping.
"I don't want to cry, Mabel dear," she said,
as the latter gently wiped the tears from her cheeks,
"because I heard you say it was right and all for the best. But when I thought how happy it was for me that dear mother left me to you, and how poor Minnie was left to Mrs. Lemming, I pitied Minnie so much that I got started off when I didn't mean to."
The thought of how much less happy in this particular Minnie was than herself here started off little Lilly again, and it was not without considerable trouble that Mabel succeeded in soothing her. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Bad Heart. The day Mrs. Lemming had proposed to leave Chicago with her young charges came round, and so did the hour of parting between the sisters. Poor Minnie made her appearance at Mabel's looking pale and thin, for she had been quite sick through the week which had passed since her conveying to her sisters tidings of the contemplated change.
"I've had such a disappointment,"
she said, as she hung weeping on Mabel's neck.
"The only comfort I had in going is taken from me, Mabel."
"Your only comfort, my darling? Try to find many, dear Minnie. Look for them, and you will have them. But what is this only comfort you speak of?" Minnie then explained that, learning from Mrs. Lemming she was to have a liberal supply of pocket money at command during her stay at the New York school, she had planned the sending of it in letters to Mabel. But Clara had that morning informed her of arrangements made by Mrs. Lemming through which she would only receive this money from the hands of the principal of the school, on stating the purpose she had for it. Clara had not left her in doubt as to the reason for this arrangement, since she plainly told her Mrs. Lemming chose that the money should be spent by Minnie herself on fancies, like the other girls, and not given away on any pretense whatever.
"Oh, Mabel, I feel this as you can't think,"
said poor Minnie in conclusion. "Hilda's been telling me how hard you find it to get along through your learning of the vest-making, even after selling your nice sofa and bureau. And I thought how pleasant it would be, every once in a while, to send you some money, when you'd been put back so." "Poor child! I can understand your disappointment," replied Mabel, "but don't distress yourself. What is needful for us will come from some quarter. God is not going to let us suffer, my sister."
"But I'm miserable to think, Mabel, that I'm having every comfort in life, while you and Hilda and dear little Lilly are wanting so many things. Oh, Mabel, maybe you don't think it, but I'd rather have some wants and troubles like the rest of you. Then I'd not be reproaching myself as I do."
"Never reproach yourself, darling, for you are a kind, affectionate sister, and you have your own troubles too, Minnie, your troubles and your wants, as you have just proved to us." "I should think so," indignantly put in Hilda. "I should say having a girl like that Clara Dean prying around and interfering in one's concerns was just about trouble enough for anyone. This is all her contriving, Mabel, and I told you how it would be when Minnie gave you that $10. Mrs. Lemming would never have made such strict arrangements but for her interfering. Tell the truth now, Minnie. Isn't Clara at the bottom of it all?"
"Mrs. Lemming is kind and good," replied Minnie, "and I don't think, of her own accord, she'd keep me from doing what I please with the money."
"Of course not," chimed in Hilda, "but she's driven and followed up by Clara, till she's got to do just as she likes. I hate that girl. I just hate her." "Hate no one, my sister," reproved Mabel. "Remember the lessons taught us by dear mother." "I'm sure you can't expect me to love her," petulantly returned Hilda.
I'm sure no one could be better for loving such a girl as Clara Dean."
"Not for loving her ugly ways, certainly, Hilda, but for trying to love and pity the poor girl herself. Surely she is to be pitied for being so unhappy."
"Unhappy, Mabel? With every comfort and indulgence around her."
"Unhappy because she has a bad heart, Hilda. There is no surer source of unhappiness than a bad heart."
"Poverty's worse," returned Hilda, who was evidently in one of her less amiable moods. "Poverty's the hardest, bitterest, most crushing unhappiness one can know."
The sisters stood beside Lily's bed, Mabel with one arm around Minnie. She now put the other about Hilda. "We all love each other," she said, "and there are no bad hearts among us. Oh, be sure, Hilda, there is more to be thankful for in this than in the wealth of the world without it." There is no need to linger over the sad parting which soon followed on this little conversation. It came and passed, leaving each heart oppressed with the thought of the many months likely to intervene before a meeting should take place. The term of Mabel's apprenticeship to vest-making expired a few days after the leaving of Minnie, and she again resumed her home labors, having gotten a tolerably good supply of vests to work upon. For Hilda, she had lost her place at the store where she had worked by remaining at home to take care of Lily. Not more effectually was it lost to her through her 3 weeks' absence, however, than it would have been had she remained away but a day, the man who employed her not permitting his sewing hands so much as this short absence from his working rooms. It now became necessary for Hilda to find a new place, as Mabel's occupation of the sewing machine did not permit her to continue homework. Mabel agreed that it would be well for her to spend a little time in seeking work that would compensate her somewhat better than she had previously had, and thus a day or two were lost to her. Upon the afternoon of the second day that had been thus fruitlessly spent, Hilda returned home yet more weary and dispirited than upon the first.
"Tomorrow finds me a place at any mean price," she exclaimed, impatiently throwing off her hat as she seated herself beside Mabel. "Oh, Mabel, Mabel, since sewing is a business, surely it ought to be possible to live by it."
"Some do," replied Mabel, "but they are the few. Those so fortunate as to secure such a place as I once had. The many must nerve themselves for a hard struggle and a long one."
"And we are of the many, Mabel. Oh, if I only had your patience for this hard and long struggle, for it is coming, Mabel. It is on us now. I was calculating closely after I went to bed last night, and even with your vest-making and my getting as much as 50 cents a day, as much as 50 cents, think of it, Mabel, 50 cents for 10 hours close and steady work, and a poor girl glad to get it. Well, even with this 50 cents added to what you make, we shall have a hard, hard time to get along this winter, if we do get along."
"We shall get along, my sister, never fear."
"Think of the coal and the rent, Mabel."
"I do. As concerns the rent, there must be a change made. I was speaking to Mrs. Powers this morning about our rooms, proposing from next week, when our month is up, to retake one only. We cannot afford 2 rooms, Hilda, and I should not have kept them so long only on account of Lily. The doctor attaches so much importance to a good ventilation and to no overheating. But the season is now coming when a fire will need to be kept all the time. Therefore, it will make less difference to have the cooking and washing going on in the room with Lily."
"And which room will you keep, Mabel?"
"Neither, my dear. Mrs. Powers objects to renting one without the other. She has always rented them best together. We will have to look elsewhere. While you are out for work tomorrow, you will make inquiry for a room that will suit us, and I can then go and engage it."
"I tell you, I shall have a search for it. Why, there's the greatest trouble to find a place of any sort in Chicago now, Mabel. I'm hearing about it all the time. I don't believe that even in such a place as Polk Street you'll get a room for half what you pay for one of these."
Perhaps not, Hilda, but you know we cannot keep one of these. Do your best, my sister. We have still nearly a week in which to make the change. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Old Boots. Hilda's search of the next day did not result in her procuring a room, or a place for work, but she was more fortunate upon the morning following, having discovered a room in a small house on Polk Street, from which the tenants were going to move out in a few days. It is true, this family informed her that the cause of their leaving was the raising of the rent, the landlord now demanding $7 a month in place of the $5.50 which had previously contented him. But the difficulty of finding a room was great, and time to Hilda was now important, as she had engaged to enter upon a new sewing place upon the following day. Upon her reporting concerning this room to Mabel, therefore, the latter concluded to go the next morning, when she would be out carrying home some vests, and, if possible, engage it. That afternoon, she noticed Hilda busying herself in a corner about something she seemed desirous to keep to herself. "What are you doing, Hilda?" she inquired at length. "Mending my boots," was the reply, "or, I mean, trying to mend them. They've been letting in the water for some time, and this morning a stone got in and almost lamed me." "Let me look at them," rejoined Mabel, who was engaged with her sewing machine. "No, for I don't want you to be bothering over them, and I know that will be the next thing. I want to be a little more self-reliant, Mabel. You have enough to do without mending my old shoes." "I didn't propose to mend them, only to look at them. Perhaps I can show you a better way to manage them." Hilda limped across the room, the boots in her hand, and silently placed one of them before her sister. Mabel lifted it and gravely examined it. "Poor child! I did not think they were so far gone," she said. "I see you have cobbled them up before, but they are almost past mending now." "I think I can put a piece of that old slipper into the largest hole," replied Hilda. "See, I have almost done this one." "Not badly done, Hilda, but still, it will scarcely stand your walk tomorrow to the store. You will have a new pair, my sister." "And where are they to come from? Oh, Mabel, if you only knew how I have watched and watched the wearing of those shoes, and how I've hoped and hoped again that something would turn up to enable me to get another pair at my own cost. What a miserable, ill-contrived girl I am that I can't even earn my bread and a pair of boots after 3 months' work and more." "At 3 shillings a day, how could you?" said Mabel soothingly. "But cheer up, Hilda. You have a place now, and you can take your first earnings to buy a pair of good new boots. And take bread out of your mouth and dear little Lily's to do it? Oh, Mabel, I've been a simpleton and a wicked, wicked girl. I ought to have stayed at Cousin Algin's. You were right, as you always are. I ought to have stayed. If she'd put her foot on my neck even, I ought to have stayed. But she didn't. She was decent enough in her way, and she believed she was giving me a decent enough time, too. She kept me in good clothes and good food, and I only didn't know how good they were. If I hadn't come from her with things almost new, and with boots just out of the store, I'd have been in rags and barefoot now. And I don't know how I'm to keep from being barefoot and in rags, Mabel. Oh, I don't know. It's coming on me fast, but I suppose I've got to bear it, like many a better girl before me." As she finished speaking, Hilda bent her head over her old boot and burst into a passion of tears. "This is not the way to be self-reliant, Hilda dear," said Mabel gently. "Finish your boot and put it by for outdoor wear. You can always have my slippers for the house, and that will save them until you can get others." While saying this, Mabel was quietly progressing in the cobbling of the boot Hilda had left with her, and before the latter, having checked her tears, had gotten well under way at the finishing of the one she had been busy about, her sister had the other completed, in as good a way as circumstances permitted. "Oh, you have done it, and how nicely!" Hilda exclaimed, as, having at length finished the mate, she took up the other one from beside Mabel. "If I could only be like you, Mabel, only so smart and capable and so able to do everything well. Why was I made such a clumsy bungler at everything I take up?" "We have all our gifts, dear Hilda, all something to be thankful for. Gratitude for these is not only due our Creator, but makes our own happiness." "Tell me of one thing I have to be thankful for just at this time, Mabel," said Hilda after a pause. "Something, I mean, besides a good, kind sister to advise and help me. I know I have that." "To begin with, Hilda, you have health, which is a very great blessing in itself. Compare your condition with that of our suffering little Lily, with that of many a poor sickly girl who, like yourself, has to work for a living. Have you forgotten those 2 consumptive sisters you were telling me of the other day, who sew for Steen, and that go with scant clothes and almost shoeless feet through cold and damp? Oh, Mabel, I had forgotten them, and I do thank God that He hasn't made me like them. Poor girls! I believe if they had decent comforts, they'd be nearly as well as others, but with all they have to go through, it's no wonder they're what they are. They boil over their tea leaves a second time to drink, and take it without sugar or milk. And all they have to eat with it is a crust of bread, and that, maybe, dry and stale. Their mother's a cripple and can do nothing, and they have to support her, as well as themselves, on the little pay they get for their sewing. If you were but to see those poor girls, Mabel, you'd think, like me, that it would be no strange thing if they were, one day, to fall dead over their work. And if they did, what would it matter, except to the old mother, who would be left to starve? Steen would have 2 other girls in their places before an hour was over, 2 others to grind down, as he has poor Fanny and her sister. I tell you, Mabel, this sewing business seems very like some of the dreadful things we read of from the war. The sewing girls are poor creatures fighting for the morsel to eat and the rag to wear, and when their health and strength are gone, or their hopes died out, why, one after another, they fall and are trodden underfoot. Others, oh yes, plenty of others crowding on to fill up the ranks, greedy to get even the little pittance such men as this Steen give. But it's something, and so is a dime something, though it's to buy bread and clothes and pay for coal and house rent." "My dear Hilda, how you excite yourself." "Is it any wonder, Mabel?" Hilda asked this in a tone so low as to form a strange contrast to the one in which she had just spoken. "Isn't it for this very Steen I go to work tomorrow?" "My dear sister, it is. But don't be discouraged because of that. You are young and in strength, and neither are you alone, but with a sister beside you, who will do all God gives her to do to lighten your burden. Mabel, it discourages me more than you can think to have to work for this man Steen. I tried so hard to avoid it, as you know, but what could I do? Any place where better pay is given, if ever such a trifle better, is caught up by others who have more experience than I, and so I'm reduced to the condition of that crowd pressing on to fill up the ranks, the poor girls willing to catch at anything that may be called something. But this little something is not the all we have to depend on, Hilda, and for that let us be thankful. With little Lily so much better as she is now, the more time I shall have to work at the vests. I don't fear but we shall do well. Still, Mabel, it doesn't change the fact that I shall be bringing a mere mite to help along. Nor does your bringing what you call a mere mite change the fact that you will be doing your best, dear Hilda. It is not your fault that you can bring no more, but the fault of those who, taking advantage of the necessities of poor sewing women, make such unsuitable return for their labor. Mabel, are there not many things in the Bible which seem to touch directly at the employers of poor sewing girls? There certainly are. Very many are the warnings against that greed of gain which induces this one class of people to be so cruel to another. The oppression of the poor is spoken of as a sin particularly hateful in the sight of God. A dreadful score will there be against such men as Steen and Lelleman then. Dreadful indeed, for we cannot but believe that God, in his justice, will deal with them in that spirit of retribution he has promised. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The House Agent. The next morning, having taken home her vests, Mabel sought the proprietor of the house in which she proposed taking a room. He was a house agent by the name of Brumbley, doing business in a little box of an office on Dash Street. He was in his office when Mabel entered it, and received her with the disagreeable gruffness of manner of which his appearance gave promise. So discouraged indeed was poor Mabel by the address of this man, that, had there been time and opportunity to find a room other than the one she had come about, she would have been tempted to retire from his office almost upon the moment of entering it. In return to the question put to him by Mabel concerning the terms per month of the room, he inquired what business she followed. Mabel replied that she sewed for a living. "Just the sort of tenant I don't want," he growled, giving her an ugly look from under his shaggy brows. "Sewing women are the most troublesome sort of folks to deal with. They're always poor as rats, and whining like whipped curs. They get behindhand with their rent, and expect house owners to have hearts soft as mush, and heads a good deal softer. I, for one, haven't a head or heart of that sort, and I give no quarter, right or left." "I have always been able to pay my rent punctually," said Mabel, "and hope to do so still." "Humph! That may be, but I'll be bound some confounded thing will turn up after you get into my house to give me trouble. How many in family?" "Myself and 2 sisters, one grown, the other a sick child." "That's small enough for a family, but I see trouble through the sick child. A sick child or sick mother or grandmother's forever being thrown in one's face as excuse for backward rent. I have no consideration for these things, and will as lief turn into the street a sick child, mother, or grandmother, as a young woman in good health." "I hope to have no trouble, sir," Mabel rejoined. "And yet, thanks be to God, I never have had." The man gave her a sharp and lengthened look. It was evident that the expression of goodness on the countenance of Mabel was not without its effect even upon this crabbed piece of humanity, for he followed up the look by stating the price of the room. $7 a month, did you say?" repeated Mabel. "I thought it might be less than that." "It's neither more nor less," replied the man, with an aggravation of his gruffness. "I suppose you thought to get it at a dead bargain, because those people who are leaving it got it at a dirt cheap price. But I'm going to have no more of such work as that. The person who owns that house is one that looks sharp to every dime, and ain't going to let folks live on her property on terms that might be called rent-free at a time when every hole in Chicago brings its price. Let that room slip through your fingers,
and unless you have more time to throw away than sewing girls generally have, you'll be apt to find yourself with no room at all."
Mabel saw there was only too much truth in these words, and for a time stood irresolute. The rent was higher than she thought safe to take upon herself, and she had come in strong hope of getting the room on terms better suited to her. Prudence suggested that the wiser course would be to make an attempt to find a place better suited to her means, even if the effort necessitated some loss of time, and she acquainted Mr. Brumbley with her resolve.
99 to 100, but you find that room rented by the time you come back. For back you will come, was the reply. Rooms of that sort don't wait in these times for people to make up their minds.
Mabel commenced her search, confining herself to such neighborhoods as Hilda had not already looked through. No success, however, attended her efforts, and in some anxiety she returned, after the lapse of several hours, to close with the offer made her by Mr. Brumbley, were it still open to her.
"You're just in time," he said. "A man's gone round to look at that room this minute. Well, so you take it. Rent to be paid in advance, to be brought here to me punctually, to the day. If it don't come to me, I come after it. And remember, there's no use to throw the sick child in my face. I've gone through those dodges. They're played out. When do you move in?"
"On Tuesday morning."
"Pay the $7 now."
Mabel had not the money with her, and told him so, saying she would return with it in the afternoon.
"If you don't, you'll lose the room," was the rejoinder. "Maybe you'll lose it anyhow."
Mabel feared this so much that she hurried home for the money, and returned with it without loss of a minute. The man took the $7 in silence and gave a receipt for it.
"Mind you be punctual to the day," he then said, scowling on her in a threatening way. "Some may be imposed on, but I can't be. If you know what you're about, you won't try it. And one thing more, the first thing and the last thing. Don't throw the sick child at me, mind you. Don't throw the sick child at me."
End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Mountain Ash. Seldom had Mabel been discouraged as upon this day. The having burdened herself with a rent large for her means was depressing in itself, and was rendered yet more so by knowledge that the change about to be made must narrow in every way their comfort and convenience. How different a prospect from that of their present snug rooms on Jackson Street was presented by this room in the Polk Street house, with its crowded neighborhood and neglected surroundings filled with ponds of stagnant water and vagrant poultry. Gravely, she thought on the possible effect the unfavorable change might have upon the condition of her little Lily, for she knew from her own observation, as well as from information of her physician, that the child was peculiarly under influence of cheerful sights and sounds, and a pure atmosphere. But in face of all this, that stern taskmaster, necessity, was against the loving sister, and there was nothing for her but to submit. The mere fact of the change was a novelty that, in contemplation alone, quite aroused the little Lily, and she plied her sisters with questions relative to their new home.
"Will there be a pretty mountain ash in the garden?" she asked. "And will the garden be right under the window, like it is here?"
"There is neither garden nor pretty mountain ash, my darling," replied Mabel, clasping to her heart the little hands, eagerly put forth with the question. "But sister will buy you a sweet-smelling mignonette instead, and after a while
A pretty geranium, too, with bright red flowers, like the one in the garden." But a look of grief stole over the little pallid features, and during the short silence that followed, and while she pressed her head against Mabel's shoulder, 2 big tears rolled from under Lily's eyelids and coursed down her cheeks. "Won't it be something to have the pretty mignonette, dear Lily?" Mabel asked, in as cheerful a tone as she could assume. "And to think by and by of the bright red geranium beside it?" "Yes, dear Mabel," almost sobbed the child. "But still, I'll so miss the garden at times I can sit up to the window, and the mountain ash that I can all but touch with my hand. Oh, Mabel, Mabel, the pretty red berries! I shall so miss the pretty red berries." Mabel thought how few sources of pleasure were now open to the little sufferer, and reproached herself that she, even so unwillingly, narrowed these to her. "You will still have Hilda and Mabel, Lily dear," she said. "And you know the other day, after sitting up at the window, you said, after all, lying down with Mabel to hold your hand was as nice as being up and looking into the garden." "Because I'd been up so long then, and my back pained me till I got to bed again. For oftentimes on Sundays you sit by me at the window and hold my hand, and that's better than all." Lily said this, still struggling with her tears, but at the last words she caught a view of Mabel's face, and the grief she read there recalled her to other feelings. "But never mind, Mabel dear," she hastened to add. "I'll cheer up and make the best of it, as you often tell me to do. And won't you ask Mrs. Powers to let us take away a big bunch of her mountain ash? And then we'll put it in water on the mantel or somewhere, and see the pretty red berries long as we can." "I will, my darling, and I know she'll let us. And so we'll have a little tree of our own, and one that Lily can see while she's in bed as well as when she's sitting up to the window." "Yes, yes, Mabel. I never thought of that. I can see it all the time, and that will be nice, though it is but a little tree and not growing in the garden." Tuesday came round, and the move was made. Mabel retained only so much of her furniture as was actually needed in the more confined boundary of their new home, disposing of the remainder to Mrs. Powers. All they took with them was neatly arranged as circumstances permitted. The room was somewhat larger than either of those they left. Still, with its 2 beds, stove, little cupboard, sewing machine, table, and chairs, it had a crowded appearance, and one not calculated to impress cheerfully the new occupants. Little Lily was conveyed to her new home on her bed, placed in the express wagon, and as it was a pleasant sunshiny day, the novelty of being out of doors and the ride together had the effect of putting the little girl in unusually good spirits. By the window, Mabel had placed the invalid's big armchair, and on the window-sill, the driver of the wagon nailed a board, to give room for the standing of the little mignonette pot which Mabel had that morning purchased. The plant looked cheerful there in the sunshine, and so did the great bough of Lily's favorite tree, which Mrs. Powers had herself cut off and placed in a large broken vase of her own. The mignonette and the mountain ash had traveled in the express wagon with Lily herself, and so close to her that she could at any time touch them by putting out her hand. The expressman was a boarder of Mrs. Powers, and had frequently seen Lily in her better times from her seat at the window, and pitied her little white face with its look of patient suffering. Tenderly as a man handles his own feeble infant, did he carry in his strong arms the little bed with its light occupant, to and from its place in the wagon. And when he put it down in its new resting place, it was with tears in his honest eyes that he said, "God help you, little one. It takes a brave heart to bear what He has put on you." He refused to take the $1 Mabel offered him.
Keep it yourself, he said. Every dollar is much to a girl that's got one like her, pointing to Lily, to look to.
You have honestly earned it, said Mabel, still proffering him the money, and perhaps are not rich enough yourself to afford to be so generous.
I'd feel poor enough if I took it, rejoined the man, turning away. I'm a good bit more than $1 richer without it. For a moment or two after he had left, Mabel stood silently with the dollar in her hand. It was little Lily's voice that broke the quiet.
It was a good angel gave you the $1, Mabel, she said.
It was, my darling, was the reply, and sent of God, as you know all good angels are.
Yes, Mabel. Hilda was talking the other day about dreading the time you'd come to your last $1. That time's further off now, isn't it? Further off by a good bit, maybe.
Just so far off as God wills it, my darling. He best knows how it should be. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Died at her post. Hilda had now taken her place in the sewing room of her new employer. The 35 or 40 cents a day, which was promised herself, was all that was paid to those among whom she labored, and it was not long before she discovered that a general dissatisfaction prevailed regarding the wages paid. "Such a pittance don't keep body and soul together," said to Hilda an intelligent, bright-eyed girl of about 20, who appeared to be a leading spirit among the little company. "I'd like Steen himself to be portioned out by it, for a month or two. Perhaps it might open his crabbed Jew heart a little. It would be a good thing if he could be made to go to work, with pen and paper, and figure out how a poor girl is to live on it. Let him put down, in black and white, the cost of lodging and of board, with clothes and fuel, and bring the amount anywhere near the money that can be made by working for him. Look, too, what it costs us in shoes if we trot back and forth to his store, or what car pay comes to, if we live so far off we can't walk. I keep a strict account of all I get and all I spend, and I know exactly what a girl can do on Steen's pay. I know that one pair of good boots will last me just 8 weeks, and I'm not so hard on my shoes as many another. So there's over 2 shillings a week for boots alone at present prices, and that's only one out of many things to be settled for. I tell you, Hilda Ross, I look with pity on every girl that gets into the clutches of this Steen. I've seen more girls get broken down and ruined at his work than at any other's, and I worked 3 years before I came to him, and have only been with him 13 months. "I've only worked at Lellerman before," said Hilda, "and I thought him bad enough, but this Steen is worse." "I've heard plenty of Lellerman, too," was the reply. "I've heard plenty of them all. I know them out and out." "But why is it the sewing girls can't make these men do better by them?" asked Hilda. "Suppose they were to refuse to work but for better wages, wouldn't that settle it?" "Yes, but for the crowds of women and girls wanting work so badly that they'll take it at any price. If all would act together and could afford to starve till their employers were forced into decent terms, it would work well enough. But unfortunately, we all have to eat and drink, and must have a place to lay our heads in, so there's no forcing them into a mend." "There'll be a mighty day of reckoning for these men," exclaimed Hilda, a sudden fire in her eye. "If all the evil they're the cause of is put down against them, and why won't it be? Isn't God looking on? Why, where will they stand? Tell me that now. Where will they stand?" Hilda's companion regarded her with surprise. "You're a regular little go-ahead one," she said, "and have eyes and ears for everything. I like that. I wish more of the girls were so, instead of being the easy, weak sort they are. They sit crying over their work day and night, taking everything as it comes, as if there was nothing for them to do but to take it. Poor things, because they've been at it so long that their hearts and souls are crushed out of them. Do you believe all the heart and soul could be crushed out of you or me? Asked her companion. I tell you no. Oh, Hilda Ross, what a thing it would be if there were an army of women and girls like you and me in Chicago. Something might be done then. Something would be done. And let me tell you, if anything ever is done for the poor sewing women of this town, it's the sewing women themselves will have to do it. And maybe this something will be done, she added, looking curiously at Hilda. Maybe even the poor, sickly, crushed set we have at Steen's will get their courage up for trying it. It will be a little matter, to be sure, a little matter to succeed or fail in, many would say, but it may be the first stone rolled that brings down a mountain. Some have said not to speak to you about it, because you are a new hand, but I know you may be trusted, and that you're of the sort we want. She then went on to explain that there was a strike actually in contemplation, and that this was something entirely new in the course of sewing women and in the experience of their employers. Say nothing about it, she said in conclusion. If Steen gets to know of it before it's actually commenced, he has the whip hand of us. The greater surprise it comes to him, the better. Suppose it's altogether a surprise. Do you expect much from it? Asked Hilda, whose interest was aroused by the relation. It's impossible to tell what may come of it, was the reply. Steen's a man without a soul, but then, like all such men, he's a rank coward at heart, and may be willing to come to reason rather than have the whole thing brought against him. For, however it appears that we poor sewing girls are overlooked with our troubles by the community, there is, every once in a while, an interest excited for us, and even some talk of doing something to better our condition. God knows it needs bettering. Of course, you've heard of the affair of Peggy Bonner and Roxy Billings. No, what was it? I thought Harriet Prince might have told you, as she was intimate with poor Peggy and Roxy. I ought to have begun by telling you about them, for the truth of it is, it's the very thing that's roused the girls to the point of this strike. Roxy and Peggy were cousins and lived like sisters together. They rented a little room on the lower end of Lincoln Street and boarded themselves. They could only live by a regular scratching through, like the rest of us, and Roxy, who was a delicate girl, soon began to sink under it. They had never worked so hard till they came to Steen's, because Peggy had had a mother living with a life interest in quite a nice little property, and this mother had brought up Roxy, who was a sister's child, like her own, and they all lived comfortably together, the girls doing the work of the house. Fortunately, they had a good sewing machine, and when Mrs. Bonner died and someone else came in for the money they had all lived on, they began to work at sewing for a living. Then they came to Steen's to work. As I was telling you, Roxy was delicate, and after a while she got into such poor health that she had sometimes to stay at home for a day, or maybe 2 or 3 days together. She couldn't sit to her sewing machine, you see, she was so weak. By and by, she got so much worse that Peggy had to stay home sometimes with her. Then Steen threatened to dismiss Peggy, making out he didn't believe she was nursing her cousin, but taking holidays for amusement. Amusement, indeed! I'd like to know where she'd have found heart or money for amusement, so near ruin and starvation. At last, after a great deal of threatening and trouble, Steen generously consented, as the poor girls had been working for him for nearly 2 years, and didn't they deserve something for standing by him that long at his prices? He consented, I say, that Peggy should work for him at home, but brought down the price from that he paid at the store to 2/3 only. How these 2 poor girls had supported themselves long as they had is a mystery to those that put 2 and 2 together, and that know that bread doesn't come like manna from the clouds, and shoes and calico dresses don't grow on trees. Maybe they were helped by some of those who claim a price to be paid in another world as well as this. They were open to suspicion, since they did live, and were not yet reduced to their last rag, so some whispered it of them. But if it were so, was the fault all theirs? Hilda Ross, was it? I put that question to myself again and again, and from my heart, lighted by the best knowledge I have of right and wrong, there has come this answer. The deadliest weight of the sin is on those who drove them to it. If a poor beast is driven into water and kept there, is it his fault if he drowns? Then how is it with these poor girls? I tell you, Hilda Ross, starvation, cold, and rags are hard things to face, even when in the distance. Harder still to bear when they are upon you. And when there are those at hand who tend the aid, which is ruin, poor human nature has to be hedged in with a good deal of the angel to stand it. See, I have decent clothes, and so have I a decent home, and enough, in reason, to eat and drink. But how have I these? Why, because I have 2 good brothers who let me spend what I make on my clothes, or as I choose, not taking board of me, though I have no time with my sewing to keep house for them. But does that make Steen's prices better? Does it make it easier for others to live on them? Indeed it doesn't, replied Hilda. But you haven't finished about Peggy and Roxy. Well, the finishing is near at hand. These poor girls went on long as they could, suffering and suffering, without complaint too, for they were of the spiritless patient sort we were speaking of, till one day a person in the house, remarking that she hadn't seen them about since the day before, went to their room, and there found both the poor things dead. Dead? Repeated Hilda, her cheeks and lips quite pale. Yes, dead of cold and neglect, the one stiffened upon her bed, the other at her sewing machine. Probably Roxy died first, and without her cousin knowing what had happened. But it was plain poor Peggy had been trying to get through her night work, for she often sewed night as well as day, to earn her pittance for the morrow. It was an intensely cold spell, and she had used up her coal. The last was found in the little stove, burned to ashes, and working in that bitter cold was more than life could stand. It was said there was an aid society going to do something for them, or talking about doing something for them, and that it was the work promised by these ladies poor Peggy was looking for from day to day. But I don't know. Anyhow, nothing was done for them, and that cold night ended all their troubles. There should be another great Hood to write a story about that girl, Hilda, and it should be called Dying on Her Post. For wasn't it so? Just as the oil of her sewing machine was frozen, so was the blood in her veins still and dead. I have heard and known of strange and sad things about sewing girls, but never anything so sad and terrible as this of Peggy and Roxy. There was trouble taken to keep it out of the papers, and it was kept out. But it got to be known to a good many besides Steen's people, for all that. When did it happen? Questioned Hilda in a whisper. Late last February. It made a great stir at Steen's, with all his trying to keep it down, and this business of the strike has been working ever since. It ought to have come right upon it, but there are always slow coaches on these things. I believe if the strike had come at the right time, it would have made its mark for every sewing woman in Chicago. But better late than never. Our little affair may come to something, last as well as first. By the time Debbie Curtis had finished her relation, she and Hilda found themselves at the home of the latter, for it was during their walk from their place of work that the relation was made. They parted almost in silence, Hilda so much impressed by the melancholy story of poor Peggy and Roxy that she could think or speak of nothing else during the remainder of the evening. The whole of it was repeated to Mabel, with exception of the contemplated strike which was the result. This, for private reasons, she determined to keep to herself. The story of Peggy and Roxy haunted Hilda's sleeping as well as waking thoughts. She dreamed she was present in the room of the poor girls on that night of terrible cold, though in a condition that left her no power of motion or even ability to make a cry. She knew what was happening, knew what was about to happen, yet was without power to assist in any way the unfortunate cousins. Still, with a sort of fascination which was terrible to her, the scene before her engaged all her attention, and particularly was her interest fixed upon the poor girl who was about to be overtaken by death while busy at the instrument which had been her means of livelihood. To the dreamer's fancy, it seemed that the sewing machine was a thing of life, like poor Peggy herself, and that it struggled like her for the vital spark which was departing from it. The oil of the machine was frozen, like the blood in her veins, both cold and stiff, Debbie Curtis had said. To Hilda's fancy it was all blood, springing, running, deep red blood, contending with the icy chills which were stealing around it. She was agonizingly conscious of the whole scene, though at the same time quite insensible to any personal inconvenience from the cold. She heard the whir and click of the machine, and saw the busy wheels run and the treadle rock. She saw the hands of the toiler, too, plying busily her work, striving, it seemed, by rapid motion to fight off the enemy that had marked her for his own. The fire got lower, the room chillier, the hands stayed and bungled over their work, the running gear of the machine became clogged. Then an icy, icy coldness filled the room. It fell everywhere. It turned to icicles the breath of the workwoman. A stone-like stillness crept over her. The sound and motion of the machine were over. Life had departed from both. Peggy had died at her post. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Strike. It was a day or two later, and the sewing women and girls in Steen's employ were collected at the place of their labors. All had come punctually to the hour, not a few in advance of it. A different appearance from the usual might have been observed about each and all of these poor women today, for once the look of stolid indifference, that outward sign of crushed hopes and exhausted energies common with most of them, had given place to a something like expression of feeling. Some countenances wore a look of determination and strength, others of anxiety and weakness, even of fear. Some eyes flashed brightly and hopefully, others drooped despondently, a few even tearfully. No bonnets or hats were taken off. None divested themselves of the outside covering they wore. But leaving untouched the machines, which were generally the first objects of interest, they gathered together in a group, conversing in low tones, and apparently awaiting the coming of someone, for many were the glances cast in direction of the inner door. That someone came at last. It was the foreman, a person considerably younger than Steen himself, but one, in his own way, not less unprepossessing in his appearance. The moment he appeared, Debbie walked up to him. "Mr. Levi," she said, "we shall work no longer for Mr. Steen at his present wages. The winter is coming on, and the price of everything rising with every day. And unless Mr. Steen allows us better wages, something we can live by, every woman and girl employed in this room will leave at once, and never come back to him." Mr. Levi stared at her, then ran his eye over the group standing, all attention, a little way off. His countenance expressed slight surprise, nothing more. "He will find plenty of others to come," he then said, bringing up once more with his eyes upon Debbie. "You know that, Debbie Curtis?" "Plenty may come and plenty may go, too," rejoined Debbie with concentrated feeling. "And his busy time may be ruined by it. I'll engage he'll find no others to stay as we have done. Some of these," glancing round at her companions, "have been working for him these 2 years. I myself have been taking his niggardly pay for nearly 14 months, and Peggy Bonner and Roxy Billings would have been with him 2 years and 4 months this day if he hadn't frozen them up. None of the rest of us want to be frozen to death by him, nor to die in any other way by his hands. We want to live, and to live by our work. While we spend every minute of 10 hours a day for him, he owes us a living and has got to give it to us. All we want with you is to tell him so, and to tell him just as you heard it."
"Certainly I will tell him," was the reply, in the same unimpassioned tone as before. "It is not very difficult to do that." And the undemonstrative foreman quietly left the room. For a moment after his departure, not a word was spoken by the women. Then Debbie suddenly broke the silence to say,
"Margaret Klein, move back. I can stand alone at this work." Now, Margaret Klein was the woman who had volunteered to stand second to Debbie, and for whose reappearance at her place of labor the strike had, for some time, been postponed.
"What's the trouble?" she asked, in a voice that she vainly strove to steady. "Ain't I ready to do all I promised?"
"No, for you can't do it," rejoined Debbie. "Poor girl, this sitting up with your mother's been too much for you. You're sick yourself today." Margaret put her hands over her eyes and silently wept. Debbie Curtis was right. She was sick. Not only sick, but hungry. For the time lost through nursing her mother had given opportunity for starvation to enter the house. She had no heart for the strike today.
"I haven't been nursing or sitting up with anyone," said Hilda, pushing forward to Debbie's side. "And just what I'd like is to stand by you, Debbie Curtis. Shall I?"
Debbie's only reply was to press the hand which Hilda, while speaking, had slipped into her own. For at that moment Steen himself appeared in the room, followed by his passive foreman. Approaching the 2 girls, Debbie and Hilda, who stood somewhat in advance of the others, he said,
"What is this my foreman tells me, Debbie Curtis? You ask for higher wages?"
With great self-command, Debbie repeated what she had said to the foreman, and nearly as possible in the same words. If the allusion to the melancholy fate of Peggy and Roxy touched the man in any way, he gave no intimation of it, but passed it over in silence.
"I do business for 12 years in Chicago," he said with an ugly scowl, "and this is the first time a thing like this happen. And it is for me to make one example of it. I know right well how to start. I know that it is 1, 2, maybe 3 girl that is dissatisfied, and they work up the rest to help on the trouble. But it will do no good, but only harm. My price is fair price, and plenty will work for it. Never will I choose to have any work for me, but that is satisfied."
"Satisfied?" exclaimed Hilda, her temper rising upon this cool retort of her employer. "Where will you find a girl satisfied with wages not fit for a dog? Were poor Peggy and Roxy satisfied? Did the miserable way those poor girls died speak up for your fair prices?" Then, suddenly getting her temper again under command, in a changed tone, she added, "Mr. Steen, we ask for justice and fairness, nothing more. We are sewing women, and sewing women are expected to live by their work. Now, we have one and all found we cannot live on what you pay us, so beg you to do better by us. That you may be quite satisfied of the truth of what we say, we have made up a list of a poor girl's necessary expenses, absolutely necessary ones only, you understand, and have brought it to you, signed by all these girls and women present. If you would only take a look at it, you would see how far it goes beyond the weekly wages you pay us." As she concluded these words, Hilda took a paper from the hand of Debbie and offered it to their employer. Surprise only had so long kept the man silent. Surprise at the prompt and determined address of a girl who was not only the youngest present, but so much of a stranger in his employ. But his anger, if for a while held back, was not the less positive when it asserted itself. "I not look at it," he cried, impatiently waving aside the paper. "I have nothing to do with expenses you choose to have. I simply want to pay fair price, and I do pay fair price, and so it is to stand. If you all have made up your mind to go, if there is nothing better for staying, then go. If there is nothing better for staying, I have but one thing to do myself, and that is to pay a fair price." "Mr. Steen," here resolutely put in Hilda, "if you really wish to pay fair prices, why not look over the paper? You will find that with boots at $2.75 and calico 35 cents a yard." "That is none of my business," irately interrupted Steen. "My business is only to pay fair prices, and it is your business to make the fair price cover the expense of living. Plenty of women in Chicago willing to work for me, and that is proof my price is fair price." "It is proof that Chicago is filled with hard, cruel men like yourself," retorted Debbie, her eyes flashing with indignation in the very face of the person she addressed. "Men that grind down poor sewing women in their employ to the last farthing, and the bitter struggle these poor women have to live is proof that God's anger will some time be wreaked upon you all." "That is enough," coolly returned Steen. "I don't choose more. You can all go, right this minute. But I tell you, you'll be coming back again, asking to do my work, every one of you. But there is that two shall never get work when they come back, no, not if they starve. And that is Debbie Curtis and Hilda Ross. Those two shall never show themselves here again." Having delivered himself of these words, giving particular emphasis to the prohibition upon Debbie and Hilda, Steen left the sewing room, followed, as when he had entered it, by the foreman. The women and girls hung together for a while, whispering their indignation, their disappointment, and their anxieties, then quietly passed downstairs and out of the store, seeing nothing further of either of the men. "It's ended in nothing," said Debbie, soon as she and Hilda were together in the street. "Yet I'd do it again, sure of its ending just the same. There's not a bit of spirit taken out of me. Is there out of you, Hilda Ross?" "No," was the reply, in a more assured tone than her companion had probably looked for Debbie had noticed a look of grave concern upon the countenance of Hilda. "I feel we've done right, come what may of it." "The worst that can come of it is two of us being without a place for a while," rejoined Debbie. "But, to be sure, that would be a big matter to many." She paused and looked gravely into the face of Hilda. "Maybe it's a big matter to you," she said. "It is," replied Hilda, choking down a sob. "It's a great matter, because of my poor little sister, who is helpless as a baby through a hurt from a fall, and of my good elder sister, who has such a hard time to make both ends meet for us all. I feel my heart sink at the thought of going home to say I have lost my place at Steen's." "Poor girl! Oh, I don't know that I can altogether say I would do it again if it was undone. You blame me, Hilda Ross, in your heart you do. You must blame me." "I blame no living being but Steen," replied Hilda. "In reason, there's no one else to blame." "That's all I ask," rejoined Debbie. "Keep up your spirits, Hilda, child, and the bright day may come for us at last. A strike among sewing hands is a new thing in Chicago, and when Steen comes to think of it, and some others to hear of it, good may grow out of it, all the good we looked for." They, soon after this, arrived at the parting place. "Go to your sister's with as light a heart as you can," then said Debbie, "for I shall try and do something for you. If the rest are driven to go back to Steen, He will take them, and it can't be at lower wages than they've been getting, so they're no worse off than before. I'll use my time in hunting up work for us both, and I promise you, if I get but one place, you shall have it. I can better afford to lose time than you, Hilda Ross, so you shall have work first." Hilda pressed in silence the hand extended her, then hurried homeward. The first sound that greeted her upon entering the room was the moaning of little Lily. The poor child was laboring under one of those paroxysms of pain from which she had latterly been almost exempt, and though the soothing morphine had already been administered by Mabel, her suffering was acute. Sad was it to see the pale face with its wan and pinched features distorted with pain, and to hear the feeble voice raised in bitter wailing. Mabel hung over the pillow of the little sufferer, soothing the best she could with kind words, while the tears which coursed over her cheeks told all she was suffering at the sight of the little one's agony. Every look and every moan of the child came like a reproach to Hilda, and she shrunk away to herself with feelings of wretchedness and self-condemnation. She had gone from home that morning, her heart filled with hope of bringing cheering tidings on her return. She had figured to herself Steen succumbing to a necessity forced upon him, and raising the wages of his hands to the really fair price that he affected to believe he paid. But alas, it was the reverse of this picture that was before her. The strike was a failure, and she had lost the place which, after several days' search, was the only one attainable, and the small pay of which was, at least, better than nothing. She dreaded to tell Mabel. Poor Mabel, already distressed at this bad turn of little Lily's, yet was impatient to have it told and to know what her sister would say. Hilda was not one to shield herself under false representations, and when the moment for the disclosure came, Mabel received the story without an attempt upon the narrator to make the part she had herself taken in it appear any better than it was. Mabel was grieved, but seeing Hilda's distress, said little as she could to add to it. "I hope your new friend will succeed in finding you a place," she observed. "But for the present, I am not sorry to have you home to help with poor little Lily. Poor child, these dreadful spells of pain take all my attention, yet it is absolutely necessary I make progress with my work. If I understood vest-making, or if I wasn't so stupid about learning things," said Hilda, "I could do well by staying at home, for I might be basting and making buttonholes while you are at the machine." "But you don't understand it," replied her sister, "so something else must be found for you." Hilda repeated the encouragement held out to her by Debbie Curtis. "She is a good, kind girl," she said, "and will act up to her word with me. She's been at the sewing business for years and understands a good deal more than I do about hunting up work, so I can safely leave it to her and stay at home to help you with dear Lily." End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Good Angels. The next morning, Hilda made preparation to be off early for some needful household purchases. "I wish I had stayed at Steen's long enough to earn a pair of boots," she said, as she fastened on the overworn ones which she and Mabel had cobbled up. "Think that I was working for that man nearly a week, and didn't even make a pair of boots." Little Lily was somewhat better this morning, and reclined, propped a little on her pillows, while she dressed and undressed her doll. Bent on giving the child an agreeable surprise, Mabel had spent a while before retiring the night before in making a pair of neat boots for Miss Dolly, whose necessities in this respect had hitherto been quite overlooked. Lily happened to be engaged in putting upon Dolly's little feet, for about the 20th time since waking, those same pretty boots, when Hilda made the foregoing remark. "I wish you had a good angel to make you a pair of new boots overnight, Hilda, like my Dolly has," she said, suddenly pausing in her employment and looking affectionately at her sister.
Mabel's my good angel, and Dolly's too, and where would we either of us be without her?"
"You'd be where I would be without her," exclaimed Hilda, "in rags and without a home. Oh, Mabel, why am I such a useless clod as I am? Worse, a good deal worse, than if I wasn't." The hat she had been about putting on was thrown from her hand, and burying her face in the corner, she wept and moaned as though a new misfortune had come to her. Mabel looked up from her basting, surprised at the sudden outbreak. "Don't talk in that unhappy way, Hilda," she said, "and don't cry so. You are everything to me, my companion and my solace. You cannot think how sadly I see you go from us, and with what pleasure I look for your return." "Yes, with such news as I brought you last evening," groaned the unhappy girl. "Oh, Mabel, the terrible thoughts and dreams I had all night because of that business at Steen's has made me perfectly miserable today. There's no use denying it. I'm a wretched clog at your heels, and I had such hopes of helping you and Lilly when I first came to you. But now they're all faded out, worse than faded out. It's hard that, with every wish to be of use to you, I'm to be a mean clog forever. It makes me hate myself. It fairly makes me hate the bright light of day." With her countenance wearing a look of grave concern, little Lilly rebukingly put up her fingers.
"Oh, Hilda," she said, in the solemn tone she sometimes used, "how can you expect any good angel will come to you overnight if you talk that way?"
Then, suddenly changing her tone, she added,
"But yes, Hilda, dear, there's a good angel pities you so much she'll forgive you, even if you do forget once in a while, because you're unhappy. Dear, dear mother's that angel," in a whisper, "and she's with us all the time."
"Oh, I want to believe it, Lilly."
"Well, Hilda, you may believe it. She's with me when I'm in pain, and she often whispers things to me that make me feel better. Sometimes, you know, I forget, like you do, and I get cross and complaining, and don't think for dear Mabel as I ought. Then that good angel keeps a little off, and I know I've troubled her, and feel ever so sorry. By and by she comes round again, and she forgives me and says sweet things to me, and I say to her, I say it down here," putting her hand on her heart, "I say how sorry I am, and how I'm going to try, next time the pain's on me, to be more patient and more kind and thoughtful for poor Mabel."
"You're a sweet, dear little angel yourself," cried Hilda, affectionately kissing her. "And the wonder is I can be so bad with such good people about me as you and Mabel. There's a black sheep in every flock, they say, Mabel," she added, with a forced laugh, "and I'm the black sheep in the Ross flock. You and Minnie and dear little Lilly are as white and pure as the Good Shepherd wants, but I'm black and ugly and ill-contrived." There was no one of the sisters could compare in beauty with Hilda, as she looked that moment, her dark eyes flashing from under her hat, and her lips and cheeks flushed with her recent weeping. Mabel appreciated all this, and looked affectionately and proudly upon her. "Don't talk of ugliness, without or within, Hilda," she said, as the latter approached to give her a parting kiss. "God has blessed you with a good heart, and made the heart speak in your face. Nor is there a black sheep in that Good Shepherd's fold. All he claims as his own are white and pure." Hilda stayed on her errand considerably longer than her sister expected, so long, indeed, that the latter began to be quite anxious about her. At length she returned. Every step she took, from first entering the house, was clearly audible to Mabel and Lilly through the firm tramp made by what was, beyond doubt, a new pair of boots on her feet. In fact, so unquestionable was the sound that both her sisters doubted whether the person approaching was indeed the Hilda who, almost bootless, had left them some hour and a half before. And these doubts were only entirely put to rest by the actual appearance in the room of the young girl herself. She didn't hurry joyfully to their presence, however, but walked leisurely in, a look of depression very discernible about her.
"Dear Hilda, a new pair of boots!"
cried little Lily, dropping her doll and clapping her hands together.
"A good angel has given them to you, I'm sure."
Hilda did not reply. She was slowly putting from her the little packages she had procured for Mabel. She then took off her hat and shawl, and threw herself in the armchair by the window, her eyes all the time fixed upon Mabel. A glance of the latter at the feet of her sister had assured her that the boots Hilda wore were not only new, but such as she had had no thought of purchasing, being of quite a superior finish and, of course, of a higher price. "How is it, Hilda?" she asked. Mabel's cheek was pale, and she had brought her sewing machine to sudden silence. "How, my sister? Have you got your boots?" "Lily says it was a good angel gave them to me," replied the odd girl, "and I think she's right." "I trust so, Hilda, but tell me, my dear sister, put me out of anxiety, if you can." Hilda regarded Mabel in silence. The former looked sad indeed, and on her cheek were traces of recent tears. But there was no appearance of emotion about her now. She was plainly in one of those quiet, unimpassioned moods which, with her, generally followed on a period of unusual agitation. In these it always happened that her mind was the clearest and her reason most positively asserted itself. "If I can," she repeated. "I have got at your thought, Mabel, and no wonder you look so pale and strange. I, too, have heard of these things, of poor girls being persuaded to take something for decent covering from no good angels, and by having a dear price to pay for them. But it was from none such as these I got my boots. Look, ain't they good and pretty ones? But from a kind, good soul, who really deserves to be called the angel Lily says. But you mustn't expect to hear of further success than my boots," she added with a sigh, "for there is the end of all the good which has happened to me this morning." She then proceeded to relate that she had gone to see Debbie Curtis, hoping she might have done something toward finding work for her. Debbie had unlooked-for misfortunes of her own to relate. Her elder brother had volunteered, and the younger one been drafted. Thus she was about to be parted from both, the regiments to which they were severally attached being expected to leave Chicago in a very few days. During their stay with the army, Debbie was to live with an aunt, who had been keeping house for them all, and she was to endeavor to make her wages cover a portion of the housekeeping expenses. "I was busy all yesterday afternoon looking for work," Debbie continued, having gotten through with her story, "for I was determined to do my best to keep things going at home, now the boys will be off. They'll have money to send us while they live, but then they may be killed or wounded, or they may come home crippled or sick, and be in need of all they can save and all I can make. Joe gave me $20 of his bounty money, and I'm going to lay it by for a rainy day. All, that is, but a few dollars I have spent for a poor girl that needs them more than I do." She then related her experiences of the previous afternoon, which had ended in her engaging a place for herself in Lyne's sail loft, and another conditionally for Hilda. That is, it was open to the latter if she chose to take it. The pay, Debbie said, was about what they got at Steen's, but the work harder, she feared, than any they had yet done. But as there was no choice of work just now, she had thought it well to secure these places rather than nothing. She proposed they should go together the next morning to the sail loft, to which Hilda agreed, provided Lily was well enough for her to be spared from home. Debbie next produced a pair of new boots, and proposed to Hilda that she should try them on. This was done, and the boots proved to be an excellent fit. "They're not exactly the sort you were going to buy with your first pay from Steen's," Debbie then remarked, but they will answer you better. I got them for you, Hilda, and you must keep them." Great indeed was Hilda's surprise, but delighted as she was with the boots, she unhesitatingly declined accepting them, until they were so pressed upon her by the generous Debbie that she saw to refuse longer would be to give offense. "No words can say how much I'm obliged to that good Debbie," said Hilda to Mabel in conclusion. "But say, Mabel, was I right to take them?" Mabel was deeply touched at this proof of kindness from a stranger. "I cannot say you were wrong," she replied. "But should the time come, Hilda, and pray God it may, when you may make return to this good girl for her gift, you must be as determined of her acceptance as she was of yours." "That's the way I've settled it to myself," rejoined Hilda, "and the thing I shall be happy to do. But, Mabel, the taking of these boots has made me feel as I never did before. Debbie is a poor girl herself, and is going to begin tomorrow on the hardest sort of sewing she has ever done. Yet, when I saw her so determined to have me take her present, I couldn't be half so determined not to take it. I did so want the boots. Tell me, Mabel, did it look mean and selfish? Will she think less of me than if I had stood firmly to refusing them?" "You wanted them, Hilda, wanted them badly, and Debbie knew it and felt for you. If you know in your own heart you could do as much for her or for another, rest satisfied to enjoy the gift, and hope for the time to come when you can make a fitting return." Tears were running down Mabel's cheeks, and she was obliged to stop and brush them away as she worked. "I wouldn't feel badly about taking anything from a good angel," now put in little Lilly, who had listened with strict attention to what passed between her sisters. "And I think this good sewing girl is a good angel and was sent by God, like other good angels are. I don't see why you look so sorry, Hilda, and why Mabel cries so. There, her tears drop right down on the sewing machine. I should think Hilda would just make much of her pretty boots, that'll let no more stones and water into her feet, and be happy as can be." Mabel and Hilda looked at each other, and the look was presently followed by a smile from each. "Dear, simple child," said Hilda. "She can rebuke even you, Mabel, wise and good as you are." These words were said sotto voce to the elder sister. Having then changed her new boots for the old slippers she wore at home, Hilda carried the former to Lilly and laid them on the bed beside her for the little girl's inspection. "My beautiful new boots, Lilly dear, that, as you say, God has kindly sent me by a good angel," she said, "and that I'm going to think twice as much of as anything else I ever had to put on. See what pretty neat ones they are, and what good thick soles they have. I am as grateful and happy, dear Lilly, as you were this morning over little Dolly's shoes, and I want you to know that I am. Oh, the good angels, child! What would we be on earth without them?" End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Cold November. The cold and damp which ushered in the next day determined Mabel to keep Hilda at home, as she would herself be necessitated to be out. A fresh supply of coal must be gotten, and to pay for this, some vests must be taken home, and money procured for them. Mabel herself must do this, and quite early after her early breakfast, she prepared to depart on her mission. In some respects, Lilly did not appear much indisposed today, but, soon as Mabel was gone, she gave evidence of a restlessness which quite embarrassed Hilda. The latter was particularly awkward in her attempt to give ease to the little sufferer by change of position, and Lilly's frequent demands for such change, this morning, resulted in discomfort to herself as well as to her nurse. The cry of a ragman from the street finally aroused a keen desire upon the part of the child to sit up at the window, and though Hilda combated the idea for some time, she was at length obliged to do her best to place the little girl comfortably in the big chair, which commanded, from its elevation and position, a view of the crowded neighborhood. It being a chilly day, the sash was closed, and a thick shawl had to be thrown around the little invalid. With her face pressed against the glass, Lilly glanced curiously about her, for this was but the second time she had sat at the window since coming to their new home. Dreary enough was the scene. Not even the ragman was there, with his cart full of coarse bundles, and the little boy, such an odd miniature of himself, who sat behind him among the rags, and so curiously echoed his cry. The time taken up by Hilda in endeavoring to dissuade her little charge from a fancy which she believed fraught with risk to her had given the cart time to make its slow progress by the near houses and disappear around a corner. The ragman had probably done small business in such neighborhoods today. There were plenty of rags, to be sure, but there was something in that November morning which suggested to their owners the wisdom of keeping them to wrap about their own wretched limbs. A look of blank disappointment only first showed itself on Lilly's face, as the result of her survey, but she, after a time, became so interested in watching the erratic wanderings of some half-grown chicks and goslings around and in the pools of muddy water that she quite forgot to make comparisons between the ugly view before her and Mrs. Power's garden. This amusement did not last very long, however. The old restlessness and pains returned to break her quiet, and little Lilly was even more urgent to be put back to bed than she had been to be placed at the window. A period of uneasiness and suffering followed, which seriously discomposed Hilda, who, in her experience of the little patient, had seen nothing exactly resembling it. Morphine was given, according to directions left by Mabel, but its effect was slow, and Hilda looked more anxiously every minute for the return of Mabel. The cold had sensibly increased since the time of Mabel's leaving, and thoughtful for the well-doing of Lilly, whose condition rendered her peculiarly sensitive to cold or damp, the former made all the speed she could to get home to her. It was a great relief to Mabel, upon entering the room, to find that Hilda had been careful to keep up a good fire. Lilly was by this time somewhat soothed, though her countenance still gave evidence of distress.
"Now Mabel's come, I'll be better," said the poor child. "Dear Mabel, I'll just lay still, so still, and then I'll be all right. You'll stay by me, and I won't cry."
Patient child and devoted nurse. This was but the commencement of a long period of suffering and distress for both. The malaria of the wretched neighborhood was telling upon the enfeebled frame of little Lilly, making it yet more difficult for nature to contend with the disease under which she labored. "This afternoon the coal will be here," said Mabel to Hilda, "and what we have will supply the fire till then. I think this cold turn is a commencement of winter." "I'm afraid it is," replied Hilda, with a very grave look at Mabel. "I suppose you only got a little coal, as I heard you say you had so much to do with the money." "I got $4 worth," rejoined Mabel. "I recollected that the expense of hauling and putting in would be the same on a smaller quantity as on a larger." "Then you have not enough to get the tea and sugar, Mabel, and didn't you say there would be none for breakfast tomorrow unless you got some?"
"There will be some for Lilly, dear Hilda, for we will take none ourselves this evening."
This was said in a whisper, for Lilly's eyes were fixed on the speaker.
"The poor child mustn't be worried by knowing it,"
Mabel proceeded in the same tone.
"But from this time, Hilda, until better days come for us, you and I must give up these expensive luxuries. Everything that we can give up must be given up. You understand, Hilda? Given up that she may have all that is needed."
"Yes, Mabel, I'll give up anything, everything for that."
"I knew you would, my sister."
And Mabel pressed the hand that had been placed upon her shoulder. "Mabel, are we going to have a very, very hard time?
Don't be afraid to tell me the worst. I trust and believe, dear Hilda, that we shall get through the winter with what, to us now, is comfort. I do not anticipate anything like want. All my efforts will be given to making sure of needful things for dear Lilly, and keeping out of debt, which to us would be ruin. We are both in health and strength, both ready to bear and to do all we can. Therefore, there is no cause to despond. Mabel, I commence at the sail loft tomorrow, and I'll work like two girls, but I'll get something worth bringing home to you. We're paid by the piece there, and one can make more than another. There's not a girl or woman of them all shall make more than I do. You will do your best, dear Hilda, I am sure of that. But don't expect too much at first, or you will have cause for disappointment. Remember, the work is new to you and must be particularly trying on the hands. If you can do no better than keep at it, you will, after a time, work well, I don't doubt. Mabel, I will keep at it, and from this time I make no more complaint of work or prices. All I will think of is doing as much as I can. I must make enough to cover all my expenses to you, and maybe I may even get something over and above to help you along with poor Lilly. How proud and happy I'd be to do that. Don't despair of me, Mabel. I never despair of you, my sister. How I wish it were tomorrow, Mabel. I want so to be trying this new work that I hope to make something at. But there are hours before tomorrow, and I have plenty to do in them, too. I must get at my mending, for there'll be no time but after dark for that, when I've once entered at the sail loft. She went to the closet and brought forth various articles of clothing. There's one dress, she said, handling it with care, that needs no stitch in it, and won't for many a day to come. It's as fine and good a merino as Cousin Algin got for herself, and I'm sure I'm obliged to her for it, more now than the day she gave it to me. That dress and the shawl, got at the same time, will be everything to me this winter. When I have them on, I feel a little more like old times, less like those poor sewing girls who are almost reduced to their last rag. Mabel, I think it would take all soul out of me to have nothing better than many of those poor girls have. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The Sail Loft. A building of 4 stories, 3 rooms of which were sewing rooms, and 200 women and girls employed in each room. 600 hands in all had Mr. Barr employed, 600 souls to be raised by the something to be hoped for, so essential to us all, to the better of which they were capable, if he would. 600 souls to be crushed to the worst of which they were capable, as he chose. Did that one man ever feel the weight of those 600 souls upon his soul? Did it ever occur to him what a vast field he had there for doing good, and that, just as he did not the good, he did evil, even without limiting, as he did, the wages of those poor women to a pittance on which it was impossible, simply impossible, to live? No, surely no, for had the thought of this presented itself to him, he must have shrunk back, affrighted at the responsibility he took upon himself. Who shall attempt to sum up the evil given birth to and fostered through the wholesale wrongdoing of that one man? Who shall say how many more it shall reach, or how long it shall live? Into another generation, perhaps longer. But if no mind of finite power can compute the dread account, there is one who can do the work, and who will do it. He will do it because he has said so, and the great sum total brought up by him none can dispute. What a heavy reckoning this for one soul! God of might and justice, for one soul.
The room into which Debbie Curtis and Hilda Ross were shown was so crowded that for many of the sewers there was no seat. 200 hands were here employed upon the making of wagon covers. These covers were 15 feet in length and 10 feet in width, with a seam up the middle and a finishing hem around the sides. Besides this, there were 10 eyelet holes. The price paid for the making of a wagon cover was 20 cents. The sewing of the heavy sailcloth, of which they were made, necessitated a palm thimble on the hand of the worker, that is, a strap passed around the right hand with a thimble upon the palm. With this instrument, the sharp, 3-sided sail needle was pressed through the cloth. Before they had been half an hour so employed, Debbie and Hilda found that it was becoming quite impossible for them much longer to continue. Not only was the pain, inflicted by pressing through the great needle approaching the point of torture, but the muscles called into play by the effort were so weakened through the unwanted tax upon them that they refused longer to do duty, or did it so ineffectually that the work progressed at a snail's pace. Hours passed by and found the 200 women and girls still busy at their work, silence upon every tongue, and a look of weariness and hopelessness upon every face. There was not here even the sound of the busy sewing machine to enliven the forced stillness. There was a tradition of a girl, she must have been a new hand, who one day attempted to sing at her work. How long the poor creature might have kept up a divertissement, which, through its novelty in the place, startled every worker in the room, it is quite impossible to say, for the foreman was not off duty. He never was, and he peremptorily hushed the song before it had progressed to the 8th bar. Still, it was something that a song had been attempted in that room. It was something to think about and to whisper about. Something, too, as a warning to any other, who, in momentary forgetfulness of her woes and the iron rule under which she toiled, might be tempted to raise her voice in the stillness of working hours. By and by came round the hour of 12, and benumbed and stiffened hands resigned the needle, and wearied and stiffened limbs changed their constrained position for an upright one. There was an hour of respite from labor, an hour in which the silence imposed upon speech might be suspended, and in which the exhausted frame might receive such refreshment as the small pay for its labor could procure. Of the 200 sewers in the room, one only continued to ply her needle, making no preparation for repast like the rest, never even so much as lifting her eyes upon the sounding of the hour, or the stir made by her fellow laborers. She was a woman, apparently of some 30-odd years of age, of slight proportions, and of peculiarly sad and subdued expression. She very soon attracted the notice of Debbie and Hilda, who, being strangers in the crowd, remained beside each other as they partook of their simple meal. "You're wondering why she keeps on at her work," said a young girl near them. "Yes," replied Debbie. "Surely she must be tired and want her dinner like the rest of us." "Little doubt of that. But it's Martha Christie, and she's working so steadily to make her 2 covers a day. That, you see, will be the whole of 40 cents to her. Such pay's bad enough for us girls," she added in a whisper, and with a glance around to make sure the foreman did not overhear. "And every girl of us knows just how little way it goes. But it's worse still for poor Martha. She's a married woman, and her husband's off to the war, and she left with 3 small children. She managed to get along while he sent her money, though it was but little. But she's had no tidings of him since the Battle of Pittsburgh Landing, that he was in. He was down among the missing then, and she don't know to this day if he's dead or taken prisoner. She's entitled to her bounty whether he's dead or alive, but though she's applied for it, through some reason she can't get it. It would be $2 a week to her, and that would help her a great deal, while as it is, she has to make the whole support herself for the 4 of them. She had better work than this some time ago, and work she could do at home too, which was well on account of the children, but she got sick and lost it, and now is glad to come to the sail loft.
She's only been here a week, but she lives near us, so I knew her before. My mother keeps her children while she's from home, and took care of her, too, while she was sick. No one could help but want to do what they can for poor Martha Christie, but then we're poor enough ourselves and can't do much. She's only been making 3 covers in 2 days till now, but she's trying today to get along faster. The truth is, she sees starvation staring them in the face and is desperate."
"Poor thing," said Debbie and Hilda in a breath.
"I wonder she doesn't apply to the parish," added Debbie. "Surely a case like hers would be relieved." "Perhaps she'd be willing," was the reply, "for the spirit is pretty well taken out of her by all she has gone through. But then she made a promise to her husband never to throw herself on the parish while she could possibly make things hang together. He was a good mechanic, making good wages, and they lived quite comfortably only a year back. So, though of course he didn't think of her getting so down as she is, he had a sort of pride to keep his family from being called paupers."
Debbie had a good supply of biscuits with her, and taking some in her hand, she approached the persevering workwoman. "Take some of my biscuits," she said. "We're all eating, and you need it too." Martha paused and glanced up at the speaker. The look from those dim, hollow eyes haunted Debbie for long after. "Thank you. I have something here." And Martha opened, in a quick, nervous way, a little basket beside her. "Only I didn't want to take the time to eat it." While speaking, she hurriedly took from the basket an old crust of bread. It contained nothing else, and commenced to eat. Debbie silently laid a couple of her biscuits on the knee of the woman, and put the remainder into the now empty basket. Again, Martha lifted her eyes to the girl's face. It was a dim, blank look that said nothing unless it was a little surprise that a stranger should trouble herself about her. Hilda, who stood near, noticed that she only ate the crust, putting the 2 biscuits Debbie had placed on her knee into the basket along with the others. She was sure she was reserving them for the poor children at home. Hilda also noticed that, having hurried through with her crust, Martha more than once glanced from the work she had resumed in the direction of the water, and believing she was reluctant to interrupt her sewing to go after some, the young girl brought to her a mug of it. She was repaid by such a look as the poor creature had twice bestowed upon Debbie, Martha drinking the contents of the mug so eagerly as to satisfy the donor how much she needed it. The day wore on, and the hour for closing up work came round. One after another, the workers presented to the foreman their finished covers, which were severally examined and put aside, the inspector giving for each a ticket which entitled the holder to 20 cents. These tickets could any time be presented at the office, upon which the paying clerk would give for every one the sum named. All looked on with interest as poor Martha moved forward, dragging along her 2 covers, and we will believe there were few of her companions but rejoiced to see she had succeeded in completing them by the appointed hour. The foreman examined them as he had done the others. "These won't do," he then carelessly said, returning them to her. "They must be done over again to get you your tickets." Martha stood as though turned to stone. She had evidently not dreamed of such a result for her efforts. She had overlooked the possibility of losing all by attempting to do too much. Her stitches proved too long for the required measure, and the foreman, whose business it was to see that they were of the required measure, in his businesslike way, rejected her work.
Poor, poor thing," whispered Hilda to Debbie. "How quite heartbroken she looks."
"Stand aside there, and let others come up with their work," said the foreman again, in his businesslike way, addressing Martha. And Martha took a hasty step, as though startled from a dream, and moved off with her 2 covers.
"What will you do?" gently asked Debbie, who followed her to the place where she mechanically put them by.
"Rip them up and do them over again."
There was a different tone now in the voice. Neither did the words come in the brisk way of before, but slowly and heavily, the speaker's eyes bent not on Debbie, but on the 2 covers at her feet. "More than double your work. What a pity." "Yes, more than double." She turned from the covers and moved away, Debbie and Hilda, and not a few others, following with pitying eyes her fragile form, as she slowly left the sail loft. The 2 or 3 following days found Martha in her accustomed place, busily engaged in ripping and resewing the rejected covers. She spoke to no one, looked at no one, but devoted the midday respite to the accomplishment of her task, as she had done on the day of Debbie and Hilda first seeing her. Each day, however, the good-hearted Debbie slipped some of her biscuits into the little basket, which carried the poor crust designed for the laborer's dinner. The work was concluded at last, the 40 cents were earned, and after that, Martha's place was vacant in the sail loft. "She is sick," replied the young girl who had spoken of her to the newcomers when questioned by them concerning her neighbor. "The poor thing just used herself up on those 2 covers, and indeed, she wasn't fit to be working when she was at them. She's in bed now, too ill to raise her head, or to know well what's doing around her. So her pushing for a living for this time's over. The neighbors have been doing the mite they could, and they've given notice about her, so most likely tomorrow she'll be moved to the hospital, and the children put into the almshouse. Poor woman! How hard she has struggled against this very thing. She didn't want, with her children, to be paupers, you know." End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Heart Scalds. Dreary indeed were Hilda's experiences at her present place of labor. When she returned home, it was with her hands aching and bleeding from the painful pressure of the large 3-sided needle and the wounds it otherwise inflicted. How completely were fading out the hopes in which she had sped to her new employment. "Debbie gets along better than I do," she, one evening, said in a desponding tone to Mabel. "She's a good bit bigger and stronger than I am, and her hands are almost twice the size. My hands are just good at nothing. They ain't big enough for heavy work, yet they can't move fast and neatly as I want them at other sorts. I wish I could find out what they are good for. I'm sure it hasn't turned up yet." "Poor, dear little hands," said Lilly, caressing them with her own. "How they're swelled and bruised, worse, oh yes, worse than they've been yet. I do wish, Mabel dear, Hilda mightn't go any more to that dreadful sail loft." "I wish, too, she might never have to go again, dear Lilly," replied Mabel. "And really, Hilda, I do not see how you can go tomorrow. By forcing yourself to work with your hands in this condition, you will eventually lose time." "But I can't bear to give up," replied Hilda. "They say if you only keep steady to it, after a while the hands get hardened to it, and the right hand gets so horny in the palm it can feel nothing. They call it getting the hand palmed. Plenty of girls have their hands in this way. They're hard as can be, and all drawn crooked and gathered up, this way." And she distorted her hand to show the appearance given by the palming. "Will you let her do it, Mabel dear?" Lilly said. "Will you let poor Hilda get her nice little hands all drawn up and hard like—" Hilda checked the remainder by gently placing her left hand over the lips of the little girl. "Of course she will," she replied, "and of course I'd be only too glad to have it so. But there are many, many days between now and that comfortable condition of things, my little sister, and there's no jumping them neither. I've been looking at hands today that a year or so ago I'd have been foolish enough to cry if mine were like, but You may believe I'd be proud and happy to have these useless things like them now."
"I'm sure I'm glad they're not," rejoined Lilly. "Ain't you, Mabel?"
Mabel sighed as, for a moment, she paused in her work. "I'd be happy," she said, "if Hilda were not obliged to do anything hurtful to her hands. But we cannot always choose what we will do, my little Lilly."
"Yes, Mabel dear, I know,"
again said the little feeble voice from the bed.
"I know, only I had forgot. Oh, Mabel, Mabel, what a dreadful thing it is to be poor."
"There are very much worse things, my darling."
"Yes, Mabel, to be ill and suffering is one of them. Maybe it wouldn't seem so very dreadful to me to know we're poor, if I was all right and running about as I once was. But it's so tiresome to be all the time lying here. It makes everything seem the worst, you know."
For another moment Mabel paused in her work, and her eyes filled with tears as she fixed them pityingly upon the little sufferer.
"But never mind, Mabel dear," said the affectionate child. "It's not so very, very tiresome, and sometimes, you know, I feel almost easy, and that makes up for the rest. The worst thing is to see you working so hard, and to know I'm all the time giving you trouble."
But little Lilly was not always so thoughtful for her sister. The unfavorable change which had taken place in her condition had, in a measure, warped the evenness of her temper. Constant suffering, of a greater or less degree, had the effect of rendering her, at times, fretful and impatient, uncertain in her wishes, and even a little selfish in her exactions. Mabel understood too well the condition of the poor child to be surprised at this, and when, at moments of comparative ease, Lilly would remorsefully reproach herself for her want of consideration for one so kind to her, it became the sister's task to soothe and to forgive. For Lilly was not satisfied but to have her say she forgave, and to encourage, as she best could, to future patience. The next morning Hilda found her hands so painfully sensitive to the slightest touch that she was obliged to absent herself from her working place. "Some good shall come of my having to give up," she said to Mabel. "You must take a walk in this clear morning air, Mabel, while I look to Lilly. You're looking so pale and thin as I never saw you yet, and the exercise will do you good. Really, you have had nothing to call a walk for these 3 or 4 weeks." Mabel sighed. It was a habit growing on her to sigh, less, it appeared, from depression of spirits than from physical fatigue. "I scarcely think I can take the time," she replied, with a wistful glance through the window at the bright blue sky. "If I keep steady at these vests, I may get the remainder of this second dozen finished by evening, and I am wanting the money so badly." "I never heard you say before that you are quite without money, Mabel." And Hilda looked anxiously at the face her sister bent over the buttonholes she was making. "I do not consider that I am without it now," said Mabel, "since there are some dollars so nearly owing me on the vests. But you can understand, I am anxious to get them done. I am owing for the last tea, and debt, you know, is a thing I make every effort to avoid. I know, Mabel, for you have deprived yourself of many things I thought essential to avoid it. Well, it has come at last, or rather, I should say, it threatens to come. But if I can get my vests finished, I shall be able to pay the debt before night and get more tea, for the last will not last through tomorrow, nor will the sugar." "I'm glad we have given them up," cried Hilda, "at least that I have, for you ought to take tea, Mabel. You sit up working nights and have scarcely any exercise, and you need it more than at any time yet." "I can do without it," was the quiet reply.
You and I will go share and share together, dear Hilda." But lightly as she took the resigning of her tea, it was a grave privation to Mabel. It was a refreshment that the overtasked frame needed, especially when most of the night hours had been passed at the sewing machine, or in some household labor that the day work had left no moment for. There was a feature attending its resigning, too, which caused Mabel no small embarrassment. This was the necessity of concealing the fact from Lilly. It had been the child's delight to have her dear Mabel take her cup of hot tea at the time she took her own, and she could not understand why her sister should now, as she said, prefer to take it at some other time. "You used to say it was sweeter to take it along with your little Lilly," she would reproachfully remark, "and now you let her take hers all alone, and it don't taste half so good." Mabel had no recourse under such home thrusts but to engage the child's attention on something else. "May God, in His goodness, enable me still to provide such comforts for her," in her own heart the poor girl would say. "I can bear up under every trial, but to see her want." That evening, which was Saturday, the vests were completed. Mabel carried them home, and having received the money due her, hastened to liquidate her debt and procure the articles needful for Lilly on the coming Sunday. Again she had a few dollars in hand, and again was free from debt. And her sleep that night, and the rest of the next day, were sweeter for the knowledge. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The Last Dollar. The rest of 2 days for her hands permitted Hilda to recommence work upon Monday, with little inconvenience but what she had suffered upon the first day. With every day after that, she found herself getting more accustomed to the necessary exertion, and proudly said to Mabel she believed her hands were growing larger and stronger and would, by and by, be all she wished them. One morning, not more than 3 hours after leaving home, she suddenly presented herself before Mabel again, her left hand wrapped in bandages, and a look of intense distress upon her countenance. "Home so soon, Hilda?" exclaimed Mabel. "And hurt, I fear, my poor sister." "Yes, hurt again, Mabel." With her free hand, Hilda pulled off and threw aside her hat in the impatient way she was apt to do when out of spirits and out of humor. "One of those great spiky 3-sided needles ran into my palm and made such a dreadful hurt I nearly fainted," she continued. "Debbie Curtis was so kind, but then she always is. She stopped her own work and took me round to a doctor, and he dressed it for me. He says it's a serious hurt, and he can't say yet exactly how bad it will be, and that I must keep it quiet as possible, and come to him every morning to have it looked to. It hurts me so you can't think, Mabel, and yet it has a strange numb feeling, too. I am sorry for you, my poor sister. It must indeed be very painful." "Oh, I'm not thinking about the hurt a bit," quickly rejoined Hilda. "It's the loss of time and money goes so hard with me. I've been earning a mere drop in the bucket anyway, and now I'm forced to give up that little help to you. I've got 60 cents somewhere in my pocket," she added, fumbling for it, "and that's the last, maybe, I shall be able to earn for a week or more. There it is," laying the money on the sewing machine before her sister. "If it were $60, Mabel, I'd be the happiest girl this day in Chicago, but it's only a mean 60 cents, and I'm the most miserable." "Thank you, dear Hilda," kindly said Mabel as she took up the money. 60 cents is a good deal to us, you know, much more than $60 to many another. And what, after all, is $60 or $60 60 times told, to what is really ours, if we could get it?"
suddenly exclaimed Hilda. "If justice were justice and right right, there'd be no need for your toiling this day, Mabel, or for poor little Lily being kept, to her injury, in this neighborhood of stagnant ponds and pigsties." Mabel gave a glance to the bed, where her little patient lay under partial effect of morphine, then a cautioning look at Hilda. "Don't let us trouble ourselves about justice or right, Hilda," she said. "The law gives us no more than we have, and we must be content." "You think I mean the business of the endorsement," hastily rejoined Hilda, "but you don't know. I meant—" She paused a moment, then added in a different tone, "Well, anyway, we didn't make the law, any more than we did people's notions of justice and right, and we can't change one or the other. But I have news for you, Mabel, something we haven't looked for. Bad news, of course. I never have any other sort. Debbie Curtis is going to leave Chicago, going to live with her aunt in St. Louis." Mabel expressed her regret. "Yes, tomorrow's her last day in the sail loft," continued Hilda. "A sister of her aunt has died in St. Louis, and the husband wants someone to look after the house and children and to help in his dry goods store. Debbie and her aunt will take charge of all between them. It's a good thing for Debbie, for she's almost worked to death at bars, but a mighty bad thing for me. It's nothing but Debbie has kept up my spirits at that horrid sail loft, and I don't know what I shall do without her." "Be self-reliant, Hilda. You know you made strong resolutions on this point some time since." The hurt turned out a very ugly affair, and gave no promise of permitting Hilda very soon to return to her work. She made herself useful in such ways as she could to Mabel, but with the use of one hand only, her services were not of the sort to reconcile her to the temporary abandonment of her sewing. Had Mabel been able to procure as many vests as she now found time to make, she would have been less anxious concerning the future. But though Hilda exerted herself to the utmost to keep her in a good supply, she frequently had to give her time and labor to work which did not compensate her so well. One certain fact was ever before Mabel. Money, at times, went out so much faster than it came in, that there was prospect of her being, before a very great while, reduced to that dreaded last dollar of which Hilda talked so much. Still her heart clung, in its strong faith, to a hope of better things for them, and many were the fervid prayers she sent up to Him whose ear is never closed to the cry of the orphan and friendless. One thing only had power to move the devoted girl from the steady, though subdued cheerfulness which was her customary tone, and this was the suffering of her little Lily. The poor child's spells of pain had not only increased in violence, but were more frequent and of longer duration. It was plain to be seen, too, that her frame, enfeebled by disease, was daily becoming less able to bear up under the exhausting effect of suffering. There were seasons when Hilda did not need to be reminded by a glance or a word that it was no time for repining or impatience, or for that free expression of foreboding fears, in which she not unfrequently indulged. Past and future must needs be forgotten in the present, when the delicate form of the scarcely more than infant sister writhed on its bed of agony, and when the pale lips sent forth cries for that relief that the loving ones could not give. One afternoon, Hilda returned dispirited from a search after work for Mabel. "I am sorry you could get nothing but these shirts," Mabel said. "A good supply of vests, like that of 2 weeks since, would have kept off some difficulties which are on us now." Her tone was one that Hilda seldom heard from her, and a look in her face proved that she had been weeping. "I see, I know it all," replied Hilda. "You have come to the last dollar at last, Mabel, and we are beggars. Oh, poor, poor Lily!" "Thank God, not beggars, Hilda. But I have indeed come to the last dollar so long talked of. Indeed, the one I have remaining is due our grocer and baker, and we are again without tea and sugar for Lily, and bread for us all. Poor Lily's medicines are nearly exhausted, too, and this terrible cold has been so expensive on fires that a new supply of coal will be needed in a few days. In another week, our 3rd month's rent falls due, as you know, and that is a matter that admits of no delay." Hilda was looking very pale. "And you have but $1, Mabel. Only $1. And you have seen it coming to this, Mabel, and you wouldn't even talk about it. You wouldn't let me know how near it was." "And why should I? Would it have done you any good to know how near it was, my sister? But now has come the time to act, and that is why I speak to you." "How act, Mabel? What can you do?" "I will get money on the watch, Hilda." Yes, the thing that poor Minnie saved us from months ago. Oh, but how dreadful to have to sell it." "I shall not sell it, Hilda, though that, too, might have become a very possible thing with us. I only propose to get some money by putting it in pawn." Hilda's ideas of putting in pawn were very vague, and it is likely Mabel's were scarcely less so, but it was a plan the latter had long thought of, and that she saw was now the only one to get her through her difficulty. "Pawning is a very different thing from selling, of course, Mabel," said Hilda, looking considerably encouraged. "If a thing's sold, you can never get it again, while if it's only pawned, why, if only pawned, it can at any time be redeemed. I'm grieved to have to do this, Hilda. I feel no better reconciled to it for all these months I've been thinking of it. But how much worse it would be to have to part with the watch altogether. I shall put on my things and go about it at once." The hat and cloak were soon put on, and then Mabel took from its place above Lily's pillow, being careful not to attract the attention of the child, the valued watch, and, carefully wrapping it up, deposited it in a small box. She looked so composed as she did this, that anyone might have believed it was a matter in which she felt but ordinary concern. But Hilda knew better, and as she looked from the pale cheek of her sister to the little box she still held uncovered in her hand, she felt no less for her than for herself. Lifting the watch from the box, as Mabel was about to put on the cover, Hilda pressed it to her lips and then burst into tears. "Don't take it so hard, my sister," whispered Mabel, in a voice scarcely so calm as her looks. "We shall see it again, you know. We shall have it our own again. But when? Oh, Mabel, if I could only bear up under things as you do." She returned the watch to the box, and Mabel presently covered it from view. "Lily is so nearly sleeping," said the latter, after a look at the still form of the child, "that if you are perfectly quiet, she will not be roused before I get back. I shall bring with me the medicine, for she will need it through the night." Denying herself the gratification of a kiss for fear of waking her, Mabel left the room for her visit to the pawnbroker's. End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The Pawnbroker. Mabel had some time since decided upon the place to which she would go when the hour arrived for disposing of her watch. The store of her selection was upon Clark Street, and at such times as she found herself in its neighborhood, she had passed by it and gazed with interest into the window or door, perhaps even halting a while at the former, comforting herself with the belief that by making herself so well acquainted with the place, there would be little embarrassment in visiting it on business. Notwithstanding all these preludes, however, when the hour of positive action arrived, she found herself timid and agitated in the extreme, and when she actually got to the store, such a trembling came over her that she saw she should never accomplish her object in the confidence and composure she believed necessary. Passing slowly by the door, she looked in. Through the glass, she perceived the proprietor of the store engaged with a customer, and seeing it was no time for her to enter, she passed on. Having gone the length of a square or two, she turned and began to retrace her steps. A young gentleman was approaching at no great distance, and it appeared to her he was regarding her with more than ordinary attention. As they neared and passed each other, she became satisfied this was the case, and she was both annoyed and embarrassed by the scrutiny he bestowed upon her. Her mind was too deeply set on the business she had at hand, however, to retain thought of this after the stranger had gone by, and she proceeded again to the pawnbroker's, taking a look through the glass in passing, as she had done before. The visitor was still there, and she passed on to the window, thinking to remain there a while, or even to stay till she should find the proprietor alone. But few persons were passing, and she therefore felt comparatively little concern as to attracting attention. With her heart painfully beating, she gazed abstractedly upon the various articles of jewelry and other matters on exhibition, feeling so little disposition to move away that she believed she would remain, were it a half-hour, till she should see the wished-for coming forth of the persevering visitor. How long she waited she could not tell. It seemed to her a very long time, but still he did not come, and discomposed by several persons who ranged themselves beside her at the window, Mabel moved off, and turned the corner to while away a longer time. About 50 feet around the other street, she found herself face to face with the young gentleman she had before met. This time he not only attentively regarded her, but touched his hat as to an acquaintance. Mabel slightly returned the salutation, with a faint remembrance of his features as she hurried past. The next moment she found him again at her side and accosting her. "I see, Miss Ross, you scarcely recognize me," he said. "My name is Barrett, Ralph Barrett." Mabel bowed again. She now remembered this young Ralph Barrett, though she had been in his company but a very few times. His father was the man, by endorsing for whom, Mr. Ross had brought to poverty his wife and children. "I knew you in a moment, Miss Ross," continued young Ralph, "though it has been over 2 years since we met. I have no right to expect you to remember me, however," with a sidelong glance at the beautiful face beside him, "since, in remembering me, you must remember so much which it would be well had never happened." Mabel was surprised both at the words and the tone in which they were spoken. Such entire want of feeling for the affliction of her family had been shown by the parents of the young man that she was unprepared for this evidence of it in himself. Her few words of reply were so constrained, however, that her companion could not but perceive that his presence was unwelcome and embarrassing. Mabel's eyes were upon her own well-worn boots and coarse dress, and these formed so strong a contrast to the shining apparel of young Ralph that she felt herself strangely out of place beside him. A consciousness, too, of the errand on which she was bent made her feel yet more uncomfortably than she otherwise would have done. A very few words more passed between them, and Mabel then bade him a hurried adieu and turned back to the pawnbroker's. The store was now, to all appearance, empty, and Mabel unhesitatingly went in. She had glanced once or twice about her and taken her stand at the counter before she perceived a man sitting behind it, the seat on which he rested being so low that the top of his head and his eyes only were above the counter. The appearance of the man was not one to inspire confidence or ease, and Mabel felt embarrassed as to how she should open her business with him. She produced her little box, and having opened it, laid it upon the counter, her heart beating so violently that she could scarcely breathe. The man gave a sharp look at her, then arose and took the watch from the box, and examined it carefully both within and without. "How much you want on this watch?" he asked, fixing his sharp eye a second time upon the young girl. "As much as I can get. I am in great need of the money, or I wouldn't think of parting with my watch." Another sharp look. "I will give $15 on it." Mabel's heart seemed suddenly to have ceased beating and became a weight in her breast. The amount named was less by a half than she had looked to get, And as in the brief moment of her silence, her thoughts summed up the various present necessities to be covered and the early future ones unprovided for, she arrived at the terrible conclusion that, could she make no better bargain than the one offered her, she would in a very few weeks be again at her last dollar. "Oh, give me more than that!" In a sort of desperation, she cried. "It is a valuable watch. I know my father gave more than $100 for it, and I need money so much. Can't you let me have 20, 25? The man smiled, or rather distorted his features in a manner intended for a smile, then rejoined, "That too much entirely. 15 is all I can say. The watch is an old watch and need repair. 15 is very much for it." Mabel was about assuring him that it was not 5 years since the watch was purchased, and that it must be in good condition, as it kept excellent time, when a voice beside her interrupted to say, "Let me speak to you 1 minute, Miss Ross." It was Mr. Ralph Barrett, who had entered the store very soon after herself, and heard what passed between her and the pawnbroker. Mabel looked for a moment upon the face that expressed so much kindly interest, then took up the watch and retired with young Ralph to the step of the store. "Excuse me, Miss Ross, I followed you in," he hastily said. "I thought there was something like this, and knowing you must be quite inexperienced, I wished to guard you from imposition. Your father's watch." And a look of deep pity came over the speaker's handsome features. "If I could but persuade you to let me be the holder of it, $25 was the sum you named, I would be happy to place it at your disposal. The watch is as safe with me as with this man. May I not say safer?" Mabel's heart gave a great bound. The sound of $25 was sweet to her. She was almost overpowered to find it so unexpectedly within her reach, after her crushing disappointment of a few minutes before. While he spoke, her eyes had been fixed upon those of young Barrett, and she felt that a grateful look had come into her own, a look which expressed her happy relief and her faith in his kindly feeling. Still, she hesitated. Young Ralph was so much a stranger to her. Was it altogether right to accept this service at his hands? He evidently read her thought, for he hastened to say, "Remember the peculiar circumstances of the case, Miss Ross, the indebtedness of our family, your own misfortunes." Mabel looked up again. "You are kind," she said, "and my necessities are great." She was about to place the box with the watch in his hand, when a trifling circumstance caused her to pause. It was a very trifling circumstance, merely a suspicion of a smile which turned the corners of Mr. Ralph's lip. But, slight as it was, it changed the whole current of Mabel's thoughts and feelings. "I thank you," she said rather coldly, she feared too much so, "but since I must part with the watch, I prefer to do it in the way I proposed." She moved to re-enter the store. "Pray reflect again, Miss Ross. This man takes undue advantage of you. You suffer yourself to be imposed upon." "To be open to imposition is one of the misfortunes attending poverty, Mr. Barrett," Mabel rejoined, a little bitterness in her tone, and with these words she returned to the store. She did not know if young Ralph had departed. She only knew he did not again follow her in, and she laid the box once more open upon the counter. "You will take the $15? said the pawnbroker, again taking out the watch, and again examining it. "Yes, if you will give me no more. But I know it is very little for a watch like that." "It is good deal, more nor another would give." And he began to count out the money. "I can't tell. I have no time to inquire further," said Mabel. "I will take your offer." The sum named was given her, and also a little red ticket with a number on it corresponding with one he fastened upon the watch, and Mabel left the store. She left it with such different feelings than she had gone in. She was no longer agitated and trembling, but calmly self-possessed. She was, indeed, carrying home with her but half the sum she had expected to receive, but she was grateful for this, little as it was. Grateful because she had gotten it in a way that laid her open to no unlooked-for embarrassment. Grateful that she escaped what might have been a great evil. Poverty was bitter. To part with the watch, so precious to her as the legacy of her mother, was one of the bitter parts of her poverty. But she seemed to recognize at this minute, more fully than she had ever yet done, how much bitterer evils there were to contend with than these. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Domestic Accounts. Taking her tone from Mabel, who returned in considerably better spirits than she had left, Hilda concluded to be satisfied with the result of her sister's visit. $15 is something, even for $100 watch, when it's only advanced on it, she remarked. And it's a good deal for us to have nowadays. What will it do, Mabel? I mean, how long will it last? Well, to begin with, it will pay for Lily's medicines. See, I have brought them along with me. Then it will buy us $4 worth of coal, and pay for the hauling and putting in. Get half a pound of tea and a pound of sugar for Lily. And then, by paying half our bill to the grocer and baker, they will be satisfied with that for a while. It leaves us enough for bread and potatoes for us all, for a week ahead, and still $7 for the coming month's rent, and a few shillings over. Is that doing pretty well, Mabel? Hilda asked, with some doubt in her voice. It is doing the best we can, Hilda. I went over it all 2 or 3 times as I was coming home, and it doesn't seem to me I can do better. The coal will last over 4 weeks, won't it? Quite 4 weeks, even if this intense cold continues. Then there will be tea and sugar for Lily for that long. And the rent won't be due for a week, and after that we have a whole month's respite. Yes, and that, after all, is the great thing. And Mabel drew a long breath. The thought of our landlord having to come to us has been a sort of nightmare to me, Hilda. And no wonder, the old skinflint. I'd rather face a mad dog, almost, than have that old Brumbley come here and the money not ready for him. Anyhow, that's a trouble we haven't had yet. And we will trust in God we never shall have, Hilda. Then Lily's medicines will last some time, Mabel? Yes, 2 weeks if she gets no worse, poor darling. And bread and potatoes for us all for how long did you say? For a week. I shall not count on the few shillings left us either for bread or potatoes, as they will be wanted for something for Lily. Only 1 week, Mabel? And Hilda looked pale. That is all, my sister. And after that, where are we, Mabel? You scarcely able to get work, and I not earning a penny? After that, Hilda, we are in the hands of God, as we are now. Yes, of course, but still we must look to ourselves, or else we shall starve. We will look to ourselves the best we are able, and leave the rest to Him who provided manna in the wilderness for His people, and sent ravens to feed His prophets. Yes, Mabel, I know all about that. But in these days, miracles ain't performed for the best believers, and I'd rather not depend on the chances. All we need can be furnished us without intervention of miracles, Hilda, and I trust it will be. Have more faith, my sister. Faith is all very well, Mabel, but I do so crave to feel certain of things. Oliver Cromwell didn't have much faith when he said to his soldiers, "Trust in God and keep your powder dry." He had faith, and proved it by those words. He meant that God would only help those who exerted themselves to use the means of aid He placed in their way. We keep our powder dry, Hilda, when we strive our best to get work, and getting it, do it speedily and well, and when we take the best care of the little means that come to our hands. Meanwhile, our trust must be in God, and the firmer our trust, the more He will love and aid us.
I haven't done all that I can to keep our powder dry, suddenly exclaimed Hilda. What have I been about? I've been a dunce. Here, I've been stupidly putting off and dreaming about it, when there's a good turn I might make that would set us all right in a day, in an hour.
Mabel looked in surprise at her sister, who had now risen and was moving uneasily about the room.
I can do it, cried Hilda. I can, and I will. A good, bold stroke is the thing needed, and I'll make it. Yes, I've made up my mind, she added, suddenly confronting Mabel. I'll go, tomorrow, to Cousin Algin.
Mabel gravely shook her head. If that be what you propose, Hilda, you may save yourself the trouble, she said. Cousin Algin will do nothing for us.
How do you know? Hilda quickly asked. You haven't tried her?
Yes, I have. Knowing that you had not gone to her when you went elsewhere for work, I went, a short time since, myself. I took the watch along, thinking she might be willing to lend me something on it, as it was mother's. She misunderstood. Before I could get time to explain clearly my purpose, she conceived the impression I had come to beg. She said it was against her principles to give money, and that if she had happened to have work, it would have been another thing, but she hadn't any. Of course, I explained everything, and then she said she was very sorry. So that is the result of my visit.
Just like her, petulantly exclaimed Hilda. She's a mean, selfish, niggardly woman, and hasn't the soul of a flea. But I'm not going to beg of her, Mabel. The thought of my begging of Cousin Algin! No, Mabel, I'm going to demand of her. I'm going to face her out in a way that, if she has the least spark of conscience left her, will carry my point for me.
What will you demand, Hilda, and what is the point you would carry? Mabel put the question with considerable uneasiness, regarding the while the excited countenance of her sister.
I can't tell you, Mabel. It's my secret, the same I've had so long, and that I told you once I'd say no more about till the time had come for acting. It hasn't come in the way I hoped yet. I've not been able to make it come, but it's full time to try something in the business, and I'm going to begin tomorrow.
I would rather you wouldn't, Hilda, Mabel said. You may offend Cousin Algin.
What harm would it do us if she were offended?
Rather sharply asked Hilda.
Is she any help to us, or does she feel a snap of her finger for us? For my part, I'd rather have her offended than pleased, though it's not my thought to offend her, and you'll find she's not offended a bit. No, that ain't Cousin Algin. She'll be soft as a cat with her claws covered, and she'll try to fight me off in her sly, cat-like way. But I wouldn't wonder if I were too much for her, for all that. And if I am, oh, Mabel, what bright, bright days will be coming for us.
Mabel gravely regarded the speaker. Hilda was the one of her sisters whom she could never wholly understand, and she was at a loss to conjecture now whether she was only giving way to some fanciful whim, or whether she had ground on which to build such expectations as she hinted at. For a moment, Hilda met the look as gravely as it was given, then burst into such a merry laugh as Mabel had not heard from her for long. Catching the latter round the waist, she imprinted a kiss upon either cheek.
"Keep up, Mabel dear, keep up," she cried. "I'm not the crazy girl you think, but a righty-dighty sane one. And I tell you, it's all going to come right now. We'll have back the watch. We'll have all we need, and we'll know how to enjoy all good things as we never did before."
She kissed her sister again, then took a dancing step or two across the floor, clapping her hands in great delight.
"Kiss me too, Hilda dear," said a little voice from the bed. "I love so to hear you laugh. I love to see you kiss Mabel."
"Yes, darling, I didn't know you were awake." And Hilda hurried to the side of the bed. Bending over the little pale face, she pressed kiss after kiss upon it.
"I've been awake ever so long," said the child. "I heard you telling Mabel about good days coming for us, and about getting back the watch. I didn't mean to tell Mabel I knew it was gone, and how it was gone, but now you say it's coming back again. I'm so glad. I'll miss its tick-tick over the bed like anything tonight. For when I'm awake, it's such nice company for me, and it seems to be saying all the time, 'Mother's watch, Mother's watch.' I love it a good bit better than the sewing machine, because it's so much quieter in its going, and never makes me feel a throbbing at my back like the sewing machine does now."
Mabel's eyes filled with tears. She had not thought of the little monitor being missed in this way, and it saddened her. "We will all be happy to have dear mother's watch back again, Lilly," she said, "and we will have it back. Only we mustn't look for it very, very soon. But it is safe where it is, and we can talk about it till it comes back again."
"Then it won't be tomorrow, Mabel?"
in a disappointed tone.
"No, my darling, I fear not possibly so soon as tomorrow."
Lilly sighed. A little patient sigh it was, and eloquent in expressing how very much to her was the comparatively small matter of the absence of the watch from its accustomed place.
"But it will tick all the same, won't it?"
she presently asked.
"Yes, darling, it will tick in its little box, just the same as when it hung over your head." "I'm glad to hear that," returned the child. "I'm so glad to know it won't be still, like a dead thing, because it's away from us. And maybe I can fancy I hear it, too, and that will be the next thing to having it here."
"How like you she is, Mabel," said Hilda, "making the best of everything. Dear child, if it were only to get back the watch for her little fancies, I'd face Cousin Algin tomorrow with a lion's heart. But it's for more than that, a good deal more, and I'll never flinch from it. You'll see how I'll keep my powder dry, Mabel, you'll see." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. How Hilda Keeps Her Powder Dry. At an early hour of the following morning, Hilda presented herself at the residence of Mrs. Kingsley. That lady was in her sitting room, and at her request, Hilda was shown into her. "I knew you'd come to see me at last, Hilda," she said, coming forward pleasantly to meet her. "I was telling Mabel the other day that with all your odd freakishness, you're such a good girl at heart that I was sure you wouldn't be ugly with me long." "I'm a straight up and down girl, Cousin Algin, if I'm nothing else," gravely replied Hilda. "And so I think it's but right to say that, coming in the way I do, I don't feel I ought to take your hand. If you'd give it to me after a bit, I mean when I'm going, and in the way I'd like, I'll be right pleased to take it." "There is but one way I know of to give and take a hand, Hilda," mildly rejoined the lady, "and that is in kindness and good understanding." "I can't be a hypocrite, Cousin Algin," said the young girl. "I've come to you on business that will be anything but pleasant to you, and I must say so." Mrs. Kingsley opened wide her pale gray eyes, with no look of offense, however, at the plain-spoken manner of her visitor. "And what, pray, may this business be?" she asked. "Can you not guess, Cousin Algin?"
"I might guess it is on the errand Mabel came the other day," was the reply. "Only it's not like you, you're so high-spirited."
"No more is it like Mabel," quickly returned Hilda. "She told you you were mistaken, that she didn't come to beg. She wanted work, Cousin Algin. Work that she'd have toiled over day and night, thinking nothing of the sacrifice of rest and health, mind you, thinking of nothing but the making of a little money to keep off starvation from us all, but mostly from our poor suffering Lilly, who is this day as helpless as when a babe in the arms. Then she thought maybe you'd give her a little money on mother's watch, so she needn't take it to a stranger, for it was needful money should come somehow.
Yes, poor girl, she explained to me about the watch," said Mrs. Kingsley, "and it really made me feel extremely sad. But since it had to be done, it was as well it should be done in the hands of a stranger as in mine. With me, it could have been no matter of business, but of charity. No, not charity, but assistance. And when I do anything of that sort, I like it to stand under its own name."
"There would have been nothing like charity about it, Cousin Algin," said Hilda warmly. "Had the money lent not been returned, the watch would have been yours."
"It wouldn't have done, my dear," mildly returned Mrs. Kingsley, "and for reasons that I will not hurt your feelings by mentioning. And to be frank with you, Hilda, which I know is what you like, I was much surprised at learning Mabel was in such difficulty. It appears to me, even with all possible allowances made for her youth and inexperience, that there must be some unhappy leaning to extravagance, since she has not done better with the fair start she had. Your poor father had somewhat this leaning in his youth, and it doesn't seem impossible it may have descended to his children."
"Mabel extravagant!" exclaimed Hilda. "Surely, Cousin Algin, you cannot think it. There are few, even years older than she is, who could have made out so well under such difficulties."
"I don't mean anything unkind of Mabel," rejoined the cousin, "for I think her a most estimable young woman. Still, it can't be denied she has made little of the advantages she has had. That place at the sewing-machine rooms, for instance, with $8 and $9 a week.
That place would have enabled her to keep herself and little Lilly in decent comforts, Cousin Algin. But you know how she lost it. Through that terrible accident to poor Lilly, she had to give up everything for a time but attending to her. And even after that, Mabel could have done well if she'd have been able to get plenty of work and at decent prices. But poor girl, it's been a hard struggle for her all the time."
"The struggle wasn't helped by your adding one to the family, Hilda. As far as I can learn, you have not been making your expenses to Mabel."
"But I've tried my best, and Mabel knows it," said Hilda, her face flushing. "And she never said anything like you've said, Cousin Algin, for it's not like her."
"She didn't say it. I merely gathered it from her answers to my questions. I referred to the fact simply to remind you how much better it would have been to keep a good home when you had it, Hilda. I did my best to keep my promise made to your dear mother, and you cannot justly say you had cause to leave me."
"I can justly say it, Cousin Algin, and it is to talk about that very thing I've come today. Only what you said about Mabel being extravagant put me off of it for a time."
"I've been thinking a good deal about little Lilly since Mabel's telling me how poorly she is," interrupted Mrs. Kingsley, looking across Hilda's shoulder to the clock on the mantel. "And as I've been wanting to come and see her, I'd return with you now, only I have an engagement with a friend which I cannot possibly put off. It is very near 11 now, and she will be looking for me."
Hilda made not the slightest movement to go, though she well understood the lady's hint. "I thought to have been through with all I had to say by this time," she remarked, "but cannot leave Cousin Algin till it is said.
I want to tell you why I went away from you 3 months ago. Do you remember the evening of the 4th of July when you walked with Cousin Hugh in the garden? I was in the summer house, you didn't know, and I heard every word that you said." Hilda watched Mrs. Kingsley's countenance closely as she said these words. She believed she saw a paling of her features and a trembling of the hand which rested on the back of the lounge where her cousin sat. But the room was shaded by heavy window curtains, and the flickering of the firelight might readily have deceived her. Indeed, as the young girl had positively made up her mind that her communication must cause considerable emotion to her auditor, it was not surprising if her fancy misled her to any point. "And what did you hear, child?" asked her cousin, in a tone that betrayed no agitation, whatever she might have felt. "So far as I remember, there was nothing said which you or anyone else might not have heard." "You talked about the paper, Cousin Algin, so I know the whole story. I know enough to demand right and justice at your hand and at Cousin Hugh's for father's children, almost starving for food, his baby, Lily, needing even the pure air which is life and the only chance of life for her. Before I left home, Cousin Algin, I said I would demand this justice of you, but I now humbly ask it only, giving you a chance to do this good and sensible thing of your own free will. Oh, cousin, think of us, 3 poor girls this cold, dreary day, suffering and friendless. Think of the bright Christmas time coming, yet no Christmas for us. Think of the unhappy time poor Mabel has gone through since dear mother's death, toiling her young life away, losing health and strength, and for what? Why, far as herself goes, for merely the crust to eat, the poor roof over her head, a little fire to keep from freezing, and almost rags to cover her. Think of our little Lily, confined to a bed of suffering, with scarcely the comforts necessary to keep body and soul together. Think what agony to dear Mabel to have no power to give her such things as would, in part at least, make her time less wearisome and less miserable. Think, I say, of all this, Cousin Algin, and knowing what you know, how, if things were as they should be, we would this day have plenty and to spare. Do a simple act of right to those so nearly connected with you. The past shall be forgotten, cousin. We will receive at your hands, almost as a gift, what has been so long withheld, and what you can so well spare. We will receive it thankfully, gratefully." Hilda had risen while speaking, and stood before her cousin, tears streaming over her cheeks, and that pleading in her gestures which expressed itself in her words and tone. A strange contrast to the excitement of the young girl was presented by the appearance and bearing of the lady, as she sat in the corner of her lounge, an expression of surprise on her features, nothing more. "Strange, infatuated girl," she said, looking with something like pity upon her young cousin. "How completely have fancy and your strange temper carried you away? What quirk has taken possession of you? I cannot even imagine. But if you do not quickly become more rational, you are likely to pass for one bereft of reason. Hilda, my dear, I am your friend, much as you seem to doubt it, and my advice to you is good. Go home quietly to Mabel and keep yourself composed as possible for the remainder of the day. See no one else, talk to no one else, while you are in this strange condition. Mabel is sensible, she is rational. She would never encourage an outbreak like this." While Mrs. Kingsley spoke, Hilda had made a great effort for composure, and it was in a voice almost as calm as her cousin's own, she now said, "Then, cousin, you refuse to do us this act of justice. You will see us struggling on as in the past. You will look quietly on while worse days than we have yet known come for us. You have put it out of my power to aid you in any way, Hilda. I will not have it said I was threatened into charity by a crazy girl."
Hilda's forced composure was at an end. It was with flashing eyes she now confronted her cousin.
"You don't think me crazy," she said. "You know this minute I'm sane as girl ever was. And, Cousin Algin, since you will not give us what is our own, it shall be given to us by the hand of the law. Go home, you say, and see no one but patient, enduring Mabel. On the contrary, I leave you to make my statement to one of the first lawyers of this city, and before night the first step will probably be taken toward obliging you to a simple act of decency and right."
"You will be stigmatized as a mad woman, miserable girl," returned Mrs. Kingsley. "What lawyer in his senses will credit so absurd a statement as you seem to hint at?"
"Any will, all must," replied Hilda. "Oh, yes, they must. It is the truth, and truth will speak for itself. And, Cousin Algin, how have you courage to stand boldly by falsehood, a falsehood that robs poor orphans of their heritage? You have 4 little children, the same number that, with us, God has seen fit to leave without parents and friends. Do you not fear that in his retributive justice he may put a blight upon your children, that he may deprive them of father and mother and throw them friendless and penniless upon a cold world? Or do you not fear he may take them from you, one by one, leaving you to see, when too late, that you have parted with them for gold? God has said he will visit the sins of the fathers upon the children, Cousin Algin, and so surely as you persevere in this great wrong, he will visit it upon those you prize most dearly. Oh, yes, he will do it."
Mrs. Kingsley had risen, and her manner denoted an impatience which was surely to put an end to this strange interview. But her cheek was very pale, and there was no longer doubt that she trembled. "You must leave me, Hilda," she said. "I have strong nerves, but I really cannot bear more of this excited language. Most persons would be unforgivingly incensed at a young girl taking with them such a tone as this. But I can only pity you sincerely. Go home, my poor girl. A little reflection will, I trust, bring you to reason. I am not at all angry with you, Hilda, not at all. I only pity you from my heart." Hilda walked to the door. With her hand upon the knob, she turned once more to her cousin. "I have made up my mind what to do, Cousin Algin," she said, "but only if I'm driven to it. Will you take a day to talk over the matter with Cousin Hugh? He may think differently about it from what you do." Mrs. Kingsley smiled, as she might have smiled on the folly of a little child. "I would willingly take a day to consult with my husband," she replied, "but not in the way you propose. And to let you think so will be to fix you more unhappily in your strange hallucinations. If you are bent on rushing madly to your own exposure, you must do so. I cannot stay you. The exposure won't touch me, Cousin Algin, and besides, I'm only a poor sewing girl that goes through a good deal. When it touches persons of the high respectability of Cousin Hugh Kingsley and his wife, why, of course, it is quite another thing." With these words, delivered with an odd mixture of humility and dignity, Hilda closed herself out in the hall, and in a minute after had quitted her cousin's house. End of Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. A Legal Friend. Hilda had no thought of returning home until her purpose of the morning was accomplished. It was no vain threat she had made to her cousin, and she proceeded forthwith to put it into execution, well satisfied that this second visit would accomplish all she had so far failed in. She had no difficulty in determining what legal gentleman to consult, A certain Mr. Dunfield, an old friend of her father's, being the person she considered most suitable. Mr. Dunfield was home and received her in his private office. He remembered her well and spoke to her kindly, so much so that Hilda, encouraged to speak freely, had, in a few minutes, poured forth her tale to his ear. The gentleman listened with much apparent interest, not offering interruption by a word even of question. "I know nothing about lawyers' fees, Mr. Dunfield," said Hilda in conclusion, "and have nothing to pay you with now. But when the matter of this paper is settled, you may name what you choose, and it will be thankfully given you." "So far as that is concerned, my dear young lady," very gravely replied Mr. Dunfield, "there is no need of a word. I held your lamented father in high esteem, and would be pleased to do something for his children. But I fear, in this matter you bring to me, you entertain hopes that can never be realized. There are certain points in your relation which we will go over quietly together for your better understanding of my meaning. In the first place, your ear may have deceived you concerning the conversation between your cousins. In the second, if any such conversation took place, and they see fit to deny it, there is nothing but your bare assertion against theirs, and that will avail you nothing. We have no right in law to look into your cousin Kingsley's private papers, and without doing so, it is quite impossible to prove whether any such paper as you speak of exists. As the matter now stands, therefore, I am sorry to say, my young friend, we can do nothing, positively nothing." A shade of disappointment had fallen on the countenance of poor Hilda. "I am quite sure my ears did not deceive me," she said. "I heard every word that passed, just as I heard you speaking just now, Mr. Dunfield. When I heard Cousin Algin say the paper was still with the package of letters, I made up my mind to have it. One night, I managed by close watching to get the key of his secretary, and when all were in bed, I slipped down to the library where the secretary was. I got it open and looked well for the letters. I knew the appearance of them well enough, for I had often seen them in my father's own desk. But they were not there. If they had been, by daybreak next morning the paper would have been in your hands." "Poor child! And so you really tried for it?" In Mr. Dunfield's look of pity, Hilda believed she read confirmation of her cousin's assurance concerning the exposure of her suspicions laying her open to the charge of insanity. "I certainly did try for it, sir," she rejoined, meeting his eye with a look in her own which she believed must reassure him. "It was a great venture for a young girl to make, but then I had much to embolden me. It was a rightful inheritance of which we were deprived by those who should have been our best friends. Beside that, we were poor. The worst thing I saw in our poverty then was our being separated, when we could all have been so much happier together. My eldest sister was working hard for herself and little Lilly. Minnie was not happy with Mrs. Lemming, and I was anything but happy with Cousin Algin Kingsley." "Your want of content at your cousin's was probably the origin of your strange fancy," observed Mr. Dunfield. He had here spoken his thoughts, forgetting their probable impression on his young visitor, but was quickly brought to a consciousness of his mistake by the look in Hilda's eye. It expressed not so much mortification at his entire doubt of her statement, as it did the rebellious and readily excited temper peculiar to her. "Mr. Dunfield," she said, "so surely as you sit before me, this thing is exactly as I have stated it to you. It is a very strange affair, certainly. It is strange that persons like my cousins would act the part they have done, and toward 4 unoffending girls.
And I suppose, too, hearing it in this way and from me, the most natural conclusion for you to come to is that I am mad. But it is a great mistake for all that. And if we both live, we will see the time when all is made clear. Then, Mr. Dunfield, you will remember this day and my coming to you with the strange story and my going away, the broken-hearted girl I am."
While speaking, Hilda had risen to go, and at the concluding words, scarcely less to her own surprise than that of Mr. Dunfield, she burst into a passion of tears. Her trial of a while back with Mrs. Kingsley had left her nervous and irritable, and this unlooked-for disappointment quite upset her little remaining self-possession. Now, Mr. Dunfield was a kind-hearted man, with daughters too of his own, and his concern was sincere upon witnessing the distress of his young visitor. In the kindest manner possible, he endeavored to soothe her. But Hilda was in no mood to be soothed, though still less was she disposed to continue giving way to feelings as she had done. By a great effort she checked her tears, as suddenly as she had yielded to them, and in a manner different from any she had yet shown, she said, "I'm sorry, very sorry, Mr. Dunfield, that I have taken up so much of your time, and to so little purpose. No girl could be more ignorant than I was of everything connected with law, and that is the only excuse I have to make. I'm sure I'm very much indebted for your hearing of my story and acting so kindly. So now I will bid you good morning." Mr. Dunfield gently took both her hands in his own. "I wish I could do something for you, my child," he said, "and if any opportunity occurs, in which a legal friend may find room to work, come to me, and I will aid you. I had great regard for your father, and would be happy to do something for you." The tone in which these words were spoken touched Hilda, notwithstanding the little spirit of resentment which had so unreasonably come over her, and it was all she could do to control her feelings, as she replied in a few words of thanks and left the office. It was misery to the poor girl to know that she had not in store even the consolation for her disappointment of Mabel's sympathy, for she did not intend yet to take to her confidence her elder sister. She did not despair of final success regarding what she considered the righting of herself and her sisters, though, after her double disappointment of the morning, no plan for the furthering of it suggested itself to her. It was rather a vague belief in all some time coming right, which upheld her, and she strove to give this belief, as much as possible, the coloring of that faith in the working of a wise Providence, which she thought so beautiful in Mabel. "If Mabel knew all I know," she said to herself as she wended her way home, "she'd say, 'God will surely bring all round in his own time. He will not let the doers of a great wrong go unpunished, nor the innocent suffer forever.' And she'd say, too, that God may the sooner bring about a thing which will shorten the time of our suffering. Let us petition him for his kindness. He will hear us. He will pity us. Well, there's the mistake I've made. Have I had God in my mind when I've thought of this business of Cousin Algin? Have I prayed to him night and morning to bring about a discovery of that paper, or to soften Cousin Algin's or Cousin Hugh's heart, so that they'd do justice to us poor girls even now? No. I've been thinking all the time of some great thing I'd do, yet never asked him to help me. I've overlooked, like a wicked and silly girl, as I am, how completely everything, great and little, is in his hands, and obeys his ordering only. He can do it, and without the intervention of a miracle, as Mabel says, and I'll set my heart to the humbly asking of him." It was a very cold day, and the changes Hilda had experienced from her stay in the warm room of her cousin Algin and the office of Mr. Dunfield to the street had chilled her considerably. She hurried along, therefore, fast as she could, urged to rapid motion also by the fact that a fall of snow, which had commenced during her stay in Mr. Dunfield's office, made her uneasy for her dress, that excellent merino, the gift of her cousin, which she had put on for the occasion of her visit. Still, with all this hurry, it was full 20 minutes before she found herself in the neighborhood of her home. At about 100 yards from the house was a carpenter shop, and before the door of this shop she perceived, as she approached, the figure of a woman, her black dress and bonnet quite covered with snow. An old basket stood on the ground beside her, and from among the heaps of half-buried shavings about the front of the shop, she was busily engaged in picking up chips. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. The First Floor Lodger. As Hilda was about to pass this woman, the latter glanced up at her, and within the old black bonnet, the young girl recognized the face of the first-floor lodger of the house in which she and her sisters had the upper room. This woman had only occupied the apartment referred to for a short time back, it having previously been the workroom of a humble bootmaker. Until the present moment, no chance had brought the first and second-floor lodgers in contact, though the person of the old woman was not unknown to Hilda and her sister, they having several times observed her from their window, going from and returning to her home. Pausing in her occupation, the woman gave a nod of recognition and a "good morning" to Hilda, both of which the latter returned in the same friendly way they were bestowed. Hilda would then have passed on, but that her new acquaintance followed up her salutation with a request that she should give her the aid of her arm to the house, saying that her lameness, she was something of a cripple, troubled her more than common this morning. The young arm was readily placed at her disposal, and in this way the two arrived at the house together, the old woman's tongue running quite briskly during their short walk. "We must get better acquainted," said the latter, as they reached and entered the door. "Why can't you come in a bit and talk with me now? I like young girls, and I'm all alone, you know." Hilda felt a little put out at the proposal, for she was in no humor for a visit, especially to a stranger. But a glance at the pale, withered face of her companion stayed the refusal on her lips. "I will come in for a very little bit," she replied, "but I've been from home some time, and I must return to my sisters." "Ah, don't I want to hear all about you and your sisters?" rejoined the woman, who had now led the way into her room. Here a good fire was burning, contrary to the expectation of Hilda, who had received the impression that the newly gathered chips were for the purpose of starting one. The first-floor lodger seemed to understand the thought of her visitor, as the eye of the latter fell upon the bright firelight, for as she set her basket aside in a corner, she remarked, "I'm not so silly, you see, as to wait, like some, to gather my chips till I want them. If I did, where would be the good fire to warm me when I come in from the gathering?" "But not wanting them, I wonder you went out in the snow to gather them," returned Hilda, accepting the seat by the fire offered her by her hostess. "It don't differ much now, snow, rain, or dry," was the rejoinder. "It comes all one to a body, toughened up as I am. Besides this, I saw the snow was likely to be a long one, and the chips would be getting deeper covered up every hour. But that's not what I want to talk about," she added, "but about you and your sisters. I've been watching you two pretty sharp, for it's a sort of company to me, living so all alone, to be noticing the ways of them about me. Now, I saw you when you went out this morning. I saw you turn back after you got off from the door and give a look up at the window. Then I knew your sister was there looking after you. I felt bad, too, for a while, thinking of how there was no one to look after me, and how there hadn't been for years, and how, for all that, I came from a bigger family of sisters than one often meets with. But changes, you see, and growing poor and old. But it's you and your sisters I want to talk about," she said, a second time checking the disposition to ramble in her discourse.
"When you looked up at the window, you had such a look on your face as made me sure you were after something that seemed big and hopeful to you, and I thought to myself, that black-haired one's got pluck enough in her for 2 grown women. She's more in her, and can bear a sight more than the pale-faced one. But how then's this? You came back looking almost as pale as her, for all your bright looks a while ago. Now, thinks I, when I see you, she's met with some trouble, this black-haired one, and I'd like, more than a little, to know what it is. And why shouldn't I, dearie? It's sometimes a comfort, just the telling what's on one's mind. And if you tell me what's wrong, right up and down, you'll find I have a heart to feel for you, though I am but a miserable old woman."
Hilda would have found it difficult to explain what there was about her new acquaintance which awakened her confidence. And perhaps, indeed, she was influenced by nothing more than the wish to talk freely to someone. But before she had well thought what she was doing, the story of her visits of the morning were poured forth to the ear of her listener. Whether the latter clearly understood who was Cousin Algin, and who the Mr. Dunfield, who played such important parts in the relation, it is impossible to say. But her ready sympathy was awakened for the young girl, who told her story with such impetuosity of feeling, and, upon its conclusion, she expressed her conviction that these parties had severally acted very badly, especially regarding the point of the young narrator's sanity, which she, Mrs. Moppet, declared to be untouched beyond shadow of doubt. In the progress of the story, there naturally came out the peculiar trials under which the upper-room lodgers were suffering, the difficulty of procuring work, the unhappy condition of poor little Lilly, and the loss of time incurred by Hilda herself through the injury to her hand. This loss of time being a particular matter of regret, because it had resulted in the loss of her place in the sail loft. Hilda spoke of the patient and cheerful submission of Mabel to the hard tasks imposed on her through poverty and the afflictions of the little Lilly. "You think I have so much in me, and that I can bear more than my sister?" she said. "But that is because you don't know Mabel. She looks as delicate as though a strong wind might blow her away, but she's so stout of heart, and so steady in her faith in all good things, that she can stand up bravely to a thing that knocks me off my feet. Where I complain or cry or get angry, she sits quietly down and thinks the trouble over. And though her face grows paler, and her eyes get to have more and more that look of being fixed on something far off, something she's not a bit afraid to look at, though, she grows with every day, stronger to bear and forbear." "She's a good girl," returned the first-floor lodger, "and I warrant you she's happier this minute than many a one that gets plenty of what's called the good things of this life." In return for the communication made herself, Mrs. Moppet confided to her young visitor some particulars of her past and present life. She had had many friends in her younger days, she said, but one only remained to her now. This was a person in whose family she had been nurse, and whose interest in her continued unshaken through the lapse of years. "I nursed her baby," she said, "and I helped nurse her husband in his last illness. Well, from the time he was gone, she settled her heart on the child in a way I never yet saw even a mother do. If that child had lived, Barbara Strand would have been most like a different woman than she is at this day, for though her heart's all right as heart can be, and she's always wanting to do good, there's such a running of her head on past times and past troubles that the good she wants to do slips away from her. Though it's not me ought to say that neither, for come what may, she stands to helping me. If it wasn't for her, I'd have no roof over my head, or a bit to eat and put on me this day. But then I nursed her child, and she can't forget that, because it's the point she's always turning on. That poor little girl was the best part of 3 years dying,
and all the time the mother a-hoping it would yet be up again. But the bad turn came at last, and after that there was no more hope in this life for Barbara Strand."
Hilda heard the story to its conclusion, though certainly not with her mind upon it, for an ugly, remorseful feeling was at her heart, reminding her how long had been her stay from the presence of her sisters. Soon as, with good feeling to her hostess, she could do so, she hurried to leave her.
"Come see me again,"
said Mrs. Moppit, as the door was about to close on her.
"I'd like to come up and see you and your sister and the sick child, only I can't, because of the steepness of the stairs for my lame foot."
Hilda made the best she could of her disappointments of the morning to Mabel. As the latter had looked for nothing favorable as the result of her sister's visit to Mrs. Kingsley, she was neither surprised nor chagrined that it had ended in nothing satisfactory. As regarded her visit to Mr. Dunfield, Hilda made no communication whatever. That visit touched on her secret, and might possibly prove a clue to it. She did tell, however, how she had made the acquaintance of their first-floor lodger, and how the visit to her, which followed, had delayed her return to her sister's room. It is needless to say, Hilda saw fit to withhold the confidence regarding her cousin Algin's affair, which she had thoughtlessly reposed in Mrs. Moppit. She was too far from approving her conduct in that particular herself to believe it possible it could meet the approbation of the more prudent Mabel. Desirous to hide from Mabel how much she was impressed by her ill success of the morning, she affected a cheerfulness she did not feel, speaking hopefully of the new efforts she was to make on the morrow to procure work for them both.
"Now that the doctor says I can use my hand freely, I don't feel so badly about how things are going with us, Mabel," she said. "If I can get any work at all, I shall do as well as I did at the old sail loft. And if I'd got a place there again, it might only have ended in my getting another hurt. I somehow feel as though tomorrow were going to bring it all right."
Whatever ground Hilda may have had for her hopes, it did not prove fallacious, for by early the next afternoon she had a tolerably good supply of vests for Mabel and a still better one of shirts for herself. At the latter she designed to work on such occasions as Mabel was not in use of the sewing machine. She found more opportunities so to employ herself than she had expected, Mabel being at little leisure for sewing on account of Lilly becoming alarmingly worse. Except while under the influence of soothing drugs, the child was for several days in constant pain. The doctor had given Mabel to understand that such changes as these were to be looked for, yet her distress was so great that she could not rest satisfied till Hilda had brought him to the little sufferer. To her question whether he could think of no new remedy, he replied that there was no relief to be found but in morphine, and that she must considerably enlarge the doses. Under his direction, too, she found that by watching the symptoms of her little patient, she could, in a measure, anticipate the spells of more acute suffering, and retard them by the medicine. At such times as, soothed by this, little Lilly lay in a condition of comparative ease, Mabel would repair to her sewing machine and make what progress she could at her work. It was becoming more particularly needful she should soon accomplish something at this, as the increased indisposition of the child was making inroads upon the $7 laid by for the coming rent day. Poor girl! In making up her account for the expenditure of the $15 procured upon her watch, she had not foreseen this unhappy change in the condition of her little charge, though, as she said to herself now, had she foreseen it, what difference could she have made, except in not parting with quite so much at the one time for her coal? It was the afternoon of the 4th day of little Lilly's attack, and the child lay in partial relief from suffering, the hand of Mabel clasped in her own. But for this affectionate hold, Mabel would have been at her work, for in getting some of her vests completed by the afternoon of the following Monday lay all her hope of making up, even in part, the deficit of her rent money in time to prevent the house agent coming after it. Mabel had for some time looked upon the closed eyes of the little Lilly, with the half-formed resolve to slip away her hand and repair to her sewing machine before she finally made the move to do so. At the first attempt, however, to disengage herself, the child's eyes partly unclosed, and a little murmur of complaint issued from the pale lips. Then Mabel knew that Lilly was not so soundly asleep, but that she was quite conscious of having her hand in her own, and would not renew the attempt to leave her. "I shall get some time yet at my shirts," remarked Hilda, who, from her place before the sewing machine, had been observant of what was passing. "And, though it don't tell nearly so well as your work, Mabel, I shall make just 7 cents apiece on these shirts. It's better than nothing being done." "It is time I should take your place," returned her sister. "Yet I can't bear to leave the poor child. Dear little Lilly, if it be a comfort to her to have me by her, I cannot deprive her of it." Faintly as the words were spoken, they were evidently heard by the little girl, for half opening her eyes, she fixed them lovingly upon her faithful nurse, then, reclosing them, gave a slight pressure of her sister's hand and released it. "How kind and good is my little Lilly," whispered Mabel, and she bent to press a kiss upon the child's lips before leaving her. At that moment there came a slight knock at the door of the room. So unusual a circumstance startled the two girls, and in place of rising to open to the applicant, they retained their seats, exchanging a rather uneasy glance. It certainly was not the doctor, for he had left them not very long before. Neither could it be that dreaded person, the landlord, for happily his rent was not yet due. There was little time for conjecture who else it might possibly be, for very soon upon the knock followed the opening of the door, and slowly upon this, the entrance of a person quite unknown to the inhabitants of the room. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The Visitor of the First Floor Lodger. The individual who thus took the sisters by surprise was a woman of some 45 or 50 years of age, comfortably, though not very well dressed, in mourning, short of stature, and very spare in face and form. Her thin gray hair was tucked beneath a white cap, the border of which showed within the roomy face of a bonnet, singularly large even for the fashion of the day. Indeed, taken in comparison with the proportions of the wearer, this head covering bordered on the grotesque, and gave to her whole appearance so quaint a character as might very naturally create a smile in the observer. The smile was not likely to be repeated, however, after a glance into the face of the woman, whose pale features, delicate in form, wore an expression of melancholy and of patient resignation touching to see. One would say there was there some long ago wakened, but never to be forgotten grief, that had absorbed to itself the inner life of the woman, leaving but a passive and but half-conscious machine to move its remaining time on earth, having no commingling with others save in a sympathy with that grief, seeing all things through it, feeling all things through it. Having paused only to close the door behind her, the stranger walked slowly and silently forward, her eyes earnestly fixed upon Mabel, as the latter sat still beside the bed of little Lilly. Surprise at the unexpected appearance of their visitor kept both the young girls silent, and it was the former who first spoke. "I am a visitor to the first-floor lodger," she quietly said, turning from Mabel to Hilda and back, with one or two old-fashioned nods, "and I've just come up a moment to see the little sick child." Having thus briefly introduced herself and the purpose of her visit, she glided with noiseless step to the side of the bed opposite Mabel, and fixed her regards on the pale but beautiful features of the little afflicted one. Hilda brought forward a chair, and both she and Mabel desired the stranger to be seated. She took no notice, however, of the proffered attention, but continued to gaze on the touching picture before her, and Mabel and Hilda presently perceived large teardrops to fall from under her lowered lids and over her cheeks. "Poor little darling," she half whispered, as though to herself. "Beautiful little sufferer, how like death she looks.
only for the pain lines that tell she has not yet on her angel robe. A little while more to bear the pain, a little while more to grieve yet comfort mother's heart, and she is gone to him who sent her, back to light, back to rest and peace. The words fell on Mabel's ear like a requiem, almost like a prophetic warning. She turned her eyes from the face of the strange visitor to the beautiful, fading form so dear to her, then covered her face and silently wept. For Hilda, she looked for a moment as though about to resent the intrusion of the stranger, but sight of the unmistakable emotion on the sad features of the woman recalled her to different feelings. "You had better take a seat," she said, putting the before-offered chair a little nearer. "You look too tired and weak to be standing." The stranger looked a grateful acknowledgment, but did not avail herself of the chair. "It's a picture I have before me always," she said, absently resuming her own train of thought. "A poor, fading babe, on its bed of pain, and a sad, heart-crushed mother watching beside it. But God is with them both. He gives the mother a little hope to the last, and when he takes away the babe, he gives her instead a sweetly sad remembrance that is like a shadow of the little one's self. He won't forget the mother in her time, neither, but will surely give her babe to her again. Who can doubt his goodness? I never can. I know my babe will be given back to me, more beautiful, more loving than ever. And when I'm most lonely, it's just then he makes me feel the more the good time coming. And I take comfort and am able to move on again. And so I'll go moving on, and moving on the best I'm able, till he calls me to himself and puts back my babe in my arms, and for all time, for all eternity." There was no room for question of the grief which had set its life mark on the sad woman. Her every word and look in presence of the stricken child spoke it. Seeing that Mabel was still in no condition to speak, Hilda thought it incumbent on herself to say something, though the peculiar manner of their visitor embarrassed her as to how she should again address her. "The little girl is our sister," she presently said, "but Mabel is every bit as tender and loving as a mother to her. Your words have made her feel badly, but she will presently talk to you. You say you came to see the first-floor lodger. I suppose she told you about our poor little Lily?" The stranger turned her eyes upon the young girl, at first with a look of dreamy semi-consciousness, which caused some misgivings in the mind of Hilda. But this look passed away, and it was only the customary expression of quiet sadness which remained on the features. "Yes, I came to see Mrs. Moppet," she said, "Mrs. Moppet on the first floor, and she told me about the little one, so I took the liberty of coming up." She turned again to the bed. "It's a pretty, but a sad picture," she said after a short silence. "But I never turn from it as some do. I know it all so well. I know it from first to last, from the first fear entering the mother's heart to the last hope leaving it. And I know, too, how after that there's much, oh, much to come that's hardest of all to bear, and that the heart scarcely could bear but for God's presence in it. Well, well, I'm glad I came up, and if you'll let me, I'll come again, for I shan't forget the pretty, sad picture of the young mother and her suffering babe." "The poor little girl and her sister," said Hilda again. "Our mother has been dead these nearly 2 years." "Ah, well, it's all the same," said the visitor. "Mother or sister-mother, it's still the tender nurse, with the mother's heart, the mother's hope, and the mother's reward." Laying her hand gently on Mabel's shoulder, she added, God be with you, young sister mother, and he will be with you through all. No cup he gives to drink, but has its sweet drop, so that we take it in submission to his will. Something, too, of the sweet joy of the angels must come to those who tend the angels. It is so in heaven, it is so on earth. From among the roses, we carry away the sweet odor of the roses. Loving them, one learns to love all things pure.
She bent down and kissed Mabel's half-covered brow as the head of the latter rested on the edge of the bed.
May I kiss her, too?
She then asked, bending over little Lily.
I wouldn't disturb her for the kiss, but it would be sweet to me.
Hilda could only nod assent, for she was now no better able to speak than Mabel herself, and the lips of the first-floor visitor touched those of the slumbering child. Lily's eyes opened and fixed themselves upon the face bent over her, but without the faintest expression of alarm, scarcely one of surprise.
"Who is it?"
she asked.
"Is it a good angel, Mabel? Is it Mother?"
The stranger turned away her face to wipe her eyes.
"I have not shed a tear for long," she said, "but the voice and look of the child recall times when I could weep. Yes, sweet babe," she added, bending again over the pillow, "it is a mother, and one that would be an angel to you if she could. For your sake," and she looked to Mabel, "I could wish to be an angel of health and life to the little one. For her own? Not so, not so." "Oh, that you were," sobbed Mabel. "I know what you mean. Yet, if I had my choice, I could never, never give her up." "You're young, and you don't know," said the stranger, turning to leave. "I felt so once, but it was long, very long ago. Shall I come again, young sister mother?" Looking once more to Mabel. "Yes, oh yes," Mabel replied. "I have made you shed tears." "Yes, but they have done me good. I strive too much against them, perhaps. At least I feel so, at times like this, when they bring me relief." "I will come." She gave another wistful glance to the bed, then, with a grave nod to Mabel and Hilda, left the room as quietly as she had entered it. "Say, who is it, Mabel dear?"
again asked Lily, who, with her eyes, had followed the stranger until the door closed upon her.
"We don't know, my darling. She didn't tell us her name. But she's good, a good angel, didn't she say?"
"She said she was visitor to the first-floor lodger," put in Hilda, who, happening to be in one of her prosaic moods, chose things should be called by their right names.
"Visitor to the first-floor lodger? Oh,"
said Lily, in a disappointed tone.
"But I think, Hilda, she's very good, if she is only that. I think she's good enough to be an angel."
End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Work, 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 in the dull December light. Before this little talk came to an end, Mabel had arranged her sewing machine and commenced working on her vests. Recently put under the influence of a large dose of morphine, and with her mind diverted through the novel occurrence of the visit of the stranger, Lily continued for some hours without return of her more acute suffering, and Mabel was thus little interrupted during the remainder of the evening. Through the long night hours she worked steadily on, having administered another dose to the child, and the gray of morning, rendering dim and rayless her lamp, found her still busily employed. Overtasked nature would then bear no more, and she threw herself on the bed, where she was presently in a sound slumber. When Hilda waked at the customary hour, she found Mabel still sleeping. In opposition to directions given her by the latter, instead of waking her, she took every care to avoid breaking the rest which she knew was so much needed, busying herself, as quietly as possible, in getting ready the simple breakfast.
"You'll give me some eggs for breakfast, Hilda?"
whispered Lily, who, contrary to Hilda's expectation, had wakened without complaint. "There's not an egg in the basket, darling," Hilda replied, having looked into the receptacle mentioned.
"But I want some," rejoined the child, a little fretfully. "I haven't had an egg for ever so long, and tomorrow's Christmas."
"You haven't been well enough to eat them, dear Lily."
"Yes, but I'm better now, and I want eggs ever so much. Mabel will send you for some when she wakes, I know. She always does let me have eggs when I want them."
Hilda said nothing further. She was thinking of eggs at 45 cents a dozen, and wondering whether Mabel would not, for once, deny the child her wish, in consideration of the importance of not shortening yet further the amount laid by for their landlord. The breakfast ready, she passed round to the bed where Mabel lay, intending to waken her. But the worn expression, which, even in sleep, set on the pale features of her sister, arrested her attention, and she stood for a while thoughtfully regarding her. Yielding then to one of those impulses which governed her, Hilda dropped on her knees beside the bed, burying her face in the bedclothes. But even then she could not shut from view the touching picture before her of her loved sister, the devoted Mabel, who so uncomplainingly toiled to keep in decency their little family. The mute features, stilled in sleep, seemed to reproach her, as waking they had never done, for the small part she took in the day and night toil. She had slumbered on her bed while the loving sister worked. She was about to commence a day of comparative ease, while poor Mabel struggled to earn that little which, with a little more, was to keep them yet a while from want. How often had Mabel said her sister had done her best, that she had no fault to find with her? But looking in her own heart, as she did now, Hilda found much to contradict the affectionate assurance. The reproaches which had come to her on her homeward route of yesterday were yet more heavy on her now, and through the self-condemning spirit which filled her, she seemed to see enough in her own want of humble looking to a higher power to thwart the beautiful submission of the loving Mabel. "Even the baby Lily is wiser in those things than I," was her thought. "Even she has gone forward on the road dear mother tried to lead us to. I alone of all have held back. How cold were my prayers of last night, though after the bitter lesson taught me of the morning. How cold to what they ought to have been, and how proud and stubborn my heart. Oh, how am I to become what I want to be? How am I to get to feel that happy confidence dear Mabel feels that God is surely working all things well for us? Yes, even at a time like this, when trouble seems coming on every side." The answer was in the heart to which the question was put, and Hilda was presently addressing to her God such earnest petitions for his grace as she had never yet sent forth. The murmured words alone would scarcely have reached the ears of the sleeping Mabel, but the smothered sobs which accompanied them effectually roused her. One glance at the kneeling form beside her sufficed to explain all. But she refrained from even laying her hand on the bowed head of the young girl, though her heart dictated the movement. When Hilda at length whispered to her that it was time to arise, Mabel gave no intimation that she had witnessed the little scene beside her, though her heart was overflowing with joy at thought of it. Little Lily presently put in her plea for eggs, and Hilda looked anxiously at Mabel. "She must have them," said the latter, in reply to the look, "and I'm happy to know she is so much better as to want them. Poor child! Did they cost twice as much, I would not deny her." It took Hilda full 20 minutes to go to the nearest grocery store and back. On her return, she burst into the room in an excitement which startled both her sisters.
"Oh, Mabel," she exclaimed, "I'm to hurry through with the shirts quickly as possible, for there's the finest chance I've ever had waiting for me. Mary Griffin just left me at the corner, and she says there's a standing advertisement in one of the daily papers for 100 girls to work on vests and pants at Pinch & Company's on Lake Street. But for the shirts, I'd apply for the place this very morning. Mary Griffin herself is going today, and there are plenty of girls leaving other places to go, for it's a large store, and they know there'll be good pay and everything right." Mabel expressed her delight at this good news, and little Lily, too, clapped her hands, though it was evidently with a great effort she did so. "You may clap your hands, Lily dear," cried Hilda, "for my meeting with Mary has turned out something for you. Only it must be a secret for a little while. I've been dreadfully extravagant, Mabel," she added in an aside to her sister, "for see, I got this, a whole dime it cost, for Lily's stocking. She must have some Christmas, you know. But then, in a few days, I'll be in this place at Pinch's, and Mary Griffin says she wouldn't wonder if he pays from $4 to $6 a week. Just to think, as it's such a respectable firm and has out such a big advertisement." And so excited was Hilda at prospect of being employed by this Mr. Pinch & Company that she came very near turning over on herself the kettle of boiling water while extracting from it the eggs destined for little Lily's breakfast. It was with a happy heart Mabel placed before the latter the small tray, with the eggs, biscuit, and good hot tea. During the past few days, the child had been too ill to have even the slight appetite ordinary with her, and Mabel hailed with joy the present appearance of a favorable change. But short time indeed could the devoted girl indulge in the pleasing thought. Lily turned from her breakfast with a look of distress. "I can't eat the eggs," she said, tears forcing themselves to her eyes. "I think they'll make me bad again." "They may do you good, my darling. Just try this one, Lily." Lily shook her head, with a grieved glance at her sister. "I can't even try," she replied. "Take away the tray, Mabel." "What? With the nice hot tea and crackers? Won't you even take the tea, Lily?" "No, no, oh, Mabel, take it all away." Mabel did so, then returned to the bed, where she found Lily with the spread over her face to conceal that she wept. "Are you in pain, my dear Lily?" "No, no," sobbed the child, giving way to more violent weeping. "But I'm unhappy because I've been naughty." "You have not been naughty, my darling. Don't cry, but uncover your face and look up." "Oh, but I was naughty," cried the little penitent. "I knew you had money to spare for the eggs, yet I let you get them, and now I can't eat them, and I'm so sorry. No good angel will come to me. No good angel will love me." It required considerable effort on the part of Mabel to tranquilize her patient, whose condition, as she now saw, was by no means the improved one she had believed. At length, Lily lay once more quiescent, if not at ease. Mabel then hastened to her sewing machine, for some time in the hands of Hilda, who worked in a sort of frenzied way at her shirts, that she might the sooner be at leisure to accept one of those 100 positions offered Chicago sewing girls by the respectable firm of Pinch & Company.
Before night came, little Lily was again in the suffering condition she had labored under during the several past days, and again was everything forgotten by her faithful nurse, save ministering as far as was in her power to the little one's relief. That night it was Hilda who worked and Mabel who rested, the former having persisted in persuasions to her sister until this arrangement was effected. Bravely the young girl struggled through that long night against the inclination to sleep which must otherwise have overpowered her, but she nerved herself by the thought of the many weary nights Mabel had done but what she was doing now, and of the courageous Peggy Bonner, who toiled through that night of terrible cold until overtaken by Death himself at her task. There were other thoughts than these making brave Hilda's heart. She was striving to imitate Mabel in Christian virtues, as well as in her persevering industry, and she already experienced some of the reward sure to follow such efforts. A something of the inspirating hope which had long sustained Mabel was now her own, and it lightened her heart and lightened her toil, and morning at length peeped in at the window, finding her still busy over her work. Weary she was, indeed, weary and aching in every limb, but neither desponding, as of old, nor harboring harsh thoughts of those who seemed to stand in the way of her own and her sister's prosperity. She could only think with pity rather than anger of her cousin Algin, who so boldly, as Hilda had said to her, clung to a falsehood, and who seemed, by her wrong to her cousin's orphaned girls, to dare the hand of an avenging Providence. Hilda thought of herself as she had stood before her cousin a morning or two before. She thought of her words touching her cousin's children, the 4, corresponding in number with those left by her own mother, and remembering the paling cheek and trembling hand of her listener, she felt assured the words had sunk deep. Not for all cousin Algin's wealth, she thought, would I have in my heart the sting those words must have left. No, if we are poor, we have at least no such wrongdoing to burden our consciences. God has been merciful to us, far, far more merciful than to her. It was Christmas morning that looked in at the little window, a Christmas Day sun which presently followed, touching with its first pale rays the head of the young girl as she sat bending over her work. Yes, Christmas Day had dawned, but it brought no holiday, no recreation to the little family in that humble room, no gay mingling of friends, no cheering gifts, no Christmas, as Hilda had said to her cousin. Yet even thought of this caused no bitter feeling to Hilda, as she looked up and saw that it was indeed sunlight that gleamed upon her, that she had worked the whole night through, and was still waking to meet the dawn. She rose noiselessly as possible. Mabel should sleep yet a while longer. She needed more rest after the previous night's loss. And besides, wasn't it Christmas? A little murmur from Lily's bed drew her attention, as she was about to throw herself beside Mabel, and she perceived in the little hands, just unclosed from their night's rest, the stocking with that solitary toy which was to make Lily's all of Christmas. But Lily's enjoyment of this pleasant surprise was but momentary. She was too ill to play with or handle her toy, too ill to care long even to look at it, when Hilda placed it on the little table beside her. When Mabel wakened, a few minutes after, it was to see with grief that the child appeared more restlessly uncomfortable than she had yet been. Breakfast over, the two sisters busied themselves in advancing their several tasks, the morrow being Saturday, the day on which they hoped to have them finished. Lily had for some time been under the influence of that only medicine which brought her relief, and Mabel, engaged with her sewing machine, did not perceive that she had wakened, and lay with her head covered completely with the bedclothes. When at length Mabel approached and drew them down, it was a look of intense distress she saw on the face of her little charge. "Please cover my ears, Mabel," she pleaded. "Put something in them, do. Cover them ever so close." "Is it the sewing machine worries you, my darling?" "Yes, Mabel dear. I can't bear its whir, whir,
try as I might, it goes all the time to my back, sharp and throbbing."
Mabel did her best to deaden the hearing of the little sufferer, then returned once more to her work. 15 or 20 minutes passed, then a sharp cry rang from the bed.
"I can't, oh, I can't bear it, Mabel,"
cried the child, as her sister hastened again to her side.
"Maybe I don't hear it, with all these things in my ears, but I feel it, and that's worse. I heard it all night long in my sleep. It brought on such dreadful throbbings, and now it's making me worse than ever."
"My darling shall be troubled no more. Don't be distressed, dear Lily. It is all over now." Mabel spoke very firmly, for she meant what she said. Cost what it might, she meant it.
"Mabel, is it naughty not to love the sewing machine?"
"No, my darling. You are ill and cannot help its worrying you."
"Oh, but I used to love it so."
"You were better then, my darling Lily."
"And I used to love the mountain ash and the mignonette, and now I don't. I'm not sorry the mountain ash is all withered up, and I don't want the mignonette near me."
"Although it smells so sweet, dear Lily?"
"It only worries me, Mabel. I love nothing now but you and Minnie and Hilda and the good angels. Only I'm all the time thinking the angels ain't pleased with me."
"But they certainly are, Lily. You are a good, suffering child, and they must love you."
"And will that one come soon again, the visitor of the first-floor lodger?"
"I hope so, dearest. She said she would come."
"I wish she would. I love to hear her talk to you about angels and sick children, and then she called you sister, Mother, and I loved that, too."
Lily sunk into another slumber, but Mabel did not again start the wheel of the sewing machine. "You will really give it up, Mabel?" whispered Hilda. "Yes, Hilda. The poor child shall be tortured no more. I will do handwork altogether, and you will get this place at Pinch's." "None of these men will have handwork, Mabel." "Then I will get custom work. I must get it, Hilda. I will try for it again tomorrow. The condition of this poor child will embolden me to make efforts that cannot fail of success." "I have been thinking of one place you ought to go to, Mabel," said Hilda after a pause. "I know where you mean, and we'll go there tomorrow. Surely they owe us some sympathy, if no other does. Yes, Hilda, I will try Mrs. Barrett. In the meanwhile, what is to be done about the rent? Neither the vests nor the shirts are finished, and with $3 short, it is needless to go to old Brumbley. I'm pretty brave, but not brave enough for that. I will try and get something more on the watch. I've been thinking of it for some days past. Then we have part of our work finished, and that will bring us something." Hilda gravely shook her head. "Unless quite finished, it is the same as nothing," she said. "I've heard of just such cases, and the employers always refuse to pay for the unfinished work. And as to the watch, I don't believe that man will give you another shilling on it." "Still, I can try, Hilda. Early tomorrow I will go take home the vests and shirts. I will ask for the money on them, and if they will not give it to me, I cannot help it. Then I will go about the watch and do the best I can there. After that, I will visit Mrs. Barrett, and may succeed in getting from her a supply of work, or a promise of a supply, which will give me courage to meet our landlord, even with the $3 short. End of Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Aristocracy. At an early hour of the next morning, Mabel, as she had proposed, carried her own and her sister's work to their several employers. The result was as Hilda had predicted. The employers declined paying anything whatever on the unfinished takes. From the second of these places, Mabel proceeded to the Clark Street pawnbrokers. Hilda was right again. The man refused to give another shilling on the watch. The place to which Mabel next directed her steps was a large white marble residence on Wabash Avenue. The door was opened to her by a servant, who announced that Mrs. Barrett had not yet taken breakfast. Upon the applicant saying, however, that she had called on business, and could not well come again, the woman concluded to let her wait at the door until she carried this message to her mistress. Presently she returned, saying that Mabel might come into the library until Mrs. Barrett was ready to see her. The door of a near room was opened by the woman, and Mabel walked in. It was a handsomely furnished apartment, with showy oaken bookcases on one side and a large grate burning on the other. Before the grate sat, or rather lounged, in a comfortable armchair, a young man of about 22 or 23 years of age, a tasseled cap on his head and a meerschaum in his hand. He was engaged in reading the morning papers, several of which lay about him on the floor in careless confusion. The sound of the door opening and closing caused him to look up, and Mabel recognized the features of young Ralph Barrett. However unwelcome the recognition may have been to her, young Ralph himself appeared well pleased at the meeting, and notwithstanding Mabel's reserve and constraint of manner, he made efforts at conversation until his mother appeared at the door, when he immediately retired. Mrs. Barrett was a person of particularly unprepossessing manner. There was a cold, suspicious look in her eye, and an ungraciousness in her deportment, particularly when brought in contact with those she considered her inferiors, by which she meant persons without pretensions to such means as were enjoyed by herself. Mabel had not seen her since some time before the death of her mother, and with all the brave heart she had brought with her, she felt a cold sickness come over her upon finding herself in her presence. Perhaps Mrs. Barrett's eye was more than unusually suspicious as it fell upon her. Mabel had risen to meet her, and as Mrs. Barrett did not take a seat herself, she remained standing. No hand was offered her, no smile vouchsafed her, simply a good morning and a fixing of the cold eye in a questioning way upon her. Mabel, briefly as possible, stated the purpose of her visit. "Oh, you have called for work," said Mrs. Barrett, letting her eye fall on Mabel's face to the shabby dress she wore. "I thought maybe it was to ask assistance." The last words were added after a moment's hesitation. She could not, dared not, soulless as she was, say, to beg. "I simply want to work," repeated Mabel, never dropping her eyes, though a faint flush tingled in her cheeks, and a tide of thought rushed over her mind regarding the time when the husband of the lady was clerk in her father's store, and the lady herself, then unmarried, a seamstress in her mother's family. "I am obliged to seek custom work," she added, "as the extremely nervous condition of my little sister does not permit me to use the sewing machine." "I heard about the child," rejoined Mrs. Barrett coldly. "Why can't your other sister see to her and let you be free to work out? Everybody knows sewing girls do a good business, and if they keep steady to the employment given to them by the stores, have no need to run round to people's houses hunting up help." "No one can properly attend to my little sister but myself, Mrs. Barrett." "Of course not, as long as you indulge her. But you want work, you say, and I really have none to give you. I have a sewing girl in the house, and I find that cheaper than putting my work out." But Mabel must have work. She thought of the ruin staring them in the face, and would not be discouraged by the present rebuff. "Could not you recommend me to some of your friends, Mrs. Barrett?" she asked. "I am a neat worker." "Well, perhaps I might. At least I could send you to someone who would employ you if you suited them. I never recommend anyone that I don't know something about." Mabel knew that these words referred to her capacity as a workwoman only, yet the words fell on her harshly and crushingly. "Mrs. Higgs is a very worthy lady," remarked Mrs. Barrett, as she gave a card with directions to Mabel. "In fact, her husband has recently become rich, and as she's not at all proud, not having been long in the aristocracy, I don't think I could do better than send you to her. You may, in fact, use my name in asking to see her, and as she knows my position in society, it will be everything to you." Mrs. Barrett was, no doubt, pleased to get off with serving the reduced daughter of her own and husband's old employer at so cheap a rate. It was a sort of second-hand service which put her to little trouble. Mrs. Higgs lived but a few squares from Mrs. Barrett, and a minute or two found Mabel at the door. Almost at the moment she rang the bell, the door was opened by a young lady, of whose age Mabel could not even form a guess. Judging from her face and height, she would have taken her for 12 or so. But her dress, she was in full promenade costume, for 5 or 6 years older. She stared in a childlike way at Mabel, who, taken by surprise by the showy little figure, did not immediately speak. "I don't know if Ma's in," she replied, when Mabel at length stated her errand. "I was sleeping out with a friend, and have only just got home. What do you want with Ma?" "I wish to see her on business. I was sent by Mrs. Barrett 3 squares below, who said I might use her name." "Oh, my! You were sent by Mrs. Barrett?" And at the talismanic name, little Miss Haig's eyes fairly danced with pleasure. "Oh, I know Ma'll see you if she's home. Please step into the—" A pause and a glance at Mabel's shabby dress. "Into the hall, and I'll send the girl to see." Mabel did as she was directed, and the little doll danced off into one of the near rooms, and presently Mabel heard the sound of the bell. A tidily dressed young woman replied to the summons, and stated to the young lady that Mrs. Higgs was at home. "Then go directly to Ma's room," rejoined her little mistress, "and tell her Another glance at Mabel's face to her overworn dress. "A young woman wants to see her on business, and was sent by Mrs. Barrett." The woman paused to take a survey of Mabel, beginning at her face, ascending to her plain hat, then gradually descending to the faded hem of her old dress and her rubbed shoes, after which, with the faintest suspicion of a smile, she departed on her errand. Meanwhile, from her position in the hall, Mabel saw the pretty doll walk up to a large mirror, lay aside her jockey hat with its plume and bugled veil, and begin, with much apparent satisfaction, to smooth and arrange her curls and the ribbons confining them. "What a pretty little creature," thought Mabel. "I wonder if she's a child or a young woman." The servant reappeared, saying that Mrs. Higgs was at home and would presently be down, and that she desired the young woman to be shown into the study. The little girl had now come out of the room, and while the servant spoke, both she and the latter took a deliberate survey of the visitor, making, as it would seem, a mental inventory of her outward appearings. This satisfactorily concluded, the woman opened the door of the room opposite that from which her young mistress had come, and Mabel gladly availed herself of the invitation to enter. The door was closed on her, and not opened again until Mrs. Higgs herself appeared. Mrs. Higgs was in all respects a very different woman from Mrs. Barrett. Her face expressed good feeling and good humor in every feature, and her manner a warmth and kindliness altogether in keeping with it. This was the natural woman, but a curious uncertainty of speech and deportment, not calculated to impress others favorably, and, as could well be seen, particularly distressing to the lady herself, had characterized Mrs. Higgs since the period of her own and family's exaltation. She looked warm and flushed just now, and received Mabel with an ill-assured air, as though uncertain whether to act naturally or assume that appearance and tone of consequence which accorded best with her ideas of an aristocratic lady. It may, to her credit, be stated, that through the interview which followed, the unpretending, whole-souled woman continually cropped out, despite the efforts of the lady to keep it down, and also that it impressed Mabel to the full amount of its worth, notwithstanding the mountains of absurdity which at times covered it up. "They say you were sent by Mrs. Barrett?" were her first words, delivered in the uncertain manner referred to. Then, after an honest, confiding look into the young face, with its eyes half running with tears, she put forth her hand and shook Mabel's warmly. Sit down," she said. "You look weakish and tired, and oughtn't to be standing." Mabel thanked her and willingly took the proffered seat. Then followed an explanation from Mabel concerning the purpose of her visit, and a good deal of talk upon the part of Mrs. Higgs, both relevant and irrelevant to the occasion. She particularly questioned Mabel regarding little Lilly, in whose unhappy condition she expressed much interest, and a case similar to whose had been, she said, in the family of her own brother-in-law's half-sister. Then she proceeded to inform her visitor that the young lady she had seen was her only child, christened Jane Eliza, and formerly called Jane Lize, though now altogether Lizzie, the Jane being dropped as too common. Lizzie was just turned of 16, and had recently come home graduated from a New York boarding school. Mrs. Higgs said the sending of her daughter away to school was opposed to her own wishes entirely, but that Mr. Higgs had insisted on the measure, and she had then washed her hands of it, and felt no responsibility of her daughter since. That they took the responsibility of girls professionally, her husband said, at such places, and as they were all the time bringing up girls and graduating them, why, they had their hands in and knew what they were about. For herself, since her husband had become rich, she was well pleased she had let him have his way about Lizzie, for though she would have made her a good enough girl at home, there were other things very important to her now, which she was sure she would have made blunder upon blunder about. "But then there's the sewing," abruptly added Mrs. Higgs. "It's that you want to be seeing about, and I mustn't take up your time with other things. Now, the truth is, I haven't a rag to be made up, such a getting of new things as there's been since Mr. Higgs luck in the oil. But then it makes no difference if I get more," she continued, reading the disappointment expressed on her visitor's countenance. "It'll do no harm to have plenty, over and above, to lay by. So I'll get in some stuffs, and have you call again to get the work." At that moment, the door abruptly opened, and Miss Lizzie Higgs entered, sweeping after her 2 feet of rich silk train. She gave a brief and not over-pleased look at Mabel, notwithstanding she had come from Mrs. Barrett, then, deliberately turning her back on her, took a step toward Mrs. Higgs, who, as Mabel perceived, looked considerably embarrassed. "Ma," she said, "you're forgetting the carriage is ordered for 12, and you have your toilet to make. We have shopping to do, and numbers of visits to return, and after that to dress again for dinner, for Pa told me that he invited several gentlemen to dine with him today." Mrs. Higgs made some incoherent acknowledgment of these several forgotten duties, then hurriedly rising, said to Mabel, "You can call again next Tuesday, young woman." "Not Tuesday, Ma," interrupted Miss Lizzie, "for it's the day of our ball. The young woman mustn't come on Tuesday." "Oh, well, Wednesday'll do as well," said poor flustered Mrs. Higgs. "I'm sure she can come Wednesday." "Wednesday, Ma? What can you be thinking of? You'll not be up before 12 on Wednesday, and after that you can't attend to business." "I will call at 10 on Thursday morning, ma'am," said Mabel, who had stood waiting to depart. This time Mrs. Higgs looked at her daughter for answer, and the latter, without so much as a glance at Mabel, sulkily replied, "Yes, she can come on Thursday." Mabel bid good-bye to Mrs. Higgs and left the room. As she went to the front door, she saw mother and daughter passing the hall to the stairs, the latter sweeping along at a swift pace, the former following more leisurely. Just as Mrs. Higgs had her hand on the balusters, she looked round and perceived that Mabel was making fruitless attempts to master the intricacies of the door-latch. In an instant, the good woman was hurrying, with a speed no one would have thought possible from her proportions, to the dining room near at hand. Here she disappeared for a moment, then again came forth, and sped across the hall, not forgetting to give a hurried glance up the stairway to make sure the doll was not observing her. "Here, dearie," she whispered, just as Mabel had succeeded in opening the door. "Take this to the little sick child." And she thrust under the young girl's cloak a jar of preserved peaches, just brought for the dining room. Then, while Mabel was in the act of thanking her, she put her out of the door and shut the latter too, saying hurriedly, "Don't you be frightened out of coming Thursday, mind." End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Will you walk into my parlor, etc. Mabel had just turned into 12th Street when, to her surprise, she was joined by young Ralph Barrett. "I tried to see you before you got to Mrs. Haig's," were the words with which he followed his salutation. "After you left my mother, she regretted she had not brought your interview to a different conclusion. She had not, in fact, taken time to reflect upon the true circumstances of the case." Here Mr. Ralph paused, glanced at his companion, who had stopped from the moment of his joining her, then resumed in these words. "It is a delicate matter, Miss Ross, that I have undertaken for my mother, but it must be arranged agreeably to her wish. She has desired me to beg your acceptance of this, as a mark of her friendship." And he proffered Mabel a bank bill. The young girl drew back, a flush on her cheek. "I cannot think of it," she said. "I called on Mrs. Barrett with no such object. She perfectly understood my wish was to procure work." "Of course, certainly, it is clearly understood," rejoined the young gentleman, recovering himself from visible embarrassment. "Yet still, my mother regretted having let you go without begging your acceptance of this. You will hurt her much by refusing. Our relative positions, you know, that is, my mother feels that she really owes to your family a debt which 20 times this wouldn't cover." It would not indeed, thought Mabel, and she paused before again speaking. In that pause, she saw before her the little Lily and all the trials of that home to which she was returning. She thought of the rent day with the rent not ready, and the dreaded visit of the unfeeling Brumbley. "I am obliged to Mrs. Barrett," she then said. "I will return and accept this gift at her own hands." "She expressly desired you would not do so," rejoined young Ralph. "My mother is peculiar in this respect, and then to be thanked, you know, for such a trifle, and under the circumstances." "Then I will write and thank her," said Mabel. "That would be more agreeable to us both." "Certainly. If you will entrust your note to me, I will call any time you say tomorrow. You live—" How had Mabel forgotten the watch? For the time, she had forgotten it. How had she forgotten the uneasy thoughts which made her breathe freely only after she had quite gotten from the presence of young Barrett, the afternoon of her visit to the pawnbroker's? "Upon reflection, I cannot accept your mother's offer, Mr. Barrett," she said in a particularly firm tone. "She is kind. You may thank her for me, but I shall stand by my first thought, only to receive remuneration for services." Adding a hasty good morning, Mabel was hurrying off, when Mr. Ralph followed a step to say, "At least give me your direction, Miss Ross, in case my mother should desire to write to you." "There is no occasion," Mabel coldly replied, and very determinedly walked on. With an uneasy thought that young Barrett might endeavor to discover her home by following her, she took a circuitous route, though anxious to be back with her little charge. She had, taking all together, a fair report to give at home of her morning's efforts, since the promise of work from Mrs. Higgs made up for the disappointment of her visit to Mrs. Barrett. Great was the surprise of little Lily when her sister produced from under her cloak the jar of peaches sent by the kind Mrs. Higgs. "How kind and good of her," she said, as, having explained concerning it, Mabel brought it to the bed. "Beautiful, clear peaches. What a nice lady. A good angel, Mabel." "Yes, my darling, kind and good." "The other good angel, the visitor to the first-floor lodger, maybe won't come any more," said Lily sorrowfully. "Hilda's been down to the first floor 2 or 3 times this morning, and Mrs. Moppet's away, all shut up still, so Hilda thinks maybe she's gone for good." "But we mustn't be concerned till we know, Lily. Besides, even if Mrs. Moppet is gone, her visitor may come to us. You know, she said she would come, and I believe she meant to keep her word." Meanwhile, Hilda was putting on her hat and shawl to go proffer her services to Mr. Pinch of Lake Street. She was in a most hopeful mood, and could see nothing but the most favorable termination of her new undertaking. Mabel strove to temper her expectations with some of her own moderation, but Hilda was not to be impressed. "I'm going to hope for the very best," she said, as she kissed first Mabel, then Lily at parting, "and you'll see what fine reports I'll bring you from Pinch and Company's. Cheer up, both of you, for it's now come my turn to take the burden, and I don't care how heavy it be, so I only get good pay at Mr. Pinch's." When she returned, it was in no less good spirits than she had gone forth. She was to go on Monday morning to begin working for her new employer. Mr. Pinch couldn't say exactly yet what would be her weekly wages, but she was quite sure, from his manner altogether, and from the number of girls who were ready to go to him, that it would be something well worth having. Mary Griffin had said between $4 and $6. She believed herself that it would be every shilling of the 6. She wasn't going to be a bit frightened about Monday and old Brumbley. They'd just let him alone, and if, finding they didn't come to him, he came to them, they could face him boldly with such work promised as that of Mrs. Higgs and Pinch and Company's. Certainly their prospects were appearing brighter and more certain than they had done that morning, and Mabel was not one to be backward in hopefulness. Little Lily was doing more comfortably too, and that was enough in itself to cheer her. The Sabbath morning broke on them clear, though very cold, and Lily still continuing better, it was a day enjoyed by the little family as few had lately been. End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Mabel Ross, The Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Another Visitor. When Hilda returned from her first day's work at Mr. Pinch's, it was with her hopes a little dampened. She had seen nothing of Mary Griffin or Mary Griffin's friends, who had, she supposed, gone to work on Friday. Neither did the character of the work prove what she had been led to look for from the advertisement. She had been set to sew at overalls. All the girls in the room were working at overalls. They were every one strangers to her and strangers to the store, having only commenced that morning, like herself. Still, Mr. Pinch spoke fair, and she was sure all was right. He could not yet name the wages, but told her she might make sure of being paid according to her work, and a good fair price. And as she had made up her mind to keep up to the mark, a favorite expression of Hilda's, she didn't fear but that she would come out with the best of them. According to the plan proposed, Mabel had not gone to offer her partial rent to the landlord. A visit from Brumbley was then to be looked for that evening, if he concluded to be good at his word. It is possible that Hilda was more discouraged through her day's experience of her new place than she was willing to acknowledge, for she no longer spoke with indifference of the probable visit of the house agent. All her old terror of this man revived. Nor was Mabel without sympathy in it, though she made every effort to preserve her customary composure. "It is possible he won't come, don't you think so?" questioned Hilda, with a look which a good deal contradicted her own belief in this possible. "I think he will," was the reply. "From all I have seen of the man, I believe him one to act up to his threat. Mabel, suppose he turns us out? Think of Lilly." "I have thought of it all. Still, I hope, I trust to get 1 week's grace out of him. All there is left us is to try for it." Lilly was more feeble today than Mabel had yet seen her, though not suffering so intensely as she had latterly done, and she lay in a quiet state as the shades of evening closed around, noticing little of what passed about her. Her eyes were fixed in a half-dreamy way upon Mabel as the latter busied herself at her ironing table, but they did not glance from one to the other of her sisters, as they whispered, in the way customary with her. Minutes passed on minutes, and the hour of 7 sounded. Hilda looked up to Mabel from the old dress she was repairing, and the latter paused in her ironing. "Full 7, said Hilda, in an emphatic whisper. "I begin to breathe, Mabel. Somehow, I've said to myself from the first, when it comes to 7, I'll believe we're clear, for this time, of the bugbear." Mabel had, perhaps, said to herself something of the same sort, for her eyes were looking brighter now, and an expression of infinite relief was on her countenance as she glanced in the direction of Lilly's bed. "With every moment I shall be better satisfied," she said. "There is no reason, I can see, why, if the visit was to be made, it should not have been made long ago." "Of course not. Business hours are over now. This old Brumbley's not going to spoil his supper for us, however pleasant he might find it to give us a fright. We're all right, Mabel. All right for this time, come what may tomorrow." Almost as she spoke, the outside door of the house opened and noisily closed again. A dead silence followed. "It's he," said Hilda under her breath. Mabel did not reply. She was looking uneasily in the direction of Lilly, fearful of her being startled from her partial slumber by the unusual sound. The silence below was broken by a shuffling step along the narrow entry. Then came the uncertain tread of a foot ascending the stair. Mabel put the iron from her hand and went noiselessly to the side of her little charge. She bent down her ear to Lilly's lips and found that her breathing was still regular. Then, anticipating the condition of pain and excitement likely to be caused by the coming visit of the house agent, she began to prepare for her unconscious patient a dose of the morphine. Meanwhile, the ascending steps shuffled on and arrived outside the chamber door. And the next moment the knob was turned, and Brumbley entered the room. Just within the door he paused, and slowly looked around him, an ugly gleam in his eye, and something of a mocking smile on his lip. Drawing up with his gaze upon Mabel, as she stood by Lilly's pillow, he broke the silence with, "I said if you didn't come to me, I'd come to you, and I never break my word." "I was unable to keep the rent entire for you," Mabel replied, composedly as she could, "and I hoped it would make little difference if you got it next week instead of today."
"Is it pay next week? I mean, is the money owing you, and is the person owing it, a reliable person it must be, bound by promise to pay at this time?"
"It is not owing, nor is it promised, except as pay for work to be given." Mabel spoke with her eyes fixed directly upon the ugly face before her, for Brumbley had now approached quite near to where she stood.
"Then it's the old dodge that I know every turn of," was the rejoinder. "But it's played out. I, for one, can't be put on by it. Coming down to simple fact, your rent's overdue, and you haven't money to pay it."
"I have $3, 2 shillings," said Mabel. "If you will take that now, I have little doubt of being able to pay you the rest in a week's time."
"No, no, you can't come that dodge neither," replied the man. "I have gone through the mill and know what take part today and the rest tomorrow means. It's all or none, all or none. If you haven't all, the move is for you to quit the premises."
"Quite impossible with a child so ill as this," said Mabel, with a firmness that surprised herself. "You must be merciful, Mr. Brumbley, and give us a little time."
"Look, you,"
cried the heartless creature, advancing his clenched hand till he brought it directly before Mabel's face.
"What was my warning to you the day you came about renting this room? What did I say to you, first and last, wasn't it? Don't throw the sick child in my face. Don't throw the sick child in my face. It was, and you know it. Now you've done it. You've thrown at me your sick child, as I said you would, and the dodge won't serve your turn any better than the others. Sick child or no sick child, you leave these premises forthwith. Forthwith."
A glance from Mabel at her charge discovered Lilly with her eyes fixed in a terrified stare upon the house agent. The former had been on the watch for this waking, and she now bent down and whispered some reassuring words to the child. "It is simply impossible, as I said before, Mr. Brumbley," she then replied to the man, turning to him once more. "Common humanity calls for some mercy in a case like this."
"What do I know about your common humanity? What indeed? I'm proprietor of this house, and look to the interests of the owner. The child shall be carried out, I tell you, sick or dead."
Upon this, little Lilly cried out piteously, and for a short time Mabel's whole attention was given to her. "Mabel, Mabel, will he put me out? Oh, will he kill me?" "No, indeed, my darling, no one shall touch you. Take your medicine, dear Lilly, or you will have some of your ugly pains." "They're coming now, Mabel. Oh, I feel so bad. Make that naughty man go away, Mabel. Please make him go." Hilda had until now been but a looker-on of the scene, not having even moved from the spot where she stood at the time the first sound was made below by the house agent. Great was her terror of this Brumbley, so great as quite to subdue the ready spirit which characterized her. But the appeal of poor Lilly aroused her indignation against their oppressor to a point where fear and prudence were left far behind. "You know nothing of humanity," she cried, stepping before him with flashing eyes. "But decency, at least, you're forced to observe. Quit the presence of this poor child this moment. You're injuring her. You're killing her."
So, you throw the sick child at me too, do you?"
tauntingly replied Brumbley, turning the full glare of his ugly eyes upon her.
"I order you from her presence,"
cried Hilda excitedly.
"Instantly leave this room. Instantly leave it." "Then you leave this house, the whole trumpery of you. No, not this night." For the coward knew he dared not go so far. "But by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I, for one, ain't to be put off by a scolding girl's tongue. I've gone through the mill, and I know every dodge of it. If I find you here after 8 tomorrow, I seize everything belonging to you and turn you into the street, off of hand. I'll not leave you the bed your child lies on. Mind you that."
Poor little Lilly's terror and pain had now reached their culminating point, and Mabel had no moment to give to the scene enacting between the impetuous Hilda and their persecutor. Thus Hilda was left to conduct the defense of herself and her sister as she thought proper.
"By that time tomorrow, you piece of inhumanity," she angrily rejoined, "I shall be round to your office with the full $7, so we can defy you then and now. Get out of this at once. We can't bear you here another minute, not one." "I'll stand to my word," said the mean creature, shuffling off to the door. "So you look to it. You'll no more have the money tomorrow than today. and I hold you between my thumb and finger, your sick child, and the rest of it. You shall be turned out. The child shall be turned out."
In a momentary lull of her own voice, Lily caught the last words, and sent forth another shriek of terror and of appeal to Mabel.
"Off with you! Out of this at once!"
cried Hilda, following on his footsteps and motioning fiercely to the door. The man turned and scowled at her.
"I, for one, won't be sorry to see you get your deserts," said he, "and I'll give them to you yet."
With the last words he reached the door, opened it, and passed out, and to the concluding one Hilda formed a noisy accompaniment by slamming the door upon him, doing this so violently as nearly to pitch him down the stairs. He was, in fact, heard to stumble, and to catch at the balusters with a muttered oath. A sudden and dead calm reigned in the room he had left. Hilda remained perfectly still on the spot from whence she had given her last angry demonstration. Mabel stood pale and trembling by Lily's bedside, and poor Lily, with every sound of pain and terror hushed by a mighty effort, lay like a stricken thing upon the bed. The eyes of the two older sisters were turned upon each other, those of the child upon the door by which had departed the object of her mortal dread. 1, 2, 3 minutes passed. Then came the slam of the street door. Brumbley had left the house. "Gone!" exultantly cried Hilda. "We're rid of the old bugbear for this time." Little Lily dropped her strained eyes from the door, and began to relieve her pent feelings by the low murmur which was the usual forerunner of her medicine-gained ease. "Oh, Hilda, what have you done?" cried Mabel. "He has gone exasperated beyond anything we can hope to conciliate."
"What have I done?"
replied Hilda, still exultantly.
"Why, I have kept my powder dry. And now, Mabel, I leave to you the part you can so well perform, the trusting in Providence. Not to say, though, but that I shall do a good share of trusting myself."
"My dear sister, do you not see that by putting him off with this positive promise, you only make our trouble tomorrow more certain?"
"I shall gain time, Mabel, and everybody knows that is good generalship. He's gotten rid of, and darling Lily is getting to sleep, and by we shall get some sleep too."
"But tomorrow, Hilda."
"What a new thing, Mabel, for you to be troubling yourself so much about tomorrow. Haven't you been long teaching me to hope and trust? Yet now, when I am hoping and trusting, you'd have me desponding."
"I'm concerned because of the promise, Hilda, and because of your having angered the man so terribly. When he comes again—"
"No doubt it will be in quite as sweet a temper as he came tonight. As far as I can judge, he commenced as like a bear with a sore head as he well could. And even if he had been paid his money, it's not likely he'd have overburdened us with civility. Now, it appears to me, if we're sensible girls, we'll just go back to our sewing and ironing and drop the subject of old Brumbley till—"
"Till he comes again, Hilda?"
"Yes, or till I go to him. Stranger things have happened than my keeping this promise, Mabel. Remember the manna and the ravens. Is it too short a time between now and 8 o'clock tomorrow for a miracle to be performed? No, no, Mabel. So let us enjoy the present respite from the grip of old Shuffle and hope for the best."
End of Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Mabel Ross, the Sewing Girl. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. The Rag Merchants. The next day found little Lily in a particularly feeble condition, the result of the terror and excitement of the preceding evening. Mabel was quiet and anxious. Hilda, on the contrary, more than usually active and talkative.
"You won't let that ugly, bad man come again, Mabel?"
pleaded Lily, as she took a little of the hot tea prepared by her sister.
"You won't let him turn me out and take my bed?"
"No one shall touch you, my darling. Mabel will guard you from everything."
"But say he shan't come again, Mabel. I want to hear you say that."
"He certainly shall not harm you, my precious." "And I say he shan't come," very positively said Hilda. "Make sure of that, Lily dear. The old Brumbley comes here no more."
"I'm so glad,"
said Lily, with a little sigh of relief.
"And Hilda, Mabel, will the visitor of the first floor come instead?"
"We all hope she may, darling," Mabel replied. "I'll stop, as I go out, and see if Mrs. Moppet's home yet," said Hilda. "I'm hurrying breakfast, you know, to get out early. I promised to see old Brumbley, Mabel, and I shall see him." Mabel looked her surprise across the little table where they sat. "To what purpose, you would ask?" observed Hilda, replying to the look. "Well, well, I'm going to pacify him, or defy him, as I said I would. Make yourself and Lily easy as you can, Mabel. With or without a miracle, God is going to help us out of this trouble." She abruptly left the breakfast table, her bread and potatoes but half eaten, and having hurriedly kissed her sisters, went to the closet to make her preparations for going out. She put on her hat and an old sack which she had the evening before mended up, then carefully made into a bundle the merino dress and good shawl given her by her cousin Algin. Not sure that she could effect her escape from the room with this bundle, which was a sizable one, without attracting the notice of Mabel or the child, she became so nervous and embarrassed as almost to draw upon herself the attention she was so desirous to avoid. And when, finally, she found herself on the outside of the chamber door, with her purpose accomplished, she was quite trembling with agitation. According to the promise made Lily, she stopped at the door of Mrs. Moppet's room, knocking several times, and making quite sure she really was not there before leaving the house. Mrs. Moppet evidently was still from home, however, and a glance at the outside of the house showed the windows still tightly closed, as when she had made her observations before. As Hilda was on the point of closing the house door, a cart appeared at the turn of the near corner, and the well-known cry of the ragman struck on her ear. The cart and driver were frequent visitors to the neighborhood, being the same that little Lily had watched with such interest from the window. There had also been a period of great moment to the little girl in connection with this establishment, and that was when, every old matter that could prudently be dispensed with having been carefully looked up and gathered together by Mabel and Hilda, the grand occasion came when they were disposed of to the itinerant merchants. To have the rag firm stop beneath their own window, to see their own bundles carried out by Hilda, and, after being weighed, thrown with the rest into the cart, and then to have Hilda return, in a little flutter of delight, and present Mabel with the whole of 7 shillings as the purchase money of their gatherings. Oh, it formed altogether a scene never to be forgotten by the poor, crippled child, whose days were passed in such monotony and privation in that close little room. As has been said, the appearance of the rag merchants took place at the moment Hilda was about to leave the house. Moreover, it stayed her departure. Most opportune seemed to her their coming, for it was likely to save her much time and trouble. The man looked straight forward over the ears of his horse, an animal in perfect keeping with the rest of the turnout, and in a voice of one intonation, called out the magic monosyllable, "Rags." From behind, invariably followed an echo of the same, though delivered in a much higher pitch, while for the drawl of the first was substituted a little, short, blunt style of enunciation, which, coming so immediately after the lengthened one, produced a particularly ludicrous effect. The second speaker was a small boy, unquestionably the son of the driver, and in every respect a curious counterpart of him, who sat in the body of the cart, surrounded by the ill-looking, stuffed-out and leaky bags generally to be seen in company with business people of this description. No words can describe the total apathy which seemed to have taken possession of not only the man and boy, but of the horse as well. One might have fancied all 3 to be in performance of some dreary penance of no possible interest to themselves, and which was such an old story with them that it had come to be performed in mechanical unconsciousness. Waiting till the cart dragged its weary way to the house, Hilda made a sign to the driver to stop. "Rags," he cried, catching the signal from the corner of his eye, and mechanically coming to a standstill, and "Rags," echoed the little urchin from the rear, his eyes never moving from the old, high-crowned hat worn by his father, which seemed the guiding point by which he steered. Hilda passed down to the curb, from whence she gave a hurried glance up to the window of their little room. The survey seemed satisfactory, and she turned to address the rag merchant. "Can you direct me to any place where they buy second-hand clothing?" she asked. "Dresses and shawls and things of that sort." The man brought his regards from over the ears of his horse to the face of the speaker. It appeared to take some time for the meaning of her words to be duly appreciated, for something near a minute elapsed before he replied. "My old woman buys 'em. She have a store on Clark and 22nd. I buys 'em too, sometimes." "Then you can tell me what these I have here are worth," rejoined Hilda, "but you must come into the house to look at them." The man stared at her, then slowly got down from his seat and followed her into the house. Hilda opened her bundle and tremblingly displayed her merino dress and shawl, each of which, in turn, the man examined with critical eye. Having held them up and looked through them, then brought them to close inspection, then again held them off and squinted at them, he returned them to their owner. "D'ye mean to sell 'em both?" he asked. "Yes, but I want a good price for them, the very best you can offer." "I might give you $5 for 'em." "I'll take it." The poor girl spoke the words so quickly that any other than the slow person with whom she was dealing must have seen the price named was far more than she had looked for. If he saw it, he was either too apathetic or too honest to take advantage of it, for he quietly took from his pocket a greasy porte-monnaie, and having extracted from it the sum named, in good $1 greenbacks, he placed them in Hilda's hand. Hilda could not receive them so silently as they were given, a ready "thank you" bursting from her lips. The man looked at her curiously for a moment, then quietly rolled up the dress and shawl and tucked them under his arm. About to pass out, he stopped, and giving a rap with the back of his hand to the door of the first floor, said, "She's away. Gone a-nursin' to a sick woman." "Do you know her?" asked Hilda, rather quickly, for she was thinking of little Lilly and her interest in the visitor of Mrs. Moppit. "I mean, do you know Mrs. Moppit?" "I know her, 'cause I know the woman she's a-nursin'. Barbara Strand's 'bout the best woman breathin'. She did for my old woman and the 2 twins when all 3 was a-dyin', and after that I'll 'member her to my last day." "And is it Barbara Strand who is sick?" questioned Hilda. "Yes, sick 'nough. My old woman's put out for fear she die. Never was no woman better nor Barbara Strand." "I'm very sorry to hear she's sick," said Hilda, now quite satisfied that this Barbara was no other than their interesting visitor. "She came to see us a while ago and promised to come again. We have all been looking for her since, but most of all my little sister, who is very sick." "Ah, she takes to children, Barbara does," returned the man. "'Specially children that's sick. Never see nothing like Barbara with sick little ones. Maybe my old woman be saying to her, for onct in a while she gets seeing of her, how the little one, your sister, looks for her. Barbara don't forget none of the sick children she sees." "I wish you would have your wife tell her," said Hilda, surprised at the man's readiness to talk on this one subject, and a little, too, at her own willingness to fall into the colloquy. "I would like Mrs. Strand to know that we have none of us forgotten her." The ragman nodded his head, hitched up his bundle, and again was on the point of leaving. Then, pausing once more, he significantly touched the bundle, and looking over his shoulder at Hilda, said, "There's something more nor sickness the matter when it comes to this. I've seen such things, and I know. But it's none of my business, course to none of my business." Before Hilda could recover from her surprise at these words, the rag merchant was at his cart, stowing away in a safe corner his new purchase. She stood looking at him until the establishment began to move off, then closed the door behind her and sped away in the direction of Brumbley's office. She heard the cart moving on through little crowded Polk Street, and the cry of the rag merchants renewed. But it was like something she had no concern in now. She never thought of her good merino dress and warm double shawl, the only good clothing she had owned, hidden in a corner of the ragman's cart. She never looked to how she was to get through that pinching cold winter without them. Her mind was on the $5, which, with what she had brought away from Mabel, was more than enough for the rent, and that she carried within the old glove on her hand. "I hold you between my thumb and finger," the house agent had said to her the evening before. "I now hold him in the hollow of my hand," said the young girl to herself now. "Yes, the $7 will buy him. His mean soul will succumb before it. He may be crabbed and cross, bearish and savage, but his power to molest us is passed from him. Dear Mabel and darling little Lily may breathe freely again. For 1 month at least we can defy him." About an hour later she returned, and hurrying up to the room, silently placed in Mabel's hand Brumbley's receipt for the coming month's rent. "My dear sister, this is welcome indeed," exclaimed Mabel. "I have scarcely permitted myself to think how time was passing, how every minute was bringing us nearer that terrible 8 o'clock. But say, dear Hilda, how did you get the money?" "By a miracle, maybe," Hilda gaily replied, stooping to kiss her sister's cheek. "But see, we're not left penniless by this mighty rent-paying. Here's something to begin again on." And she placed in Mabel's hand the residue of the money. Mabel looked surprised and not a little anxious, too. "But seriously, dear Hilda, how did you come by it?" "Seriously, Mabel, I came by it honestly," Hilda replied. "Honestly enough to satisfy even your fastidious fancy. There is no need to be more explicit at present. You must exercise a little of your faith in my favor. And now I must tell you how our old enemy received me and the money." She then related how she had continued to hold with him the high hand she had taken the evening before, how he had affected to be agreeably surprised, when she knew he was really sadly disappointed at her fulfilling of her promise, how he had snarlingly said it was as well she should know, in consideration of the future, that he had laid his plans for fulfillment of his promise by 8:15 that morning, and how, after getting her receipt for the rent money, she had given him a little bit of her mind and come away. "Let us be thankful that God has relieved us in our great trouble," said Mabel. "I do not question you further, dear Hilda, about how you have come by the money, but leave you to tell me in your own time." End of chapter 33.